comfy seats, teas about to get wild. We've got true crime tales and a mischievous smile. More life chaos, the highs and the lows, laughing through the madness, anything goes. It's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Farrell. Fun nights and stories we're telling. Everyone's welcome, grab your drink, come run. We love true crime, real life and fun, and free care and rejoice. Interviews, confessions, and a little bit of sass. Laughing till we're breathless, letting troubles pass. Among squad missions to mysteries at night. Grab your crew, settle in, it's a wild ride. It's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Farrell. Fun nights and stories we're telling. Everyone's welcome, grab your drink, come run. He loves true crime, real life and fun. Help! It's free care regional. Yeah, it's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Free Karen Reed.
Yo, how we doing? Right, can you all hear me all right? Kurt's on the way in. Kurt will be joining us in a second, but can you all hear me? I have no idea what's going on anymore. My audio. I think, is my audio okay? I have no idea if it's okay. Hopefully you'll tell me if it's not. But how are we, people? Hope you're all well. Robin G, good morning to you, my darling. Equal part, hello to you. Lucas Light, hello, sir. How are you, fella? Hope you're well. Amy, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Hope Caden's okay as well. Lulu Bell, my darling. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well, as always. Alpine Stars, hello to you. What we got here? I said, please let me know if my audio is not working. So, hello, Jan. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Leanne, allegedly, how are you, my darling? Good morning to Vinny as well. Hope he's well. C-Star, lovely to see you. Lovely to meet you as well the other day. Oh, here we go. Hey, how you doing, fella? Dana's there. Guardian Hawk, hello to you. Kay, hello. Maureen, good morning. Mandy Wu, Borada. Shutiti Mandy, how are you, Mandy? Audio's fine. Thank you, Guardian Hawk. Thank you. Right, hang on. We got an imposter here. Hang on. Hello, Forrest Dump. Hey now, here he is. Hey now. How are you, fella? Everybody. Right, hang on. Let me make you. There you go. Good morning, Edward. How are you doing? Red Bull. Okay, it's that kind of morning. Okay. Hi, Vinny. Is it a tough morning? I'm not sure Kurt can hear me.
How are you? Nice to see you.
The beautiful Tracy.
Can I?
How are you?
Maybe.
How are you, gorgeous?
No, I get it. That's fine.
How are you, Tracy?
Vacation.
Our favourite Tracy.
Or the house. It's so hot for the last 2 years.
There you go.
Give it a taste. I'm not going to taste. Hi, Christine. I don't sure what you mean, Gary. Okay. Explain to me what you mean. Is that aimed at me? I'm not sure. Hey, Sally. Hey,
Brenda,
Yoli.
give me a holler when you're ready to do morning prayer.
Okay, I'm going to go to the ladies' room now.
Yep. Okay.
There you
Very
go.
good.
Share. We love it. What? Kurt, Kurt, can you hear me?
I can. Good morning, Dylan.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm ready to go, bro. I'm ready to go.
Tracy.
We
You
got
ready
all
to
the
go?
boots down here. We got all the regs. A few new people. And yeah, Dylan says, good morning, everybody.
Arvin doesn't like the
Yes.
sign being hung on the fence.
Morning, Tracy. Morning, Sassy. Morning, Kathy.
Yeah, they're starting already. Admin showed up and said the banner can't be hanging on the fence.
Oh, well, I mean,
So it's got to be held. It can't be attached to the barrier. Good morning, Peter. How you doing, brother? Very good. Good morning, Henry. Did you sneak by me, little buddy? Did you sneak by me without saying hello? Did you sneak by? Hello, buddy. Hi, sweetheart. How
How
are
you
you?
doing? Good, good.
See you.
too.
Nobody told me about the green thing till just now, and I had my lucky.
Oh, poor-
My luck. I'd rather be lucky than Lally shirt. And it was right on my counter. Late for the party.
yeah, I know. She told me that.
So, guys and girls, we're gonna be doing the Pledge of Allegiance and a prayer right after Brenda gets back from across the street. I just put the chat back on. Sorry, I'm just getting recalibrated here.
I'm with you anyway. I'm with you for a little bit whilst we do this, and then I'll leave you alone then, all right?
Yeah, whatever works.
Because I know that you're the celebrity. You've got the hang on this now. So
Oh,
I'll be here for
yeah.
pledge and all that. And also, I want to say good morning to beautiful Donna as well this morning.
Thank you, buddy.
In case
Yeah.
you forget, you know.
We left about the same time this morning, so
There you go. So don't
She asked
swear
me-
this morning, Kurt.
she did ask me what time that I was going live, so she should be watching.
Good
My,
morning,
my
Donna.
beautiful wife, Donna Marie. Good morning to you.
I know I did. They did have to remind you. I know, Kurt, but still, I like to do that.
Sorry, you got drowned out by the horn. What was that, Dylan?
I was saying, I know I don't have to remind you to say good morning to your beautiful wife. But
Right. No,
I
I appreciate you reminding me though.
Yeah.
Also, good morning to Jilly. She should be driving by very soon. And good morning to Dina.
Ah,
Dina's probably working hard and probably missing being out here with all of us.
yeah.
Peter's got his puppy with him this morning.
Peter Murphy.
Good morning, puppy.
Morning,
Yes.
morning,
Peter, you want to say good morning to Dylan?
good morning, Dylan. How
Morning,
are you, my
Peter.
lad? How
I'm very
are you
well.
doing, laddie buck?
I'm well, Peter. How are you, sir?
You made it through your long trip home, right?
I'm here. I'm
Yeah.
home finally.
All right. Well, listen, it was great. It was great to see you, and we're going to anxiously await your arrival in September, perhaps, for a Patriots game.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Not me. The season's called off.
Dennis says the Patriots canceled their season.
Yeah. What?
Oh. Wow.
Fucking
Wow.
Oh, what a guy. Hey, hippie chick. I love seeing the days that we either met or
morning, how
have
are
been
you?
down there.
Good. Welcome. First time?
It
No,
is
no,
Yoli,
I'm
yes.
sorry. Now I know who you are.
No, I have a mouth.
There you go.
Hi, beautiful.
Good morning. Good morning.
I don't know where you left off on the chat.
It's fine.
I'm gonna go back just a little bit and say hello to a few people.
That's fine. Hi, Christine. No worries. Hi, Lefty. Go
I
on.
think I come in right about Trucker, Sally, keep strolling. Scrolling. Sorry, it was a long night. So yesterday I had to go to Connecticut and move 27 ice cream machines. Tim Rokeford went with me, Nathan's dad. We had a long day, and muscles and legs and arms are sore from using muscles that you don't normally use. So I woke up very stiff this morning, but we're gonna get it done.
Good man.
Um,
Have you got the guns out though today?
no, I do not. I've got my shirt that you gave me.
There
On
you
the,
go.
Good morning, everybody, with the hey now on the back.
Oh, the haircut. You've got a haircut.
Yeah, hey now. Mandy Mo, good morning. Mandy Moo, I'm sorry. Try and get through a few of these.
You're fine.
Lulu Bell, good morning. Sally. Christine Fortunato, good morning to you. Why don't you go back down there? I don't know what that's about, but
For me, that's for me.
We'll go there.
Why don't I go?
that was for you. Okay. Yali, good morning. Or Yoli. Lindsay Emerson, good morning from New York. Good morning to you. Lulu Bell, good morning. Mary Bagwell, good morning. Hey now. Trucker, good morning. Kathy Beans, a lot of people. Yeah, decent turnout. I think we're gonna have a lot of new people today. Ask Bob, something very evil is behind their obsession with convicting Karen Reed. We may never know. You are correct, Ask Bob. Reed, good morning, everyone. Guardian. I don't know what that's about. That's probably something to do with Dylan. It says I'm an idiot. Hello. Hippie chick, good morning. Hey, just a reminder, we have dive bar tonight in Norwood if anybody wants to come and not meet Dylan. That's the place. That's the place to come and not meet Dylan.
Yeah, they might turn up this
There's
week.
plenty of boots on the ground there, and delicious pizza and roast beef sandwiches. Come down and hang out with us. Lucas Knight, good morning. You ready? All right, they're ready to do the morning prayer. So we're gonna go down. I stopped at beautiful, inappropriate. So we'll try and catch up back with
No worries.
beautiful and
You do
Yali.
that. Hey, J Mark,
Alrighty.
I did, Lefty. I did.
Already
yes.
a few more. Set. We're live. Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
How are you? How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good morning, sweetheart. How are you?
Why are you good?
Good. How's everything?
Good. Hijack you that later. I'm just kidding.
If you want, I don't.
totally-
I think we're gonna need.
Oh, okay. If you don't need me, but I never mind. I didn't mind at all.
Kevin and Carol are coming from down the street. We're gonna wait for them.
Get invited to another thing.
Timma, we're live.
Come on, Colby, hurry up. It's a good thing. Hey, Ron, sidewalk.
Thank you, Robin.
Yeah. Lefties Gaming Lulls. Good morning to you. Lucas Knight, I think we got. Robin G, good morning. Yes, Karen has to feed the whole team. If you guys go back to Robin G's post at 7:43 a.m., she has all Karen's Venmo and PayPal and what have you. If you would like to donate, thank you for that. J Mac got a membership. Very good.
I think of God, I look at God on there, that's what it's not. Give us to say, bread. United States of America. To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Free Karen Reed. Let's go, Lucky.
Theo, Lucky's on today, I think, so he might be. Right, Kurt.
Yes, sir.
Right, you're going to go through everybody, so I'll leave you for a bit for you to go through everybody, and then
Okay.
I'll jump back on in a bit to see how you do it.
Right. This is my first day back in the new improved buffer zone. So I'm not sure exactly how the rules go, but I think we have to go across the street in front of the registry of deeds. We don't have to go back to the regular zone, but
I'll keep
I'm
in touch
learning
with
as
you
we
anyway.
go. Very good, brother. I'll take it from here. And Maria is here. She might take it after I have to leave at 9:10.
Great.
I'll see how long she's staying for. So
Okay,
if we can have either you or Dana send her the link.
Yeah, that's fine. I can send you a link. It's fine.
All right.
All right. See you in a bit, buddy.
All right, brother.
I can take it. I didn't want to get in. I'll take it. I don't care.
Good morning, Neil. Did I miss you? Okay. All right. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. How's the wife?
Hanging.
Hey, okay. Well, we're thinking of her all the time, buddy.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to be.
Are you hanging around?
Yes.
How long? Go ahead and get in.
Okay.
No one's gonna put rabbit. Yeah, nobody's gonna put rabbit ears over your head.
Put them on all day. I want you to see how many people he has behind him. I'm gonna send this to him.
Oh, that's so.
All right.
Oh, so what were you thinking?
Are you staying from like 9 to 10 or?
Yes, I'll probably
Okay.
be here from 9 to 10. Yeah. Do you want me to?
He's gonna send you the link. If you don't mind going on at 9, like 9,
No,
10.
not at all. But listen, you know what it is to medium? Is how do I get the app?
Guys.
To the app and that because I think hold on. I know how to get the app. That's wrong.
He's gonna send it
What app is it? Because he sent me the
Screen yeah.
Really or not?
Oh, he was from Maria. He's
Catch you later.
no, that I know. I did it last time, but you know what I was thinking? Let me ask Dylan. If I get the app, yeah. So which app? Okay. App. Is it this? Yeah, I guess.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's right. So let me get that. And then I'll open it up now. Are we doing another photo?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We'll put this in front. Okay.
Kevin, I wrote you. You did?
Good morning, Kevin.
Anything good? No, just kind of.
So then I'll ask him.
Oh.
Yep. Then you just gotta enter your name.
Okay. Perfect.
I said, I did you
Oh, sorry, guys.
Maria, get in front.
Maria, get over here. I don't need to get it.
Get in there.
How you feeling?
Yeah, honey, you got me?
No.
Yeah.
Get my good side.
That's me. That sounds like me. That's like it.
Get my good side. My other good side.
3, 2, 1.
Hey now.
Oh, yeah.
2 hours.
All right.
Still on?
He just went off.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, he's gonna come back on a little bit though. Thank you, J Mac. All right, let's see if I can remember where I went back to. If anybody remembers where I left off. Guardian saying, welcome to new members. Robin G. Thank you, got her, J Mac. Lulu Bell. Natalie. I think that's where I was. I'm not sure. Good morning.
Morning, how's it going?
Pretty good. You? Kelly Steps. Good morning, kids. Who's ready for a full week of defense? All my love from Florida. Good morning to you, Kelly. Guardian says I was in the wrong chat, Dana. Dana. Lucas Knight. Good morning, Kurt and Dylan. Thank you. Good morning to you. Hopefully I got everybody. I went back far enough. If I missed somebody, I apologize. Natalie D, good morning to you. Jilly should be coming by soon. Lefties Gaming, let's, I think I got you. Yes, I remember. Kimmy, good morning to you. Robin G. Sarah Manning, good morning to you from Pensacola, Florida. God bless and free Karen Reed. Yes. Eastside, good morning. Tracy V, good morning. Petty Paralegal, good morning to you. Kimberly McGuire, good morning to you. Robin G says hello to Tima. And good morning. Guardian saying, I think we need a fund for a new camera. I apologize. Is the camera that bad? I was walking around a lot, so maybe it was shaky, but if the picture is bad, I apologize. Maybe I can come off the link. If somebody else can let me know if it's bad or not. Yeah, Tim is live.
When are you going out? Yeah, I'm gonna buy. Yeah. You can see the silk that's.
Karis Johnson, good morning to you. Good morning, Brandy.
You'll be able to see the show. Your camera and say you're backstage.
Yeah, I'm just trying to stay just enough away from the crowd that we don't hear all the conversations over
You'll be able to see.
over me saying good morning to all the beautiful people out there in internet land. Lisa Hawkins, it is blurry, huh? I'm wondering if I should go out and come back in.
But I'm sure.
Is it blurry or is it okay. Let me try going out and coming back in, guys. Give me a minute.
I was like, where's the screen gone? He's gone off. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He's a bit blurry. He's going to try and fix it. If not, he'll go on Maria's phone. So it's just his. There's so many people down there now as well. That makes the signal a bit bad as well. I had the same issue last week where me and Scott couldn't get on at all. So it's a tough one. Yeah, thank you, Robbie G. I thought so. I was hoping he'd come back. Hi, Lisa. How are you, my darling? Do you know what? It's a nice day. It looks like Wales exactly the same heat wave here, so it's good. What's happening? Sunny Bedfordshire, country girl, happy days. Look at you, Bedford. Also, shout out to Talk Time with Amy and Kelly, Steffi, and Mark Cunningham, obviously. They're streaming this as well. See Lucas Knight there, Wayne's in there. Who else we got here? I can't make that out. Is that Riff something? Leprechaun? Natalie. Good morning to you, Natalie. Michelle Smith, good morning. Polly Pocket Power Trips. There you go. Hello to you all. Polly Pocket Power Trip. What a name that is. Hello to you all. Hope you're all well. Right, Kurt's back. Hang on. Service is terrible down. Let's have a look to see. Oh, your service is a little bit better.
I don't mind. Yeah.
Morning, Chloe.
But I was just telling
September, probably.
I like alive.
No, Bell, love you. Hey, Nancy.
Yeah.
Morning, Doreen. Hey, Bishop.
Thank you, Mandy Moo. Thank you for whoever first told us it was blurry. I appreciate the heads up. Thank you, Robin G. J Mac, everybody. Thank you. Hey now.
All right, hang on. Let me double check that you're okay. Yeah, it's still a bit blurry, but it's fine though. You'll do.
Well, the other people in the chat are saying it's much better.
Better than it was, yes. It was terrible.
Yeah. Okay.
It's good now. It's fine.
I'm under a tree trying to get a little bit of shade so the sun isn't directly in the camera. So
Yeah.
when I was recording before, I was moving around a lot. So it might have just been blurry because I was moving around so much.
That's fine. It's a lot better now, buddy. So it's good. All
Very
right, bud.
good.
See you in a bit, buddy.
That's all right. But yeah, they're making everybody with signs go across the street or. So you going across the street or you going back to the buffer?
What, later?
No, now.
No, we're starting the march to go down here.
Oh, I thought you stay across the street now.
I can't. I have my.
Okay, so everyone still goes down?
Yeah.
Okay,
The only thing that changed Friday is that he's letting more people hang down here.
but you just can't have anything.
But I didn't want to hang down here if I didn't have a sign.
Right.
But late afternoon Friday, I went over to Hardman and he gave me permission to have my corrupted Canton MSP sign. He said that wasn't in violation of the buffer.
Okay.
So I will be down in the buffer zone today because I can now carry a sign.
Almost 8.
I didn't want to hang down here without.
Be carrying me.
Hey now.
Hey.
Good morning, Joe. Dylan or J Mac. I don't know so the Dylan's picture, this still picture is bigger than my screen. I don't know if we can swap that out. Good morning, Saul Rosenberg. I'm trying to do my Saul Rosenberg voice. I've been stuck on a Bee Gees kick and I've been singing Bee Gees songs for about 3 days. So I'm stuck in the, I had a joke that made the whole world laughing. I've been doing that voice for 3 days. So I'm a little off on my Saul Rosenberg voice. Yeah, all it takes is one Bee Gees song, and then you're stuck in Bee Gees world for a day or 3. Robin G, I don't know. He said, Scotty, I don't know if you overheard the conversation, but Scotty said he had a conversation with Hardman, and as long as it's not to do with the Karen Reed case, but people don't want to change their clothes or they'd rather go hang out in the buffer zone. If people occasionally walk through, that's great. No, Donna, LB, Donna hasn't heard my BG voice. It's usually at night when I'm working by myself. Country girl loves the Bee Gees. Yeah, a friend of mine, we were laughing. I don't know if you all remember the skit. They did a skit on Saturday Night Live where Mike Myers dressed up as Barry Gibb, and they had the Barry Gibb talk show, and we were reminiscing about that. And man, did we have a good laugh. Here we are in a room full of strangers talking politics. If you don't know the skit, you won't get it, but Jimmy Fallon, yes, 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 yes. I'm sorry if I butchered this. Karma, Dharma. Yes, it was awesome, and the dance moves between Jimmy Fallon and Justin Timberlake were fantastic. Yes, you're right. It wasn't Mike Myers. It was Jimmy Fallon. My bad. Oh, that was Jilly. I missed her. Thank you for correcting me. It was Jimmy Fallon. I can do the whole voice in that. I can do the whole show in that voice if you guys would like that. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our show. Boogie 49, Hartman is trying to be a nice guy. Nah, I don't know. Gotta keep on rising. Says Timberlake as Robin was great. Yes, absolutely fantastic. Robin, do you have anything to comment on? No, no, I don't. Yeah, we're gonna try and get the picture turned around when Dylan comes back. Man, I don't know. We're just setting up for our normal Karen sighting. No, that's not a drone. That's a leaf blower. They always seem to. They always seem to be over here the minute we get over here.
Now this time I got to have.
Buffer, not buffet. Correct.
I brought eyesight of
Yeah, I'm just going with the routine. I guess everybody, still wants to keep their Karen Reed stuff on and show support. And, we get to see Karen and she usually slows down and everybody gets a chance to say hello and good morning and wish her well for another, miserable day sitting in court listening to these assholes. Nicole Eldridge, that's a new one. Good morning to you, hon. Free Karen Reed, yes. I think we're caught up. Everybody either loving the Bee Gees or being annoyed by like Donna. Jay and Ho, good morning to you. Yes, the skit was hilarious. Good morning. I'm up. You got a new one?
Yeah,
You want to be on live or no?
not really, but the dog can be.
Okay. Good morning. We got a new puppy. When did you get her? Is it
Puppy.
a boy or a girl?
It's a boy. You got him last week.
Buddy. Hey.
You do your stream.
Yeah. How's everything with you?
Everything's great.
You already do your workout?
No, going now.
Good.
Yeah. Beautiful
So
day.
nice to see you.
No, no, too
This brand new puppy.
He's only 9 weeks old.
You gotta break them in.
What's his name?
Mookie.
Mookie.
Yep.
Good morning. Oh, you know your name.
So we just named him.
Yeah, he perked up and he heard his
Lucky.
name.
He was named Lucky. That
Was
was
he?
his breeder name. Yeah.
Wow.
You named after a plow driver.
Yeah, today's lucky day. Do you know
Yeah,
that?
today's
Did
lucky
you know
day.
that?
I did know that. I saw that he was here Friday,
Yeah. Yeah.
so we'll see.
Did you hear who's going in Friday?
No, this Friday.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
no, last week. No,
Okay.
I haven't heard anything
Okay.
other than
I'm so excited.
that's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, last week. And she was like, either Thursday or Friday. I was like,
Yeah, anytime.
no,
That's awesome. I love it.
I'm hoping it's a half a day.
Yeah, well,
Everybody's gonna be good at this stage. And
I think that better make sure your sleep lengths are long enough if you're sitting with Jan.
by what my
Your sleep length, right? Isn't that her thing? Like you like tailored sleep. Can they hear us or no?
yeah,
That's okay.
I can mute it for a second.
Oh my God.
All right, guys and girls. Sorry about that. I had to mute. Was having a conversation with one of the neighbors, but he is very nice to us. And goodbye. Nice to see you, sweetheart. Good luck with the puppy. She owns the house right behind where the buffer zone is. So she's always been very, very good to us, but she just doesn't want to be on camera. Thank you, Trisha. Chucky, good morning to you. Lisa Hawkins, good morning. Lulu Bell. I think I'm caught up. Robin G, Saul Rosenberg. Hey now. Twiddly Pip, good morning to you. Christy Leesman, are they leaving? Dylan left. I don't know if Christy, if that was the comment. Dylan left and had to go back home. Lisa Hawkins, good morning. Nana Karen, good morning. Yes, Mandy Moo, the jury is going to love Lucky this morning. We all love Lucky. Everybody loves the truth. And Lucky brings it. Guys, if we can remind you to check out Resistant to Silence, the page, like and subscribe, and the same thing with the alternate corner. And just to remind everybody, if people haven't already been, sidewalk. If people haven't already been, or, we have a get together Monday nights in Norwood, dive bar 198 Central Street. If anybody would like to join us, come hang out with us. Sidewalk. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Very good. Todd's mom, good morning. True crime, good morning. J Mac. Yes, I think I'm all caught up. If I missed anybody, very, very sorry. Um, Karma Dharma is asking me, Kurt, what's the best Bee Gees song? Listen, when I was growing up, we were all Led Zeppelin and the Who and Jimi Hendrix, all hard rock stuff. So if you like the Bee Gees back in my day, you know, you were considered a little bit less of a man, but the older I get, the more I appreciate and love their music. One of my all-time favorites would be To Love Somebody, but there are so many good songs. And if you haven't checked it out, there was a special on the Bee Gees, and there was all, like a tribute. All kinds of people did their versions of Bee Gees songs, and Keith Urban did a version of To Love Somebody that is to die for. His guitar playing is fantastic. It's just a really, really, really nice take on that song. Do you need me to bring anything to the company? Sure.
We got here, a nice big
Okay.
truck.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you today? Very good, thank you. Yeah, let me know.
Back in.
That's perfect time for me. That's my for the six,
That's good.
and then I can still go to work.
So the only thing I gotta really, who knows if it's gonna be over. There,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah, they will.
Everybody has to be real careful, even.
Yeah, they will. They will.
Oh, they will.
That's their backyard. That's their hangout,
They're not gonna miss it.
right? Yeah, going back to Massachusetts, that's another classic. Lulu Bell, yes. I haven't been in 3 or 4 days. I had crazy work stuff last week. I'm just going with the flow. Everybody's still going up into the buffer zone by choice. They can stay down in front of the courthouse on the registry of deeds side. They just can't have Karen Reed gear on, and they would rather be down here with all their stuff to show Karen support. And then after she goes by, if they want to walk down in front of the courthouse, they can. CES says, good morning, everybody. Ashley Mack, good morning, friends. Hey now. Ashley McNamara. Hey now. Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap from Bowl Cut. Photos by Denise. Good morning, Denise. How are you today, sweetheart? Nice to hear from you. Trip G, good morning. True Crime Social. Patricia Ryder, good morning to you. Thought is saying Hell's Bells, Toto, Africa. Hey now. Get all these awesome tunes coming out. Jen McCabe. Hold on a second. Jen McCabe's tooth. Good morning to you. Mandy Moore. I'm sure there's no, it's not, it's LJ. Not AJ, LJ. Yeah, it took us a while to get used to that. LJ has not made his morning debut yet. I will be sure to let him say hello to everybody when he shows up. Thank you to Laura. I gotta get her last name again. Laura is the one that originated the faux Mass State Police. Excuse me 1 second, guys. The Mass State Massachusetts Free Karen Reed patches. Laura designed these, and I have some available for Dive Bar. I'm gonna get more for next week. If people would like to get some, let me know. And I can either have somebody have some here in the buffer zone, or if people are coming out to Dive Bar, I'll have a few extra at Dive Bar tonight. Sorry, guys, I just got to put the phone down for 1 minute. Lulu Bell wants me to sing to keep you entertained. Yeah, I don't think my wife would approve of that. I know a lot of people in the chat get my humor, but sometimes my wife doesn't. Yeah, I did have that Bee Gees song stuck in my head all day. J Mac, thank you. Yes, the patches are awesome. Diane Gallagher, good morning to you from Sandwich. Senior week for your son. Hoping to get back up there. Diane, congrats on your son. Yeah, I'm going to be leaving. Dina was at Tesla, yes, at Indian Hill this weekend. And I saw from her post she ran into 3 or 4 different Karen Reed supporters out there. I was in Mystic, Connecticut yesterday doing some side work, and we drove by a very popular sidewalk near the Oyster Club, and there's actually a place there called the Dive Bar. It's actually like a scuba dive bar. They call it the Dive Bar, but it's all based on scuba diving. And when we drove by, there was a line of people waiting to get in. So I yelled out, "Free Karen Reed," as we drove by, and 3 or 4 people in the line started cheering and said, "Hell yeah, free Karen Reed." So if anybody that was in Mystic yesterday were those people, thank you for the shout out. Team Ocasio, good morning. Are you hey now?
Everything. Hey, Nat.
Awesome. All right, right around. Casey, good morning. Good morning, M. Good morning from Michigan. Hey now. Miss you, hon. Nice to hear from you. Guardian Hawk, let me know. I'll see if we can start getting them mailed out or whatever. Team Ocasio is saying LJ will not be able to make it today. He is very sad. Well, tell LJ we all miss him, and hopefully we'll see him soon. Sidewalk. Good morning. How are we doing today, people? How are you? Very good. Good morning, Shauna. Junior Rosario. Good morning, Philadelphia. Maggie Carr, good morning. Patricia H., good morning from Michigan. Patricia Hewlett, I'm sorry. Maggie Carr, good morning. Bo Cut is saying, I pulled up next to a convertible Maserati with the top down. I yelled, free Karen Reed, and they gave us a hoot and flew by as we all cheered. Shari D, I will get that information to you on the Venmo for Laura. Liz 88, Holbrook, Norfolk County. Yes, LJ, if you're listening, J Max says hello and hopes you have a great day. Low cut lineup says Southie. I don't know what that's about. Southie. Sidewalk, guys. CJ Coop says, I'm sitting at the car dealership getting an oil change. And all the people here and the waiting is talking about this. Everyone thinks it's a scam. Absolutely not gullible. Yeah, it's a colossal waste of taxpayer money. You know, we all could go on and on about, you know, the corruption and the waste of time and money and resources. The fact that they sent $400,000 to that, I can't think of the name of that company. Scott, what's the name of the company they sent all that money to? The Aperture. Thank you. That money they sent to Aperture. Just a crime. That you know.
You know, Aperture does a lot of political donations in the state. They have an office in Boston.
Yeah, one more time, Scott.
Aperture does a lot of donations to like the Mass Bar Association.
Really? That's funny.
There's a lot of interesting connections.
Yeah, I believe they were at Auntie Bev's Person of the Year dinner. Didn't they have a table there?
Yeah, well, I'm mixing up two organizations. There's the Massachusetts Bar Association and another one that's similar.
Yeah.
I don't recall which one exactly they donated to.
Yeah.
But Aperture is a pretty big company. They have several offices all around the country.
Yeah, well, we'll have to get some addresses and some emails to
They basically
send,
hired guns.
yeah, to send some letters out to them to show, you know, wonder what that, you know, $400,000 is gonna do.
I don't think it was very effective.
Good morning, Dina. Thank you for checking in. We miss you, hon. Dina. Timo Casio says, LJ says he misses all of us in the buffer zone buddies. We miss you too, LJ. Mandy Moose says, I hated the blue grease paint loser. Not guilty. Autocorrect. CJ Coop. Carrie D from the Netherlands. Good morning. Free Karen Reed. Just doing a quick time check here. Guessing Karen should be here in 10 minutes, maybe 15. We never know.
Sometimes her parents drive by earlier.
Right. Tina B, great work supporting Karen and exposing local corruption. We deserve better in Massachusetts. Hello from Plymouth. You are correct, Tina B. Thank you for checking in. Shauna says, good morning. Tina, it was so nice to see you. You looked beautiful in court last week, or whenever that was. Yes, it was last week. Sherry reminds us, check in with Dylan in the alternate corner and Tracy and Dana on the resistant to silence. Sorry, I was tongue-tied there for a minute. Auntie Baloney, good morning to you. Aperture works on behalf of insurance companies against claimants. Oh, they must be a fantastic company. Lulu Bell says she'll be here tomorrow. She'll get to see beautiful Dina. Bo Cut says Brandy Churchwell has some new info on Aperture. Good morning, Keith. Keith says, okay, calm down, everybody. I'm here. Your day just got better. Jacqueline says, good morning from Martha's Vineyard. Jen McCabe's tooth, I'm sorry, says, good morning to Dina. Sherry D says 19 offices Aperture. Yeah, I don't know if Dylan's in the studio. If we can get the bigger picture, I don't think I can change that from my phone. If we can get the bigger picture on my camera and make the still smaller, that would be great. That way there, when Karen shows up, you guys get a better view of her. Janice Sheldon says, good morning from New Zealand. We were all here for Karen, set her free. The bullshit, great job giving a close up every morning. Thank you, Janice. Yeah, they have to do it. They have to do it. They just did it. They just heard us. Yep, they just did it. Thank you very much. I don't know if that was Dylan. Hey now. I'm assuming Dylan's going to say that was Dana's fault. So thank you for fixing that, Dylan and Dana. Got it out. Mary Bagwell says, good morning, Scott.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm having a hard time catching up to everybody in chat.
Yeah.
Hi, Mary. You pop into a chat and everybody's saying hi, and you're trying to
Right.
text on your phone and acknowledge everybody. It's not easy.
Thank you, Dylan, for fixing that. Yes, it was Dana's fault. Shauna, good morning. Jay and Hull says, Aperture. All I remember is the guy lied about 17 years to get a degree. University doesn't offer that degree. Sidewalk. Good morning. How are you today? Very good. Dana Leonard says, I was watching from the chiropractors.
See Dana's comment?
I'm reading it now. Dana says I was in the chiropractor's crying a lot. How could that be my fault? You were crying. What did you have? A man cold, Dana? It's a real thing.
Hi, Lulu.
Hey now, Lulu.
I
Good
didn't
morning.
miss you.
Somebody's slowing down. Let's see who this is. Oh, they might have a different limo. Yeah, they got a different limo this morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh no, never mind. It's Dr. Russell and
Hey, my man.
the assassinator. Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Morning. Good morning. How you feeling? Great. Great. Thank you.
Caught us off guard. They were in a different limo.
That's gonna tell you.
Russell's in town.
That was Dr. Russell and Alessi. The Alessinator.
Hit a motor line today. I listen to
It's interesting. We saw Lucky here Friday. He's on deck. Now we have Dr. Russell.
We made a motor line. I ain't gonna listen to that all fucking.
Yes, we all love Dr. Russell.
Boy, Benny gets a hold of
They were nice enough to slow down. Karen's limo was a little different than that, so we knew it was something different. I wasn't sure if her limo was down for repairs or whatever. Yeah, let's go back to Quizzy Girl. Good morning. Jolts on the farm says Dina on the steps with John DP saying jailbreak was the funniest thing. So good. She has to visit him every day. Watching from New Zealand. Wow. How neat to see Dr. Russell. Free Karen Reed. Good morning to you. Joel's on the farm. I hope I got that name right. Shauna, good morning. Yes, it looks like we're hearing from Dr. Russell today. Boston Brandy says, I'm surprised man colds haven't shut down society the way COVID did. Man colds are a real thing, Brandy. Don't joke about it.
And we saw Lucky here Friday.
Guardian Hawk, good morning. Says Dr. Russell and the Alessinator. That's a tongue twister. Alpine Stars, good morning.
Well, they might not even get to Russell today, but yeah.
Good morning, Cheryl. You want to say hi?
I don't know
Hi, sweetheart. How are you?
I don't want to get makeup on your shirt. Good.
It's all right. Good. Good.
Been lucky.
I like your shirt.
Thank you.
Here it is.
They're trying to get practice.
Judy Basteri, good morning to you, sunshine. Jay and Ho says Dr. Marie Russell is an icon, a pioneer, and a national treasure. All should rise for her and not judge Bev. You're exactly right, Jay. You're exactly right. Amanda says, I believe the way Bev runs the court. At least weeks. Oh, she's replying to another comment. I'm sorry. Jen McCabe's tooth was saying, I was wondering who else besides Lucky. He surely can't take all day. Well, he could possibly, and stop calling me Shirley. That last pun was for Boston Brandy. She's never seen the movie Airplane. Mary Bagwell says, oh, this is going to be an amazing day with Lucky and Dr. Russell. You, my lady, are correct. Eddie Haskell, good morning. I hope they call all 91 witnesses. Thank you, Jen McCabe. I'm glad you got that. Good morning, Joe. How you doing, bud?
Good, good. Look at this. I'm gonna have to bring some mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Here,
Yeah.
call the town up. We're already green.
Yeah. Jody Basteria, some people are still hanging out in front of the courthouse. The regular people like to, I don't want to say the regular people. Everyone that's, still got their Karen Reed gear wants to see Karen up here in the buffer zone, where we normally see her, and she gets a chance to slow down because there's usually a traffic slowdown here because of a couple of intersections. And, good morning, Janet. There go the Reeds. Incognito in a different car today. They kind of snuck up on us. Thank you all for getting my reference to the airplane so quickly, too. Can't get a trick past you guys. Vanessa Murray says, hello from South Africa. I just hope Brenna is respectful to Dr. Russell. She deserves respect. Thank you for faithful that stand out every day. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you for tuning in. Charlie Raven says, let's go. Let's do it. Free Karen Reed from West Virginia. Good morning to you, Charlie.
Yeah, that's like the old days. Remember?
Jay and Hull, thank you for getting that so quickly.
The truck was coming by. You could hear it.
Looks like I picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue. Hey now.
Yeah. All right. You got no more.
Yes, Brandy. We might have an outdoor movie night. We'll get one of those blow up screens and we can all watch Airplane together and we can get your reaction when you see. Oh, I can't think of the lead name. Everyone's gonna hate me when he says, Shirley, you can't be serious and don't call me Shirley. Somebody help me out. He just passed away, didn't he?
Well, I mean, if I see it right there, I
Leslie Nielsen. Thank you, Lucas Knight. I knew one of you guys would get it super quick. Thank you, everybody. Leslie Nielsen. We've taken her to the hospital. What is it? It's a large building with patients.
I'm realizing, so I'm like trying to get out of the house early.
Kathy Slaw won. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Kurt's gonna get out of the puddle. Oh, it's gonna be a quick one. Good morning, Karen. Good luck today.
You'd have to run.
Yeah, that was a quick one today. No traffic at all. She was able to just slide right by. Hey now. Hiding in Bev's bangs. Oof Willis. Good morning. Love you from New York. We love you back. Thanks for checking in. Yes, Dana, but that's not important right now. Hey now. C. Coop says, sending so many positive thoughts and prayers for Karen and her team. Boots on the ground. Thank you. C.J. Coop, thank you for checking in. Thank you for the laughs.
Good to know that.
Hi there. How are you, sweetheart? I'm live if you want to go on and say hello to anybody. I got to go this way.
But not great.
You don't want to say
A
it?
lot.
Huh? You want to go on?
And
Good morning. God bless. Free Karen Reed.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Thank you, dear. God bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not doing Karen didn't do it. Okay. Yeah. And so did you take it down? Keep your mind.
Good morning, Kiki.
Barry, Nazi. Was he a skater or? Yeah. I can't now.
Hey now, Intergalactic. Good morning to you. Intergalactic. Let's thank you, bro.
I dropped something in there. Somebody left a nice cigarette butt on.
Oh, okay.
On the ladies' friend, so I think we should leave.
Yeah, no, I was gonna go back and get it.
Anything. So whatever time, if you want me to go on now, I will. If you want to leave, whatever you want.
Yeah, why don't you just go on and that way they will make sure everything's
Yeah.
working.
Let me just see if
My father wasn't doing too good. He would come to the house.
Debbie L, good morning. Charlie, let me see what I got here.
I'm gonna.
Charlie Lynn. Well, no, Dylan's not on right now, but
Okay.
he's watching.
Okay, so I just told them I'm gonna go on now.
Yeah.
String God right here.
Charlie, yeah, thank you. Charlie says thank you for all you guys do. XOXO. Thank you, Charlie, for checking in. We're gonna be switching over. I've got to be taken off, and the lovely Maria is gonna take over for a little bit. So we're just making sure her phone
I think
is
you
up.
can do it.
Do you have your name?
Yep, I just put Maria.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you want to put something under there?
What would the headline be? Free Karen Read?
Either that or if you want to put your shop.
No, I won't.
Yeah,
do that.
then just
Nope.
put FKR.
Okay. And just see you. I don't know.
Morning, Lisa. Now we just have to wait. So press it again.
Oh, okay.
Have a great
day,
people.
Yes, bye.
So now you're listening to me. And we have to wait for Dylan to put you
Okay,
on.
he'll put me on. I just.
Now you're on.
Oh, I'm on.
So I've got to shut off, but
Okay.
you want to go that way.
Hold on. Oh, I know. Turn my phone.
Turn it around.
Yep.
Did you do it?
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Yes. Oh, okay. Hi, guys. Let me see if I can see. Oh, good. I can see comments. Hello, everybody. This is so exciting. Bye, Peter. Bye. You. It's so good to see you. Yes. Bye. Bye, Annie. And it was so nice meeting Sophie. Yeah, bye. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Hi, Robin. Hi. Hi, everybody. Oh my God, Jen. Hello. Oh, you guys are awesome. So I just want to say that I'm so lucky that, oh, thank you, CJ. Thank you guys for like being so welcoming to me. Here's Tima. Yes. I didn't put you on though, Nancy.
Oh, you're on.
Resistance.
Oh my God.
I can see. I know. Yes. I'm on the team. Hi, guys. Oh, you guys. Hold on. Oh, you know what's so funny? You received a sweatshirt. I just saw that. I have my sweatshirt right now and I love it. I have it on. Tracy is the best and Dana. And I'm so honored that they let me actually go on live, which is really cool. So thank you guys because I think your show is amazing. I know. Why is everyone staying up front? That's so crazy. Is it because the buffer zone got changed? So look, you guys, everyone's out front. I wish I could make it the bigger way. I just can't. So I hope, can you guys see this good? Good morning, everyone. Oh, hi, Debbie. Oh my God. Lulu, thank you. I love you too. Oh, no, I'll go this way. I'm not going to go, you guys, on the, in front of the court because it just feels weird. We're not supposed to. But everybody's over there.
Hey, good morning.
So, oh, channel 4. Okay. I love it. All right. We're just walking. Hi, Amanda. Hi, everybody. Look at all the cops. All the cops. Hi, honey. How are you? Is Bella here? Okay. Is Mama here? Where is she? Oh, I just wanted to say hi. Look at all the people, you guys. Oh, hi, Brian. Thank you. You guys are so sweet. Oh my God. Hi, Mary. I don't know how to change. Can you guys see good? I know, right? That is so funny, Mandy. I agree with you. Oh, Brandy, you're the best. I like doing this. It's kind of fun. I don't know. I'm used to it because I have to do this for work, you guys. So I do lives for when I do try on videos to my clothes. So, oh, okay, it's great. Thank you. I'm so glad you guys can see it. I don't want to go over there because I just feel like, I don't know. I just don't feel like it's the right thing to do. So I'm staying over here. But you can see everybody. And I'm sure you'll be able to see Karen. Oh, I have the voice for it. Thank you. You guys are too sweet. Oh my goodness. Yes. Thank Brian, you're so sweet. Have I met you in person? Oh, I don't know how to go to landscape. Can anyone tell me?
Will you just text me the address? Everybody loves Janetti. Keep going. Put your phone down.
You are unmuted.
Please be seated, court is in session.
So, Mr. Alessi, I was told you wanted to see me?
Yes, could I just have a moment with Mr. Brennan? before you-
Okay, sure.
With regard to the lawsuit stuff, you gotta go Dr. Russell. We're not gonna agree to that. That's what I wanted to see. But
You don't want to agree to.
Your Honor, I've resolved the matter with Mr. Brennan that would have been the subject of that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I appreciate getting the redacted text messages over the weekend. Ms. Gianetti, this is yours, right? So, Mr. Brennan, I'm letting the text messages in over the Commonwealth's objection. I find that they're properly authenticated and that they do go to,
Can I turn this fan off? I'm having a
yes,
hard
can we
time.
turn, thank you. So I do find that they're properly authenticated, and I find that they come in as they go to the state of mind of Trooper Proctor, specifically as that goes to potentially reflecting any bias or omissions in the police investigation. So I'll give a limiting instruction at the time they can come in. I understand that what was still remaining with disagreement are in orange. So I've got rulings on those. I don't think we need argument. We've heard plenty of argument on this. So regarding the first page with the numbers, I think we should do it the way I inquired about them last week, with just the last two numbers, not the last four. So those redactions will have to be made. I think the first page with disagreement is on page 02537. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the first one from Bird saying something stinks, I'm going to allow that in. And then there's a message that you both agree to in yellow. And then for the orange, all I'm going to let in out of that is gotta be, and that's where it ends. So you'll have to redact out the rest of that, Ms. Gianetti. And the next page, and the only other one was 02539, is that right?
Correct.
So that comes out. All right, that's it. I don't know whose objections they were. Those are my rulings. All right, can we bring the jury in, please? Tony, do you want me to?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
So good morning again, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I hope you had a nice weekend. I do have those questions I need to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left last week? Everyone said no. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Gianetti?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Jonathan Diamandis.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
Sir, do you know former Trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since middle school, approximately 30 years.
And in what town?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Did you graduate high school with Michael Proctor?
I did.
When was that?
2000.
How close did you remain in contact with Michael Proctor after high school?
Very close.
Do you have his cell number?
I do.
How often have you texted him over the years?
Frequently.
And when you text him, is that a direct one-to-one or part of a group chat or both?
Both.
And I want to direct your attention to one particular group chat that had 9 people on it. Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do.
And what one is that?
It's one that's been in existence for many years. We've been texting on that text chain for 10 plus years, I would suggest.
Okay. And over those 10 years, the members of that group chat, I'm not asking you for names, but if you could tell me, where are these people from? How do you know them?
We all grew up together and went to school together at some point.
All from Canton?
All from Canton.
And with regard to the 9 people on that group chat, you're one of them?
Correct.
And whether or not Michael Proctor is on that group chat with the rest of your high school friends as well?
He is, yes.
May I have the exhibit that was marked for identification, please? I apologize, I don't recall the triple letter. Would have been the last one from Friday. It's triple N as in Nancy.
Have it.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness for the purpose of handling
Yes.
this? And I've handed you what has been marked triple N for identification. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I was shown it last Friday.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A portion of our text chain.
Okay, and when you say a portion, it's a limited time period within a much longer text chain. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And with regard to how you're able to recognize it, I'd like to just ask you a few questions. First of all, on the first page of that document, do you see a series of phone numbers?
I do.
And do you recognize your phone number on that text chain?
Yes.
And having reviewed that text chain on Friday, did you see that you had actually sent one text of the whole body of text that's included in what has been marked N for identification?
Yes.
In order to send that text message as of late January, early February of 2022, did your phone have a passcode on it?
Yes.
Have you had that for several years?
Yes.
In order to send a text chain, do you have to enter the passcode to your phone first to unlock it?
Correct.
And so it would have been you who sent that message.
Yes.
And having reviewed the content of that text chain, were you able to identify which entries were typed and sent by Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Who is he on that text chain?
He's listed as local user.
Okay, and it says local user, and there's a bunch of letters and numbers after that.
Correct.
Everybody else is identified by a phone number,
Yes, or a nickname.
and actually, even the ones with a nickname have a phone number, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So three of them have nicknames, correct?
Yeah, I see two on the first page here.
Do you see of the
Oh, third on the bottom. Yes, I see three.
So you see
Yeah,
three there.
Yes. Yes.
And so of the 9, we have 3 nicknames with phone numbers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We have 8 phone numbers total, right?
Yes.
And 1 local user.
Correct.
And you've testified the local user is Michael Proctor.
Correct.
And having known Michael Proctor for as long as you have, does he have any nicknames?
He does.
And what are his nicknames?
Chip and Bear.
Chip, C-H-I-P,
Yes.
and Bear, B-E-A-R.
Correct.
And having reviewed that text chain, is that a true and accurate document documenting the texts that were sent in that chain for the time period? Your Honor, I would
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate comments?
Objection. May we approach?
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired? Did you see that document?
I did.
Are you familiar with it now that you've seen it?
Now that I've seen it, yes.
In that document, are there inappropriate comments that your friend Michael Proctor made about one of his investigations?
There are.
Was it about this case here?
It was.
In those inappropriate comments, did other people on that text, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes.
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
Correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Everybody else is identified by a phone number,
Yes, or a nickname.
and actually, Even the ones with a nickname have a phone number, correct?
Correct, yes.
So 3 of them have nicknames, correct?
Yeah, I see 2 on the first page here.
Do you see of the
Oh, third on the bottom, yes, I see 3.
So you see
Yeah,
3 there.
Yes, yes.
And so of the 9, we have 3 nicknames with phone numbers, right?
Mm-hmm, yes,
We have 8 phone numbers total, right?
yes,
And 1 local user.
correct,
And you've testified the local user is Michael Proctor.
correct.
And having known Michael Proctor for as long as you have, does he have any nicknames?
He does.
And what are his nicknames?
Chip and Bear.
Chip, C-H-I-P? Bear, B-E-A-R?
Correct.
And having reviewed that text chain, is that a true and accurate document documenting the texts that were sent in that chain for the time period that is listed on Triple N for identification?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer that subject to our discussions outside the presence of the jury.
Okay.
May I take it back from the witness?
Yes. Exhibit 209. Thank you.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can I have exhibit 209 when it's ready, please? Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have we met before?
On Friday, I saw you. We didn't meet.
You had been friends with Mr. Proctor for about 30 years.
Yes,
Are you still friends with him?
I am.
Are you still close with him?
I am.
You were on a text chain with Mr. Proctor over the years.
Correct.
Did that include other friends of yours and Mr. Proctor's?
Did.
The extent of that text chain, did it go back many, many years?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at any records that summarize some of that text chain?
Yes.
Did it note that there were over 38,000 texts in that group?
I did notice the number, but it sounds accurate.
When there is conversations in that group, do you always respond to the conversation?
No.
There's a particular section or segment of those 38,707 text messages that were shown to you. Did you see that document?
I did.
Are you familiar with it now that you've seen it?
Now that I've seen it, yes.
In that document, are there inappropriate comments that your friend Michael Proctor made about one of his investigations?
There are.
Was it about this case here?
It was.
In those inappropriate comments, did other people on that text chain, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes.
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
Correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate comments?
Objection. May we approach, please? Sure.
Last question and answer.
Sir, do you know if Mr. Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police?
I do.
Did he tell you why?
It was in connection to this case. I believe it was based on his text messages that were sent to us.
Based on these comments that are an exhibit?
Correct.
Did you at any time ever defend or endorse these comments?
I did not.
Did you ever encourage him in his comments?
I did not.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you exhibit 209.
Thank you.
On the first page, ending in the numbers 27, there's a fuller number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry. On the first page on the bottom of the page?
If you look to the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it?
Oh, yes. And then it's blacked out next to it?
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There
Phone
are numbers, yes.
Are they partially blacked out?
No, the display names, it just lists phone numbers.
Okay. Are those numbers you recognize as the group of friends, including Michael Proctor?
They are.
As you read down that first box and go down to number of messages, do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Is it 38,700? On the first page, ending in the numbers 27, there's a fuller number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry. On the first page on the bottom of the page?
If you look to the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it?
Oh, yes. And then it's blacked out next to it?
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There
Phone
are numbers, yes.
Are they partially blacked out?
No, the display names, it just lists phone numbers.
Okay. Are those numbers you recognize as the group of friends, including Michael Proctor?
They are.
As you read down that first box and go down to number of messages, do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Is it 38,707?
Yes.
Is that for a time period between October 18, 2021 and August 31st, 2022?
Yes.
I'd like you to look at the third text message that begins with Chip. Without saying who it is, do you recognize that as one of the people in the group?
I do.
And what did the person write?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And at the time this conversation was happening, were you part of this immediate conversation?
I was not.
Turn the page. Bottom right number is ending in 28. Do you see that page?
Yes.
Okay. Instead of a name, there's a local user with an ID. Is that Mr. Proctor's?
Yes, it is.
And just he respond to Chip, name of that BPD cop?
He does.
What does he say?
John O'Keefe.
What is the next question from somebody in the group?
How old?
And what does Mr. Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one?
She died of cancer and the father overdosed on her grave.
And then one of the group sends a message. What do they say?
Oh man, that's rough.
And what's Mr. Proctor's response?
Mid-40s.
Does somebody in the group then post a Facebook posting?
Yes.
Do you know what that's about?
I do not.
You can turn the page ending bottom right 29.
Yes.
Somebody in the group ask another question?
Yes.
What do they say?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
If you could just speak up just a little so it's hard to hear with the fan on, not your
Sure.
fault.
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And then I'd like you to go down to Mr. Proctor's next comment.
But all the powers that be want answer ASAP.
What does one of the group respond with?
Gotcha.
Mr. Proctor,
Couldn't open it either.
do you know what he was talking about when he said he couldn't open it?
I'm guessing the Facebook link.
I'd like you to turn forward to bottom right 3-1. Do you see what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
John O'Keefe's Facebook page.
What does it tell us about John O'Keefe?
He went to Braintree High School, studied criminal justice at Northeastern, joined Facebook in 2008.
Turn the page, please. The first line from Bird, and I'll note this is January 29, 2022 at 10:56:39 p.m. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's 2 responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
If you could turn to the next page ending on 33. This is January 29, 2022 at 10:57:21 p.m. Could you read Mr. Proctor's 2 comments?
She waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
And one of the group asks a question.
She waffled him in quotation marks.
And how does he respond?
He was banged up.
Somebody in the group asks another question. What do they ask?
I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up?
And Mr. Proctor's response?
Nope.
Turn to the next page ending in 34. This is at around 10:58:06 p.m. running through 10:59 p.m. Another question from the group. What did they ask?
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him.
And Mr. Proctor's 2 responses.
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
One of the group asks further down, what does Sir, if you could either speak much louder or bring the microphone closer. We have a couple fans back here. It's just difficult to hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's not your fault. If we can keep our voice up. So one of the group asks, what does, quote, she waffled him, quote, end quote, mean? And then asks, what's the story? Does Mr. Proctor return?
He does.
What does he say?
She hit him with her car.
Turn to the next page, please, ending in 3-5. And these texts are from 10:59:13 p.m. to 11:08 p.m. The person by the name of Bird asks a question. What does he ask? Or what does he say?
Okay, that's fucked up.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
Intentional or not?
And somebody in the group again.
Gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
Mr. Proctor's 2 responses.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
And the next one.
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
What does the friend say?
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page, ending in 3-6. These run from 11 January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 39 seconds. The first comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m., 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No.
Okay. And what's the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
Nah, Cat, it's the total opposite. They have to rescue themselves.
Would it mean,
Recuse themselves,
thank
excuse
you.
me.
Recuse themselves?
Yes.
And then a comment by somebody in the group?
Laughed at, Liz has got the blueprint.
On the next page, Mr. Proctor's comment?
Same with Canton.
At January 29, 2022, 11:02 p.m. and 15 seconds, there's a comment from one person in the group, number ending in 5051. Could you read that?
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops.
Next comment by Bird,
Something stinks.
and the comment by Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And the beginning of the next sentence is gotta be. And finally, the last comment on that page,
She hot at least.
that's a question mark.
Yes.
Turn the page, please. Ending in 38. These messages begin at 11:05:57 p.m., run through 11:06:39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Does it begin with comments from Mr. Proctor?
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to say these words out loud?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Sir, I'm appreciating that you're not comfortable with these words. These are not your words, are they?
No, they're not.
You didn't see them at the time.
I did not.
You've never condoned them or adopted them.
No,
In fact, you would denounce these, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't want you to say words that are not yours, so I'll say the words and I'm going to ask you if I'm reading accurately. Is that better?
Yes.
Is that a fairer way to do it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. On January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 5 minutes, 57 seconds. And this page ends at 11 p.m., 6 minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending in numbers 38. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
He then says, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. Are those the words that he wrote?
Those are the words.
And there's a response at the bottom from one member in the group stating, oh, she's skating.
Yes.
Let's turn the page, ending in 39. These begin in January 29, 2022, 11:06 p.m., 55 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Proctor responds, zero chance she's skated. She's effed. She's fucked.
Yes,
Is that what he said?
it is.
And then one person in the group says, no ass bitch. Accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, no ass bitch.
Yes.
If you could turn to the page that ends in 4-3. You ready?
Yes.
Somebody in the group says, "Is that chick a smoke?" And then the same person follows up with a question mark. Accurate?
Accurate.
Mr. Proctor responds, EH.
Yes.
Nut bag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Yes.
Leaks poo.
Yes.
Are those the words of Mr. Proctor?
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
You did.
And then a person in the group says, "What are you guzzling on?" And this is on, well, let me take a step back to be more clear. The comments I just read, those weren't on January 29th. Those were on February 2nd, 2022.
Correct.
And the time is 12:50 p.m. 12:50 and 5 seconds p.m. begin the page.
Yes. Yes. Beginning of the page.
So
Yes.
these are different in time than the ones we read before, the series of text messages.
Correct.
Okay. And then at the bottom, one of the members of the group says, "What are you guzzling on?"
Correct.
And that's still February 2nd, 2022, and that's at 1:51:33 p.m.
Yes.
And then if you can turn to page that ends on with numbers 44.
Yes.
And this is on February 2nd, 2022, 1:52:24. Mr. Proctor says, "Nothing, writing a warrant."
That's accurate.
There are no further text messages?
From Mr. Proctor?
Yes, or anybody in this group that you have as part of this exhibit?
That was not the last comment.
Okay, let me look. Okay. Is there another YouTube video?
There is.
You were not part of any of these conversations with Mr. Proctor,
No,
but you're still friends with him?
I am.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested that he planted evidence in this case or any other case?
No,
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested framing a defendant, including this defendant?
absolutely not.
In all your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested tampering with evidence in this case or in any other case?
No, absolutely not.
And Mr. Proctor was fired?
He was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Sir, at the time Michael Proctor was revealing this information on this high school group chat, was this information public?
I have no memory one way or the other.
At the time Michael Proctor was texting these messages to you and your other high school friends, were Ms. Reed's medical conditions public? Did you know anything about Ms. Reed's medical conditions?
I didn't know anything about this case at all.
Michael Proctor was the one revealing those details about the case to you and anybody on the chat who cared to read them, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about why Michael Proctor was fired, and I believe you answered in a shorthand way for these text messages. Were you aware he was fired for being biased?
I'm not aware of that.
Objection.
So the answer will stand. He's not aware.
Were you aware that he was fired for revealing confidential information about an investigation?
I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that he was also fired for conduct unbecoming a state trooper and a lead investigator in this case?
I was not aware of that.
I have no further questions.
You're not aware that he was fired for conduct unbecoming because of these text messages?
My understanding was it was due to the text messages. I don't know the other details of the situation.
Do you know he was not fired for any accusations of planting or tampering with evidence?
I do not know that.
Do you know that he was not fired for doing anything to compromise the integrity of the evidence in this investigation?
I do not know that.
All right. So, sir, I am going to let you step down. And then, folks, I have an instruction for you that I should have read at the time that text messages came in. You can leave them right with Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you.
And you're all set. Thank you. All right, so I've told you folks previously, but I've got an additional instruction here. Before, and I think so you know this and you'll hear it at the end of the case as well. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. And here we've heard it be Michael Proctor and high school friends, the testimony was, I believe. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And also here, this text message chain was not being admitted for the truth of what's in the chain, but solely for the limited purpose of weighing the text as they go to Michael Proctor's state of mind. And more specifically, whether or not that state of mind reflects any bias or omissions in the police investigations. So, all right, is there another witness this morning? Okay,
Yes. Officer Kelly Dever to join us, please.
okay.
Step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning. Morning.
Morning, ma'am.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Kelly Dever, last name Dever.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a
presently?
police officer,
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time?
When
When
you
I was
worked for the
employed there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department
Yes, I was.
as a sworn police officer?
Yes,
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023. Does that sound right? About right?
I know it was the summer of 2023. So
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom of that page. Just glance at that and tell me once you familiarize yourself with that face page of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift, so
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening in the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that, the nature of the call, and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
Yes, so I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place, so I was already at the station.
Did you note whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No.
Do you now? At least
Because of
familiar
this
with the name.
case, yes.
I spoke over you. I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes.
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
He had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for HCF?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Yes.
Sustained is to form, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes,
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
yes.
Who's Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally port, for instance?
So 2.5 years since
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask a question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory where they are.
So has the media informed you that there were internal security
Objection.
monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
What do you recall from the dispatch room, as you put it? What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been in the Sally port at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Sally port?
A Sally port is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You were aware that the Sally port garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sally Port garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent knowledge. Okay? And if you don't have them, tell us. But you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right. There were cameras in the Sally port.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, do you want to be here today?
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection, this isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions, not I understand that.
Do you want to be here today now?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been called to the stand.
No.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
No, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath?
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
I'm objecting.
So I'm going to see it sidebar for just a
Sure. It was a little bit complicated. From one of the cameras, one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that, one of the other Sallyport garage cameras?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, it was a little bit clunky on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for an assumption now. I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we've talked about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
Like clarification.
How long?
So look, I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Yes.
Thank you. What time about did you take over the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out. So I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation. I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day?
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct?
Objection.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sallyport while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior to
let
the
me ask you a
first,
question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was providing factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this. Were you advised that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No.
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection. Sustained. As to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you of anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
So we had a willing conversation.
Yes or no?
I don't recall.
So, okay, there's your answer.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it
Okay,
wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent.
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you only one at a time, okay?
As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you, in fact, saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
He can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay. Did you indicate that you noted Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You and I spoke along with Mr. Unetti and Ms. Little on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes,
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
it had to have been before the first trial. So, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside
That's
people.
not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force generally at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office on the Boston Police Department?
No,
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
so I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes,
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss a matter?
it was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry classes at Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know of any of your colleagues with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him, the two of us.
General counsel of the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
During the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during
Sustained.
that conversation.
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No,
Have you ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
yes,
Was it in the commissioner's office?
no.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm gonna see you at sidebar on this.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, when we left off, I was asking you about the meeting at the commissioner's office. And I want to clear this up. Was general legal counsel in that office or not when you had a meeting with the commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
That's a direct quote, so I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, the Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Deaver, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever, and
That's my mistake. Let's see, like, you want me to repeat the question so I get
So,
that right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the
I didn't ask you
other.
what his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
That he supports me.
And?
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
And his words were, do the right thing, correct?
I don't recall.
How many other times have you testified in a court of law? During the course of your job?
2 dozen, 3 dozen.
And
Actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
in any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no comments, okay? Just,
You understand the question?
The question, yes. The implication,
The question is, in any of those, I'm asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases, Officer Dever, not including this one, has Commissioner Michael Cox ordered you up to his office to discuss your testimony?
no.
Thank you.
all right, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
The defense team, Attorney Jackson asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer?
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
that night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for over or about 1.5 years after the occurrences of that night.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about 1.5 years later. It was the August of 2023 meeting. So actually 1 year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you 1 year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sally Port area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you had told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sally Port area that day?
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sally Port until about 1.5 hours after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
So when I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you, but.
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No,
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you, have you received any negative pushback because of you sharing your memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No,
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
When you mentioned the media sent you something, what did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
So inevitably, you were contacted by the defense.
Yes, prior to the first trial.
You mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury.
Yes.
Who did that?
One of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you? Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They became very aggressive, raised their voices, and the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was essentially the thing I remember most. because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was. You can mean it.
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route with someone who is, from a factual timeline, saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
And by the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about leaving or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
No, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help her side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time when you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
No.
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No.
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shape your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department Commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people at the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were threatened with perjury, how long was that conversation with the defense?
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Thank you for your time.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
A male voice on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury.
Yes.
You're a police officer, correct?
Yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court
Right.
setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Personally, no.
Right. Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes, because I contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes.
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a
No.
report to that effect?
No.
No. Your job as a police officer is to be objective, isn't it?
Yes.
You're not supposed to take an adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just right down the middle, just the facts as you know them, correct?
Yes.
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second. What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dever thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the Sallyport of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the Sallyport when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
So beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement, Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that. So yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say,
I'm objecting.
All right. So you have to ask differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this and bring that with you, please.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Officer Dever, did you go on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sallyport for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection at the time.
Okay.
So yes,
Have you ever heard of by the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that you knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me. You
yes,
understand that?
yes.
Do you remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? You remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not
Yes.
a question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Dever. Did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Dever.
Okay, so the answer is I don't remember. No
The answer is a little
comments.
more than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so
I'll
no,
ask
no
you a question.
comments, just questions, please.
Do you recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
Objection.
comments?
I'm going to allow it.
That we were looking for the truth.
Which I gave you. Yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony?
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
That's what you're trying to do. So yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that. So that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh,
I don't
I know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you spoken with anyone, not Mr. Brennan, he's covered that. Have you spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
No.
Never?
Unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all in any regard?
Not to my recollection.
How about indirectly?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I work during the day shift, no.
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn police officer. You don't know what sequestration means
No,
in terms of witnesses? Not
No.
watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
no, I wasn't aware.
But you did tune in to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
And you did, in fact, on August 9th, 2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes,
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
yes,
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay.
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No,
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No, and I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officers back in 2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson, and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know that?
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes,
You understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth. Do you understand that?
yes,
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
yes,
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
no,
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
no,
After being shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022 at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sallyport at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
there is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
Objection.
No, allow it.
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes,
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes,
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there'd be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
yes,
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course,
So why did you come in here?
my entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on this stand.
Thank you.
One question.
Okay.
Your entire job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
And if you agreed that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
So I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agreed with me, you have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No,
if you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Sally Port, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
It's not possible I saw
If you
that.
agreed with me, would you be implicating the reputations of two officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
I'm still.
That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that
Thank
question.
you. That's all I have.
I'm confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No.
You never implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
No.
So when you talked to those agents, did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
No.
Never.
No.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
All right, Officer Dever, you are awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning recess, 20 minutes.
All rise, please. Close your notebooks and follow me.
Hello, my friends. Can you hear me? I do not have my microphone on because it is messed up. I have another one coming. Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
How fucking, excuse me. How fucking messy was that? Jesus, I thought it was going to go somewhere. I thought she was going to do the right thing.
She
Hiya, Nikki.
single-handedly fucked the Commonwealth.
She totally lied.
Fucking tastic.
Here's my
Well,
thing. Here's my question. How do you have a memory of Higgins and Berkowitz going into the Sallyport with Miss Reed's car
And she dropped the feds. I love it. She
if
fucked them.
you
Fucked them.
weren't there? You can't, like, why would you think that? Yeah, I remember they were going into the Sallyport together with Miss Reed's SUV. But, oh, wait, I got off 345. I wasn't there. That doesn't make sense. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Does that make sense to you guys? Am I just losing my mind? Like, okay. Anybody else have anything to say about that?
No,
I don't know why it's so loud.
I haven't got a damn thing to say.
You don't have nothing to say about what
Nope.
just happened?
Nope. I'm kind of wasting your time.
What? What's going on right now?
Not too sure. I'm just going with the flow.
I was just saying that if you have a memory, for me, if I have a memory of something that I believed happened, I don't have headphones on. I'm just using my computer, guys. If you have a memory of something and you believe that you remember seeing your police chief and Higgins, 2 agents, going into the Sally Port for a long time with a car, and then you realize, oh wait, I got off at 3:45. Now I don't have that memory was false. That makes no sense to me. How could she have that memory?
Because obviously they've got to her and said, look, if you go ahead with this, then people are going to go down. You know, it's going to make at least 2 people look really bad. It's going to implicate the chief of police and everybody else who was involved. You know, they've obviously spoke to her and made a change of testimony. And the fact that she changed the testimony speaks volumes. You know, was it grand jury testimony?
First of all, she brought in the feds. The feds entered the courtroom.
She dropped that out.
The fact that she is Sarah Levison's friend is a huge.
Yeah, we're going to get onto that. We're going to get onto that.
But, and for her to have the audacity to get up there saying that the defense team is threatening her, someone got to her.
Especially when you know the defense can't charge you with perjury.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lucas.
We've just been discussing exactly this. We got up to the when she changed the testimony. Was it the grand jury testimony that she changed?
No, it was her interview with the FBI.
Right. Okay. Well, that changes everything. I mean, she can change that. So she says to Jackson, for want of more information, "You're going to rip me a new arsehole because I'm changing my testimony." And she says that. Now, she knows damn well that it's not going to be accepted in a good way, because she says, "You're going to rip me a new one." Whatever she says, she knows it's going to be badly accepted. And if that's because of timelines, then so be it. But I don't fucking believe it. Based on every other witness that the defense has interacted with, I don't believe this. They threatened her.
I don't believe for a second.
I
and
think
not for
that's been-
nothing, you can't change your testimony with the federal government.
I think you can.
She pulled a Kerry Roberts. Kerry Roberts.
I think even under grand jury proceedings, you can change your testimony if there's an erroneous timeline. I think that's allowed.
I mean, that's wild if that's the truth. But her and Kerry Roberts spilled the beans to the feds, not thinking that it would come into trial. Kerry Roberts, the whole thing with her was that she never saw or heard Karen Reed ask about the Haas Long to die in the cold, right? And then this bitch turns around and says X, Y, and Z to the feds and then changes it. The feds are watching. Don't these people understand? The feds are watching this.
She says, "You're going to rip me a new one because I'm changing my testimony." She knows what she's doing. For whatever reason, she's changing the testimony. She changes the testimony. And now we're at the stage where the defense has been threatening towards her, and lo and behold, we find out that she's fucking buddies with Sarah Levinson.
Right.
Now,
Which means she
this,
knows the Alberts in that
yeah,
house. If you know Sarah Levinson, you know Julie Nagel, and Julie Nagel is Brian Albert's boyfriend. Fuck out of here. Fuck out my face with all that.
Sorry, my
So-
sister called me in the middle of fucking.
everybody's connected again, aren't they? They've all the fucking
Yep.
little spider webs are intertwined, and yeah, when she said that, I'm just laughing my fucking head off, thinking,
Well, Jeff Machado's been posting, and yeah, her tweets are great. So if you can go on and read her tweets, Kelly.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I gotta bounce, guys. I just came in for a little break. I love you.
Love
See
you.
ya.
but
Yeah.
Amy. Jeff Machado.
So that's why you weren't answering, because I was like, did Nikki just like?
No, my sister called me. Fucking, she was like, "What happened? I fell asleep." My sister took the day off.
Yeah, you were gone, and Nick just wasn't talking, and I was like, what did I do?
No,
Okay.
my sister FaceTimed me. I'm like, "What's up?" She's like, "Nothing. Why? What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm on Amy's channel, so it's a break." And she's like, "Oh shit. Well, I didn't know." Yeah.
Says Karen is in the courtroom, as is the rest of the family and guests. The O'Keefe family has also entered. Just heard the clerk say, court officer, that the judge wants to come in without the jury. Courtroom is full. La 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 la. I need to really take a look at the jurors for a second. It's been 2 weeks since I've seen them. Witnesses on the stand. He's besties with Proctor. Chip and Bear are nicknames for Proctor. Did I just hear that? Yannetti doesn't have another question to the witness, but Brennan is jumping up across. I can see that despite being gone from the courtroom, note taker has literally not changed a bit. Notes for days. 38,000 text messages and a text chain with Proctor, Chip, and Bear. Sounds like to me, and sounds like me and my besties. Brennan just asked the witness if he knew that Proctor was fired from the Mass State Police because of inappropriate text messages, and Yannetti jumped up to object. Judge sustained. Yannetti quickly asked for a sidebar, which they are in now. There's a lot of activity going on with Jackson and Karen and Yannetti. Karen is on her laptop. One of the jurors, all the way to the right in the front row, has her hand inside her sweatshirt sleeve and is resting her head on it. She had her arms crossed most of the time since she sat down. And she posted like a emoji picture of what the jury looks like, of who's sitting where. It says witness had been asked to read some text messages from Proctor's group chat, but said that they were not my words and I don't feel comfortable reading them. Brennan is saying he'll read the words instead. Everyone is taking notes in the jury, but I didn't see any reaction to the text being read. I don't know about anyone else, but these texts being read by Brennan are kind of falling flat. His tone is just flat. I felt that too. Said I feel like these texts would have some more impact if either read by Jackson on the or on the screen. Hard to visualize the text exchange as it has been read. Redirect with Yannetti. The instruction is regarding electronic evidence. Go on. Kelly Dever. Apparently, we need to say her name correctly, as she mentioned us numerous times. Let's see what it says. That one says all the jurors are looking at the witness right now. Heads are going back and forth between Jackson and Dever. This is very intense. I've jumped up for a minute for another story, but it's breaking. That is breaking, unrelated to the case. I'm back in the courtroom. Apparently, I jumped out of the courtroom at the wrong time. The witness just said the case is unavoidable for a person on the internet, and 2 jurors looked at Brennan. Dever said she was threatened with being charged with perjury by members of the defense if she didn't testify as they asked. Jackson's writing notes a mile a minute. Jackson's up. It's one sidebar. Sun's out, guns out. Juror stands up for a second, but we're back. The witness just stated that she contacted the FBI about the threat to be charged with perjury. She does not have to report this. However, doll-faced juror is taking notes. Do you think you are being fair to both sides? All I have to do is tell the truth, she said. I like how the second juror on the top row is thoughtfully looking at the witness while Jackson is speaking. They are very interested in the witness, as I believe most jurors are right now during this exchange. Sidebar, note taker just flipped the page of his notebook, which looks very thick. The exchange between the witness and Jackson has caused some jurors to react with a smirk, a smile, and a look of shock. Devers is a friend of Sarah Levison. The whole first row of jurors are taking notes. Jackson is finished with Brennan gets up. The witness just stated that the defense asked her to testify to something she said was a lie and had malicious intent. This caused Jackson to react by talking to Karen. Doll-faced juror was watching the interaction between Jackson and Karen the whole time. We are done with this witness. Taking a break.
Yeah, that's what I want. I just wanted you to read the Devers part, just the reaction. Yeah, and like Calypso said, as a juror, her attitude would be all I needed to know to write her off as an unreliable witness, basically. Yeah.
And why would you say tear a new butthole? Why would you say you're going to tear me a new asshole? Because you know you're changing your story.
Well, yeah, she knows it's not going to be acceptable.
Yeah, she knows she's busted, and yeah,
Despite
exactly.
the reasons she's changing it, you know, she knows what she's testified to, and now she's changing her testimony because somebody is convinced her that it's a better idea if she does. You know, she said on the stand at the end, I like my job, and if I don't tell the truth, then I'll be losing my job.
Correct.
But whose truth?
Right.
Whose truth is that? Is that the real honest to God truth, or is it the truth that you've been told to say?
It's the McAlbert truth.
I don't know if it's the McAlberts. It might be the cops themselves, you know.
But I'm just saying, it's that side. It ain't her truth. It's their truth.
Morrissey has his fingers in everybody's pie.
Oh, of course he does.
You know.
Yeah, of course he does. He's the fucking of course he does.
The fact that she's been watching this too, like she's been watching clips of the case when she is supposed to be sequestered.
Yeah, no, she.
I'm trying to find.
How long has she been sequestered for?
Since the trial started.
Okay, well, she could have. She hasn't admitted to keeping up with the trial.
Nikki,
Or has she admitted?
Hi. Oh, he's not your boyfriend. She's probably on the phone. Declan. There was one thing I saw on Friday that Kelly Devers went to high school with quite a few people. Liam, turn it down, please. That are connected to this case. In Canton. So I think she knows more than she's.
Yeah, but gossip is rife, and I mean, I've been reading the.
No, it was actually it was an excerpt from. Oh, there she is. It was an excerpt from.
Yeah.
All right, Declan was saying
my StreamYard. My StreamYard.
No, it was actually like a screenshot picture from like a graduation announcement thing.
Yeah.
That I saw.
Yeah, I think she just fucked the Commonwealth. What do you think, Lucas?
I don't think she fucked the Commonwealth as much as she caused the jury to question the defense. You know, she sat up there and said, "You absolutely threatened me with perjury." Now, knowing what we,
but she also said that the Fed spoke to her, and then she was trying to scoot around that too.
Yeah.
So she to me, like, if I were to read a room and just read her, I would say that she fucked the Commonwealth just because of the way she acted and the way she was answering and her defense. Like, if she has nothing to hide, why be so defensive?
Well, exactly. This is what I was getting at earlier, but was usual answer to what I was thinking. But it, if I was a juror, not knowing, and I'm supposing, I'm assuming they don't know everything that we know.
Mhm.
I would be sort of thinking, right, so did the defense, given the passionate way in which she testified, I would be thinking, did the defense threaten her? You know, of
Yeah.
course, we know different. We
Right.
know about all the connections. I don't think she outright fucked the Commonwealth with the. Although she's kicked the door open to the FBI now. I would
Yeah, exactly.
have definitely asked her about that, saying, tell us more about the FBI. Why did you contact the feds? I would have fucking strangled her about that one.
Well, at least now that they know
They
that
did anyway.
feds don't. Yeah, but you just never know. You like fucking the first jurors were fucking retards. No offense, sorry, I probably shouldn't say that word, but yeah, they just were.
Yeah, everybody must know who the law enforcement agency is.
Right.
Where
The
it's a
ones that
crime if you lie
McCabe
to
fucking
them.
lied to. Like, why?
Yeah.
You don't lie. Like, why is everybody lying to these feds? I don't understand. Does like innocent people don't fucking lie to the feds and don't hold them off and call around to fucking get their story straight. And
I don't know, Nikki. I guess I would say she likes a job and she wants to keep a job, so she's saying what she's been told to say, and that's a
Right.
guess. I've got
Well, that
absolutely
right
no
there
fucking
alone was
evidence.
the cherry on the top for me.
I've got no evidence whatsoever to prove that or even allude to it. But when she said it's going to affect my job if I don't tell the truth, then I'll lose my job, and I'm
Right.
thinking, whose truth? There's
Right,
three
exactly.
sides to the truth, and
Exactly.
depends on whose truth you're telling.
Especially if you're meeting with the commissioner. Like, why would the commissioner call you up to his office? You have a police.
Yeah, and and Jackson was trying to get that out of her too, and he's like, he told you to do the right thing, didn't he? What's the right thing? What was he meaning by the right thing?
Get out the kitchen.
You know?
Well, I mean, how long has she worked for the cops now?
She was at CPD for 2 years, I think, and now she's been with Boston Police for 2 years.
Yeah, so
It's like
they have
Not that long.
But yeah. Yeah, I love what she was like. I don't remember. Bitch, get out of here. Everybody remembers their old job that was 5 years ago.
No,
2
she
years.
fucking
2 years
remembers
ago.
when she needs to, doesn't she?
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah.
Same with all of them.
Yeah.
I don't wake up like if I remember something and I like see me. Oh, I saw Nikki and Amy going into the back room to do something. I wouldn't be like, oh wait, I didn't see that because I wasn't there. Like, you obviously saw it at one point.
Yeah, well, let's just call a spade a spade. Her fucking memory was very keen and on point back then. So, I mean, it's easy to fucking, like they say, memory goes with time. But that was fresh, and that's what she remembered. So, you can't tell me that she didn't mean what she said when she said it to the feds.
Oh yeah, when she said, "I like you don't remember my name."
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, she's been called fucking diva, Deva, Denver by the prosecution. The prosecution named her in a
Hank
motion as
Greenan sucks
Denver.
at fucking names, so.
Yeah, he does, but you can imagine she'll be a bit pissed off about that. It's just like Buchanan or Buchanan, just the way you pronounce it. But
Yeah.
Brennan's Elise.
It's just her attitude. Like, I can't, that just shows guilt right there in itself. When you call somebody out and they instantly start snapping,
you fucking know that they are guilty as a motherfucker. There
You
is something that is off with
don't.
them. Huh?
You'd like to think they were guilty as fuck, but you don't know, do you? We don't know if she's been spoken to. We don't know if she's legitimately changed the testimony. We don't know anything. We've got to go by what the facts are.
Lucas, you have a much fucking listen. I'm fucking really good about reading people, and I will tell you right now that's instantly what I get out of it. When somebody's very defensive, somebody who doesn't do anything wrong or isn't guilty, they don't fucking get the instant fucking snap.
Well, Nikki,
I'm just saying. Listen,
everybody lies, right?
but right,
the
but
innocent lie because they don't want to be blamed for something they never did, and the guilty lie because they've got no fucking choice.
yeah,
everybody lies.
But still, like at the same time, like if she knows that she's in the wrong. Hold on, Kelly. If she knows that she's in the wrong, and you know, and I mean, why would she be defensive? Why not say, no, I didn't say that. No, I did not say that. I did not say that. I didn't, you know, this, that, and the other thing. Well, I mean, her attitude says it all.
Yeah, but she's not going to stand up.
Apparently, it was the grand jury.
She's not going to stand up and admit why she changed the testimony, and she sure as fuck isn't going to admit that her job's.
I can look at the chat. I need to know. Am I right? Does anybody else think the way I feel? Because that's just instantly what I got from her. Like you can always tell. To me, listen. I'm very.
I felt like she was.
I've called a lot of fucking people out in my fucking day, and I fucking know when somebody's fucking guilty. I don't fucking ask you or call somebody out when I don't fucking know the answer to it. And I will tell you right now, her fucking reaction says it all to me, Lucas. Guys, I need the chat.
Yeah, you're right.
Kim
I agree
agrees with me. Dee Marie agrees with me.
Apparently, though, it was the federal.
Otto agrees with me.
It was the grand jury that she saw. She told them that she saw Higgins and Berkowitz going to the Sallyport garage alone with Karen Reed's car for a long time. Now she's saying this isn't true.
Okay, well, that was right when it was fresh, too. So you can't, I mean, why would, I mean, that's just not something you fucking make up. Like, why would anybody make that up? I saw them, you know.
Well, now she's saying that she wasn't there. She mistook the time, and she wasn't there when this happened. If it did happen at all, is what she's saying now.
Well, she's full of it.
Yeah. Well, listen, I have just called people on their bullshit from fucking. I was able to talk, and I just know I've seen the fucking reactions of guilty people, and I've seen reactions of non-guilty people, and I will tell you right now, she's fucking guilty. Just the way she reacts. That's why, you know, I don't fucking ever call somebody out or ask a question that I don't fucking already know the answer to.
Yeah, well, I looked this up, and basically on testimony to a grand jury, there are limited exceptions where you can change your testimony.
Thank you, Diane.
And it says, if there's a clear error in the testimony, the witness may be allowed to correct it on the record. If this is typically limited to a specific time frame. So, if she's got her times mixed up, then...
Lucas, she doesn't have her times mixed up. Okay?
No, we know.
Look, stop. Okay, like, I don't know what... I listen.
Two slings.
I get you trying to be impartial, but I can see it on her fucking face.
No, I'm not gonna. Kev. I'm not gonna start doing what chat's doing and accusing her of fucking stuff that we can't basically know or prove.
Well, Aiden said the Boston Police Department Commissioner Michael Cox told Officer Kelly Dever, do the right thing when she went to testify last year. Dever now says she can't recall him saving that. Jurors smile as they clearly know she's lying and trying not to answer the questions.
Exactly.
Do the right thing means do say what we told you to say.
Right. It says if there's any doubt that the police are capable of covering up murder, Kelly Dever,
which means she's lying. Lucas.
Could be.
I I need to ask this question. Who's the bigger cunt, Jen McCabe or this fucking twat?
I don't know. They're neck and neck in my book.
Holy Jesus
They're
Christ.
both cocksuckers.
Cocksucker.
Kev, what do you
Yeah.
think about her reacting? Do you think that she was
Oh,
lying?
Jesus Christ. You kidding me? She couldn't even, that girl couldn't lie her
I
way
mean,
out of a wet sneaker
looking
full of
at
fucking
it,
shit.
I get, Lucas, what you're saying, like that we know the whole story, but at the same time, looking at it, like I could fucking listen. I can meet a fucking stranger and they can tell me something or tell a story, and I can fucking tell just by the way they are fucking telling the story that they are bullshitting through their fucking teeth. You cannot. I am.
Yeah, but that's why your supernatural ability isn't admissible as fucking evidence.
I'll fucking
in
take
court,
it, whatever you want to call me. I just
we've
fucking,
got to go
I
with
can spot bullshit from a
facts.
fucking mile away.
So, I'm sorry, but listen, you got to call it where it's called. This chick made fucking Alan Jackson look like a fucking dickhead when she was like, yeah, you basically told me to come in here and lie. And I told you that that's not really what happened. And I went back and said, blah, 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 blah. That was definitely not a good look for the defense. That was definitely not a good look.
Well, no, it's not also.
Go ahead, Iggy.
Saying that's one thing, but also too, she might have said that, but that's also too proving that fucking they know the truth and that they've read all these fucking statements.
Oh, yeah.
And
No,
they've
no.
read
I mean, I
every
get it.
grand jury statement, every fucking Fed statement, every last trial statement. These
Right.
fucking, you know what I mean? Like that proves
No, I mean,
right
I get
there
it.
that they already know what she has said. Hold on, I'm not finished. Sorry, I'm fired up fucking this morning. They already know like where she's going to go with this. They know who she's talked to. That they can't say it. You know what I mean? Like they're fucking already one step ahead of these people, and that to me is what showed that they called her out on it because they're like, look, you said.
So, Mr. Alessi, you're at the podium. Who is your witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Marie Russell.
Okay.
Follow me, please. And you're going to step up and face the court and raise your right hand. Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May I have a seat?
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right,
morning.
Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. Marie Russell, Russell.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Yes, I am an emergency physician and a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
For over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For over 30 years.
Do you have a medical license?
I do, several.
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988.
What medical licenses do you currently hold?
Well, I have a physician and surgeon license in California. I have a medical license in Massachusetts, New York, and Idaho.
Where did you attend college?
I attended both MIT and Northeastern University here in Massachusetts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I said
Pardon
in
my
Massachusetts.
interruption. When did you attend pre-med and what was your major for MIT?
Yes, when I was at MIT, that was in 1972 to early 1974, I took pre-med courses. My major was biology, but I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No.
Why not?
Unfortunately, my mother became sick with cancer, and I ended up going back to New York.
Where did you ultimately obtain your bachelor's degree, and which degree was it?
Well, after my mother passed away, I came back to Massachusetts, and ultimately I obtained my degree at Northeastern University. And what was the other part of the question?
Did you have any distinction with regard to your degree that you achieved from Northeastern?
Yes, I obtained a bachelor's degree with highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes.
Where did you attend medical school, and when did you obtain your medical degree?
I attended the University of Massachusetts in Worcester medical school, and I obtained the medical degree in 1987.
Did you complete any residencies? And if you also could just explain to the jury very briefly what a residency is.
Yes. I completed an internship and residency in emergency medicine initially. And what that is internship is and residency both are very intense years of study and training and getting experience in a particular area. So I obtained the internship, I completed the internship and residency in emergency medicine.
Where did you obtain those internships and residencies?
Well, I was interested in emergency medicine, so I went to Los Angeles because they had a very, very busy emergency medicine program.
And it may be obvious, but let's just make it perfectly clear. Why is Los Angeles very busy for an emergency medicine practice?
Well, it's a big city. And in this particular hospital that I was at, it was right in the heart of the city. It was in the, near the downtown, but it was in a very, very busy and underserved area. So it was very busy.
Did you complete any fellowships? And could you please explain to the jury the significance and prestige of a fellowship?
Yes. So after my residency in emergency medicine, I then decided to do a second residency. And that was in pathology, in anatomic pathology. Pathology, of course, is the study of disease. And so I did the 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the same busy medical center. And after that, I did a fellowship, 2-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
What did your forensic pathology fellowship involve?
Well, forensic pathology training involves the investigation of deaths, usually sudden and unexpected deaths. And so I investigated many death cases. I performed over 500 autopsies at the medical examiner's office for sudden and unexplained, sometimes unexplained, sometimes very obvious deaths, but sudden deaths. And then in addition to that, there were classroom hours, there was on-scene time, there was time in the crime lab. We spent a week at the crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. So it was a very, very comprehensive training program.
Approximately how many autopsies were you performing a day?
Oh, usually 1 to 2, unless there was another assignment.
In addition to performing the 1 or 2 autopsies a day, did you attend any conferences or participate in any forensic case discussions as part of the fellowship?
Yes, so it was very organized, and we had conferences on some, mostly Thursdays, but also sometimes on Tuesdays. Interesting case conferences or very structured lectures.
You spoke of cases. Can you briefly tell the jury so they have an understanding of the type of cases that you would typically work on as part of your forensic pathology fellowship?
Well, there were many unexplained deaths, so some of them would be natural deaths in somebody who might be a little younger than usual old age. And then there were cases where there might be a drug overdose. Many cases were accident victims, including car accident victims and other kinds of accidents. There were quite a few homicides, and in fact, many homicides, and quite a few suicides.
Did any of those cases deal with wounds and wound patterns and wound identification?
Many of them, in fact, I would say almost most of them, because part of the examination, and a very important part of the examination, is the external examination of the body. So before I was allowed to even start an autopsy, I had to do a complete external examination of the decedent's body, looking for any kinds of wounds or abnormalities.
We'll come back to wound pattern recognition a little later. But again, I think it's probably clear to most people, but just to be ultimately clear, when you talk about external, can you just elaborate a little what you mean by that?
So the external examination is of the exterior of the body, the skin, the hair, the eyes, looking for, amongst things looking for also would be rashes and scars and those sorts of things. So that's the external examination.
In external, Dr. Russell, is to be contrasted with what?
Oh, with an internal examination. So after all that is done, and there were some other things that had to be done too, like looking at examining the clothing, or looking at x-rays, if there were x-rays available from the medical examiner's office, and of course, reading the medical record that was available. After all that was done, then I would proceed with the examination of the internal structures of the body, including the organs, the soft tissues and muscles underneath the skin, the bones, etc.
Do you have any certifications?
Quite a few.
Can you name them, please?
Well, I'm
board certification. I'm sorry to interrupt you, doctor.
Okay, so I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and that was after the residency training, had to take a qualifying examination, and then I've had to be recertified. I think it's 3 times now. I just recertified again, so I'm certified for another 5 years.
What do you have to do to get board certified and maintain that significant certification?
Well, presently, to get board certified, one has to complete a residency in emergency medicine. And so that is, depending on the program, either 3 or 4 years long. I went to a 4-year program. And then I had to take examination, both a written examination, very long written examination, and then an oral examination where I was questioned by many established emergency physicians on the various kinds of cases that might present to the emergency department. They would give you an unknown, and you would have to talk about how you would care for that person.
Do you have any affiliations with any professional organizations?
Yes. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm a fellow of the the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then I have some memberships in some other organizations.
What does it take to achieve fellow status that you just mentioned?
So in order to be a fellow, it depends on the organization, but in order to be a fellow, you usually have to be a member for a certain number of years, member in good standing. And then for some of the organizations, you have to have attended some of their national meetings. For some of the other organizations, and possibly have presented a study or a paper or something at the national meeting. other of those organizations, it's a little bit variable, the membership for a certain number of years.
In addition to all of that education, background, experience, do you have any specialized training and experience with regard to investigations of death?
Well, yes. So again, the focus of the forensic pathology was investigations of death, but also in my job as an emergency physician at the hospital I was at for 29 years, I had both clinical responsibilities, meaning in the ER, taking care of patients, and administrative responsibilities, meaning committees and, office type work. And so one of my responsibilities during that time was to be director of the Quality Improvement Committee. And as director of the Quality Improvement Committee, of course, I had to do death reviews. So analyzing, studying the people who came to the emergency department and was subsequently either pronounced dead or died in the emergency department.
So now let's move to a slightly different topic. Let's discuss your work experience. What do you currently do for work?
I work for the Medical Board of California, and I do some private consultation work.
Describe your work briefly for the Medical Board of California, including what is the board, what's its responsibilities, and what do you do in your role in working for the Medical Board of California?
So the medical board is a part of government, I think, that is established to basically police the doctors and some other health professionals. So what the role of the medical board is to protect the public health, to protect them from misdeeds by healthcare professionals, particularly doctors. So, would you like me to go on?
So in terms of the medical board, just a last question with regard to that. What type of knowledge do you have to have with regard to the practice of medicine to be able to assist the board in evaluating whether certain doctors have met the standard of care in a whole host of areas of the practice of medicine? What type of knowledge do you have to have?
Well, you certainly have to be up to date. You have to be quite knowledgeable on current treatment standards, what is considered the actual standard practice of medicine, and be up to date on literature and what things that are currently accepted as the good practice of medicine.
Prior to your current role, where did you work and when?
Well, before becoming a doctor,
just if we can do it for maybe a little more for the jury, if you could go just before the medical board where you work, or do you want to do it from the beginning? Whatever way is best for you, doctor.
Doesn't really matter. Most recently, I worked for the state of California, the prison system. I was the medical director of the or what they call the chief medical executive of one of the high security prisons in California. I did that for 5 years after retiring from my Los Angeles County job, which I held for 29 years.
And briefly describe generally your duties in that role.
So as chief medical executive, it was my duty basically to run the medical department. So I hired physicians, I supervised the physicians, made sure that they were providing the standard of care to the inmates that they were assigned to take care of. I reviewed many of their charts. I reviewed transfers and requests for services outside, such as specialty services, orthopedic surgery services, and other kinds of services. And I reviewed every single death that occurred during my years there.
So you just said you investigated every single death that occurred at the prison. during your time in that role?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations were there that you performed?
I think approximately 60.
Now, did you have any involvement there in examining or identifying wounds of deceased individuals?
I did. My office was in the medical building, and it was very close to what was the equivalent of the urgent care center on site. And so when the patients would come in with an extreme injury, a very serious injury, or near death, I would frequently go over right to the urgent care because that was my specialty. That was, my interest. And even though there was a doctor or another practitioner assigned to care for the patient, I would oversee that. And I would also, examine the patients, look for wounds, look for, signs of injuries. There were some, in some of these cases, there were some deaths, and I would examine those bodies very carefully for any kinds of wounds, just like I had done in the coroner's office for those years.
To move this along, before you became the chief medical executive at Corcoran, where did you work and what did you do?
So I worked for 29 years, I worked at what's called the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center. Now, I know that's a lot to say. It was a county hospital that was affiliated with a medical school. It used to be called, prior to that, prior to when I got there, it was called General Hospital. It was a 19-story building, General Hospital, well known. And now it's actually called LA General or something of that nature. So, anyways, that's where I worked for 29 years. And as I said, I had a variety of different roles there.
Can you just briefly name off the roles that you had while at the General Hospital?
So as I mentioned earlier, there was always a clinical component to what I did. I always had shifts in the emergency department where I had to see patients and supervise interns, residents, physician assistants, nurse practitioners. So in addition to seeing my own patients, I would also supervise them as they were seeing their patients. So that was the clinical role. Then there was an administrative role, and my administrative roles ranged from director of what they called life support training, which provided training to the trauma surgeons and the neurosurgeons regarding things such as advanced trauma life support, and also to ER doctors. So director of life support training, director of QA. For many years, I was director of the jail unit, which was a very unique unit at this hospital. For a hospital, it was a very unique unit in that it had three components: a dedicated ER, for jail patients or patients in custody, a dedicated clinic for in custody patients, and a dedicated inpatient. So it's three sections dedicated to in custody services. I was medical director of that for a while.
In addition to all that, were you also a professor?
I was an assistant professor.
Assistant professor. And what did you teach? Just a brief summary of what you taught.
Well, most of my teaching was clinical, bedside teaching, rather than in lecture halls. I would occasionally give lectures to the residents, the residency group, which was about 50 doctors.
And those residents are medical doctors, correct?
Yes, they are. Yes,
Yep.
they are medical doctors. So I would occasionally give lectures to them, but a lot of the teaching was actual bedside teaching.
Switching gears just a little bit and segueing, over your course of your career as an emergency department physician and otherwise, did you treat individuals with animal-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And did any of those animal-inflicted injuries involve dogs?
Yes.
And Generally, is it correct to say that in terms of dogs, there's sort of the canine police dogs, and then there's the civilian dogs with which most people have experience?
Yes.
Are those two categories that you're familiar with, you're comfortable, as we discussed dogs, to have canine versus civilian?
Yes, because the injury patterns are a little different.
Okay. So what is the difference between a canine dog on the one hand and a civilian dog on the other?
Well, generally, civilian dog bites are rather minor. Generally, puncture wounds, maybe some slight avulsions, like skin defects, skin defects, usually not major. Whereas in the canine or trained police dog bites, the wounds the wounds I saw, were extensive wounds where there was extensive ripping, tearing, crushing of tissue, and many times even injuries to the muscles and blood vessels underneath.
From your experience, do you know why the injuries from a canine dog are as you describe them, as opposed to injuries from a civilian dog?
Well, in the LA area at that time, the dogs were taught to bite and hold. So they would, the canine dogs would get a grip on the individual that they were pursuing, and then hold on, even if the individual was trying to pull away. And so there were oftentimes tearing injuries to those, because that's how the dogs were trained at that time.
Even with canine dogs, did you ever see injuries from canine dogs on humans that were not a complete bite, that were an incomplete bite?
Yes. So if the dog missed on the first attempt at a grab, the teeth might only scratch the surface of the usually extremity, by the way, and so you get what I consider an incomplete dog bite, because it was just scratch marks from the teeth. But the dog would then try a second time and third time.
Now let's go to civilian dogs, a term used for more dogs of household pets that people have. Can you describe from your experience the type of wounds from those civilian dogs that you would see, and contrast it with what you just described for a canine dog?
Generally, they were minor. So a scratch, a puncture wound, maybe a little tearing of the skin, a little skin flap, but generally much different.
In your 30, did you say about over 30 years experience in the emergency medicine department?
Mm-hmm.
What did you see more of? Civilian dog wounds on humans or canine wounds?
Actually, it depended on where I was assigned at the time. So in the very beginning, because the jail unit was one of my first assignments, I saw these terrific, horrific wounds, many of them, I learned that what was in the textbooks about how to treat them was so wrong, because these patients many of them needed hospital admission, intravenous antibiotics, and many of them needed surgery. And what I was reading in the textbook was, that you could patch them up and clean up the wound and send them home with, sometimes with antibiotics, sometimes without. But anyway, so initially what I was seeing a lot of in the very beginning was the law enforcement dog bites, because I was assigned to jail ward. And also I was very interested in this because I used to be a police officer. And before going to medical school, I was a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts for 7 years. And so I had this interest in law enforcement type injuries sustained during the arrest process, et cetera, et cetera.
So you had an early interest in with regard to dog inflicted wounds on humans and a police officer. Where were you a police officer in Massachusetts and when?
In the city of Malden, I was appointed as the first woman police officer in 1977 to 1984, full-time.
And while you were a police officer, were you doing that full-time and anything else while you were a police officer? Were you pursuing school while you were a police officer, your college education, or was it separate?
No, I was a full-time police officer working the night shift. And I was attending Northeastern University part-time during the daytime to pursue my degree.
Were you a sworn duty police officer?
Yes.
Full member of the police force?
Yes.
Did you attend academy?
Yes, I attended the Boston Police Academy.
And how many years were you a Boston police officer?
No,
I'm sorry, I'm not Boston, the Ball.
I was a Malden police officer for 7 years, full-time.
Now let's go back to your emergency department and other experience. Can you approximate how many dog bite injuries you provided treatment for while an emergency department physician?
Overall?
Overall.
Well, I don't know the exact answer, but I estimated it at a very conservative number of 500 dog bites because, would you like my methodology?
Oh, please.
Oh, okay. So I considered that even though I worked there for 29 years, I would take 25 years and 40 weeks out of the year, because the other weeks I might be assigned something special, a special rotation or a special assignment or vacation or some kind of course. So 25 years, 40 weeks per year, that's 1,000 weeks. So even if I only saw one dog bite at this busy trauma center, that would be 1,000 dog bites in my career. But I just took it in half. I cut it in half and said I think at least 500.
In addition to the 500, did you oversee other physicians or healthcare professionals like physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners, who themselves were treating and observing dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes.
And approximately just the number, approximately how many of those, in addition to the 500 you just calculated?
Well, I generally supervised about 3 to 4 people per shift. You know, med students and interns, residents, whatever, all those people. And so I would say very conservatively another 500.
In terms of other work, I want to shift just a little bit in the emergency department. Did you encounter injuries from persons involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And you mentioned you were in Los Angeles. And in terms of those, can you approximate how many humans you saw and treated and diagnosed in the emergency medicine department from motor vehicle accidents?
Well, it was a very busy level 1 trauma center.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
So level 1 trauma center is the highest designation that a trauma center can have. And there are many requirements in place in order for a medical center to be a level 1, including 24-hour in-house neurosurgery, 24-hour in-house orthopedics, and an active research program, and many, many, many more requirements. And a certain level of training for all of the ER docs and all of the trauma surgeons. So we were level 1 trauma center, one of the busiest in the west of the Mississippi. And the hospital was located near some major freeways. So we saw lots of patients from motor vehicle accidents. But if I were I would say, if I took the 1,000-week number again, if I saw, at least 3, motor vehicle accidents per week, that's 3,000 at least. And that's just me. That's not the interns, residents that I'm working with.
So Shifting again a little bit, as medical director of jail medical services at General Hospital, can you just describe a little bit about the work there? Similar to what you just described, or is it a little different?
So in the jail medical services, we dealt with people who were in custody. Some of them were also, drunk drivers and under arrest. Some were, they're arrested for a variety of reasons. Anyways, and if they were in custody, rather than have them in the main emergency department, we had a special emergency department for them. And so we would see, interesting cases there.
In terms of being a professor, is that your time as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles? Is that where you were an adjunct professor?
Yes. So while I was doing all this, I also had a part-time job teaching a course called Legal Medicine to graduate students, master's level students in the criminalistics master's program at Cal State University.
And in terms of topics, just briefly, some of the topics you would have taught them, and particularly any that may be apropos to why you're here today.
So knowing that many of these students were going to go on to work in crime labs or be crime lab directors someday, what I needed to do was to teach them about the aspects of a crime scene that dealt with a body or someone who was injured or killed. And so we dealt with things such as time of death, postmortem changes, wound analysis on the body, looking for different patterns of wounds or types of wounds that could direct them into to steer them in their investigation. Let's see, so many other things. Yeah.
There was a little bit of a noise here when you were talking about wounds and patterns. Could you just repeat that aspect of it?
Sure. So when a criminalist or a crime scene investigator goes to the scene, they have certain duties to attend to, and they need to be aware, that certain kinds of wounds, might indicate certain types of deaths. For instance, gunshot wounds in certain locations, or lacerations or stab wounds in certain locations might mean that this could be a suicide. This could be a homicide. They need to know, if there's something that might look like resemble a bite mark, that maybe that area needs to be swabbed or photographed, especially, and etc. So that's basically. It was very basic, but that's what.
Let's now shift again to your work at the County of Los Angeles Department of the Medical Examiner's Office, or is sometimes called the Coroner's Office. When did you have that work, and what did that position involve?
So that was from 1993 to 1995. And as I mentioned, there was death investigations. I was assigned a certain number of cases myself, but we also reviewed cases that other doctors had. And I, given my curious mind, when I would do my autopsy, I'd also look at whatever other cases were going on. And there was typically 10 to 15 cases going on any given day. And so I learned a lot, not only from my cases, but from other cases.
Did you ever conduct an autopsy of any individual that sustained dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Please describe that autopsy.
That was a case I'll never forget. It was a young boy who had been attacked by 3 dogs, large dogs, but not specifically canine, law enforcement trained dogs, but 3 large dogs. And the wounds there were extensive wounds all over the body, or as best I can remember, including a wide variety: puncture wounds, some scratches, abrasions, contusions. There were a number of different types of wounds.
So let's now go, we talked about dogs and motor vehicles. I want to go back, please, to motor vehicles. Did you, as a forensic pathologist, did you ever conduct autopsies of decedents that were involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Hard to say. I'm not sure really, but probably at least, motor vehicle accidents, probably at least 20 or 30.
Did you conduct autopsies of victims of motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
Now, prior to working at the coroner's office, you worked at the jail emergency department at General Hospital that you described, right?
Yes.
And in that position, did you provide treatments to persons that suffered dog-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And just approximately how many? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Approximately, personally myself, about 40, but I was involved I worked as part of a team, and so I think we saw probably about 60 of these severe dog bites.
We're going to shift again to keep it moving. Have you authored or edited any publications on dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes.
And what publications, please?
So I was a co-author on 2 peer-review articles in major emergency medicine journals. One of them was describing the law enforcement dog bites, injury patterns, and another one was more focused on the management of the law enforcement dog bites.
And did you, those are ones you co-authored, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever edit the work of others' articles or books as part of a peer review process?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes. I was asked to be a co-editor of a 2-volume series on forensic emergency medicine in a peer review article series. And one of the chapters in one of those issues was on was on bite wounds. It was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, V-A-L-E, and who is a renowned board-certified forensic odontologist.
In terms of moving now from peer-reviewed articles you co-authored, peer-reviewed books and articles you edited, have you attended any seminars or talks or lectures on wound identification and or bite wounds?
Yes.
Just briefly describe a couple to give the jury a flavor of what those were.
Well, there have been many lectures on wounds of all sorts. And in the emergency medicine program, of course, there were lectures on wounds from various types of animals and how to treat them. In the forensic arena and at some of the professional organizations, there were lectures or talks on wounds. And also there was a yearly talk on bite wounds given by Dr. Vale at the coroner's office.
State perhaps the obvious. Have you had a lifelong interest in dogs and dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And is that a professional and a personal interest?
It's professional.
Right, mostly professional, as you've described it. Let's now keep moving and go to another topic. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Is that in state and federal court?
Yes.
What topics have you testified to in state and federal court?
Causes of death, wounds, child abuse, domestic violence, mostly causes of death.
Have you testified as an expert regarding emergency medicine?
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
Have you been found to be qualified as an expert in each of those categories in the courts in the United States?
Yes.
Have you ever not been qualified to testify in any court in the United States?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding identifying dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
No.
And why not?
Because it's, prior to this case, because it's not a topic that comes up very often.
So although it comes up often in your practice, in terms of whether it's an issue in court, is it my understanding from your answer, it just doesn't come up that frequently?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other physician practitioner that would be testifying in court a lot on this topic, given what you just said about the infrequency of it coming up?
No, I'm not.
Now let's go on to what were in the last question on this line, give a general idea of the types of wounds that were at issue and whether there were any pattern wound issues in those cases that you've testified in court about.
Well, many of them were stab wounds. Some were blunt force wounds from from a variety of mechanisms, including assaults or motor vehicle accidents. Again, a lot of wounds from accidents, and then of course gunshot wounds.
Were those the topics both living persons as well as deceased?
Yes.
Let's now move to, you've mentioned wound pattern, right? And are you familiar with the topic in the area of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what you mean by wound pattern recognition in your practice and from your experience? What is it generally? And we'll get to some more specifics as we go through.
Well, generally, pattern recognition is very important in medicine. It's important in a lot of different fields of medicine, including radiology. They look for patterns on x-rays. Pathologists under a microscope looks for certain patterns to identify cancerous cells, for instance. So pattern recognition is very important. And then as a subset, wound pattern recognition is of course very important to physicians that deal with patients that come in from the street, so to speak, from who may have been assaulted, may have been child abuse victims, may have been domestic violence, elder abuse, those kinds of victims, because sometimes it's important to or you learn that what actually happened is not what the patient or the relative or the presenter said happened. And so you have to discern or figure out what happened in a case. And so you have to be able to identify certain patterns and regions of the body, for instance, where wounds are, in order to make that happen. And so it's very important. It's emphasized in emergency medicine.
When you were in residency, were you taught wound pattern recognition methodologies?
Yes.
And is wound pattern recognition an area that you continue to learn and then gain experience from your over 30 years as emergency medicine physician?
Yes, it was emphasized in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology, in both fields. Very important.
Is wound pattern recognition a generally accepted methodology that is applied in the practice of medicine?
Yes.
And you've given a few examples of that pattern recognition methodology. Is that pattern recognition methodology generally accepted and discussed in the peer-reviewed medical literature?
It is in certain articles, yes.
And we'll be getting to some of those. In terms of wound pattern recognition, just roughly, how frequently in your experience as an emergency medicine physician did you have to exercise your skills in wound pattern recognition?
I would say probably weekly, because I always questioned, what the patient was telling me, and did it fit? Did the story make sense? So I did it quite often.
And was that particularly important in child abuse cases where you may not be getting the story and you'd have to look at wounds and make your own determination?
Yes.
Now let's go and slightly move on to a very similar topic as to whether you ever had to determine the source of the wound without any input from a patient.
Oh, yes, many times. Many patients arrive to the emergency department unconscious.
And that's one example of others. And with regard to language barriers, did you ever encounter that as an obstacle to you understanding what may have happened and you therefore had to exercise your pattern recognition skills?
Yes.
So now in terms of dog bites specifically, how often, if at all, did you have to look at a patient without input from anyone to determine whether it was from a dog?
Occasionally.
And can you recall any specific instance, or is it just you're recalling that you generally had to do it, but you can't recall a specific instance?
The second of that I generally had to do it. Sometimes, there was a language barrier and people couldn't describe what it was that bit them. And it was important to know because treatment for different types of bite wounds is very, very different.
And to be fair to the situation, you can't give any one specific, you remember this person was this age, et cetera, but you know that you did that on more than one. I'll withdraw that and go to the next area. Let's now talk about wound pattern recognition in the area of forensic pathology. What role does pattern recognition play in forensic injury analysis? And could you please just let the jury know what you mean by forensic injury analysis as regards pattern recognition?
Okay, so forensic analysis or forensic injury analysis is the analysis of injuries from a medical legal perspective. In some areas of medicine, the doctors are taught to just treat the injuries, and no figuring out about how it happened or what caused the injuries so much as they treat. But in my case, both the emergency department and the forensic pathology training, I was interested in how the injury happened. That was a very important factor to me.
Why is pattern recognition important in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, you could look at a wound all by itself, an abrasion, for instance. Abrasion is a scratch. And in and of itself, it might not tell you how the wound occurred all by itself. But if there are a series of scratches or a series of lacerations or cuts, they can tell you more about how it happened.
And have you applied wound pattern recognition skills in your practice as a forensic pathologist?
Many times.
Could you just give the jury a flavor by just a few examples? Maybe two.
Okay. Self-defense wounds, for instance. an issue comes up often in court. If certain wounds were inflicted on purpose versus were they inflicted self-defense, and things like appearance and location can help you determine that. What was the question again?
It is just a few examples of applying pattern recognition skills in forensic pathology.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Oh, more?
No, more, yes.
Oh, yeah. Motor vehicle accidents, people who are struck by cars. There are certain patterns that one expects to see when a individual is struck by a car. And we're taught, to look for certain patterns, and that can help you determine if they were struck by a car.
In terms of motor vehicle accidents and patterns, can you give an example of some of the patterns you would expect to see in someone, and that you have seen in someone that is struck by a motor vehicle?
Oftentimes lower extremity fractures, for instance. Lower extremity bruises and fractures are commonplace for someone who is struck by a car.
And in your practice as an emergency medicine physician, a rough approximation of how many lower extremity injuries you have examined and evaluated with regard to motor vehicle accidents, including in the Los Angeles area?
Oh, I think probably hundreds.
Alrighty, so now let's continue with the topic that you were talking about. You called it defense injuries and wounds. I want to cover that topic. Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes, in terms of anatomy?
In terms of human anatomy, and with Your Honor's permission, could Dr. Russell point to her arm to show what she's referring to with regard to posterior surface for a defense injury?
Sure, go right ahead.
So let me explain just in general.
Sure.
Anterior is the front of the body. And
Excuse me, Dr. Russell, I'm sorry, if you want to stand up so the jury, with Your Honor's permission.
Yes, are you
Okay.
comfortable standing up and doing this?
Yes. Okay. So many years ago, anatomists decided on a nomenclature for describing parts of the body. And so the way the body, the descriptions go is that you take a person in what they call the standard anatomic position, which is upright with their arms, their palms facing forward. Palms facing forward. So that is the standard anatomic position. So anything in the front is anterior. Anything in the back is posterior.
Could you point to the arm when you talk about anterior and posterior, please?
Yes. So with regard to the arm, if the palm is facing forward, that's the anterior. So the posterior part of the arm would be the back part that I'm touching right now. This back part of the arm and the back part of the forearm would be right here. So that's the posterior of the arm.
And what relation does the posterior of the arm have in determining whether or not a wound is a defensive wound?
Well, oftentimes when someone is being attacked, they will put their arm up to defend or protect their face, their neck, their chest, their vital organs, their vital parts of their body. So they put their arms up. And in doing so, the posterior part of the arm becomes presented to whoever is attacking them or whatever is attacking them. So this is the part of the arm that oftentimes gets injured when someone is defending themselves.
Thank you, doctor. How often have you observed and concluded regarding defensive wounds to the forearm?
Many times. I don't know. I don't have a number. 20, 30, I don't know, in terms of decedents. And then in terms of live people, many, many more.
And if we just start with the posterior part of the forearm that you've described and you encounter wounds there, Are those wounds indicative or highly indicative of anything?
Well, they're indicative of defensive wounds being caused in during a defensive action.
In your experience as a resident, a fellow, emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist, and your time at Cochrane, have you experienced and taught the topic of defensive wounds?
Yes.
Now let's move on to another topic. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Where did you gain your knowledge about the dental features of dogs?
Generally from reading articles.
And in terms of examining patients with dog-inflicted wounds, did that inform you anything about dog dentition or not?
Not specifically.
In terms of dog dentition, Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have this depiction marked as an exhibit for identification?
Okay. So for ID?
For ID only, yes.
Is it 000 for identification?
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Your Honor, may I hand it to the witness? Sure. I'm handing you Dr. Russell what has been marked for identification as 000 as in orange. Dr. Russell, do you recognize that depiction?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a diagram of canine dental anatomy.
And could you please, just for the jury, briefly describe dog dentition and what we mean by the term dentition? I think most know, but just for the record.
So I believe dentition just means the teeth and the shape of the teeth and of the mouth of the animal or a person. And what this diagram shows is that in general, dogs tend to have a triangular mouth, meaning, it comes, to a narrowing towards the front of the mouth. It shows how many teeth a normal dog will have, and what they look like. There are different kinds of teeth, just like humans have different kinds of teeth.
In Your Honor, to assist the jury in the understanding of what Dr. Russell is speaking about, with Your Honor's permission, could we publish this as a chalk for the jury?
Is there any objection?
None, thank you.
Okay. Sure, go right ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your
Wilson.
Honor. And will enlarge Mr. Woke the Dr. Russell, where would you like to start with regard to this, just to give the jury a brief discussion of dog dentition? Which part of this should we zoom in on?
I think the lower half around the triangular upper and lower jaws, right there.
Right there? Very good. And Mr. Woke, if you could just, to start with, pull it down just so we can see the headings, and more importantly, the jury can see the headings of those two diagrams that Dr. Russell has pointed out. Yes, and just enlarge that. Can you read what's on the left and what's on the right? It's slightly blurry.
It's slightly blurry.
Mandible, lower jaw, maxilla, upper jaw.
Yes, I can read it.
Right. Alrighty. So if we could then just reduce it back down so it's a little bit, so that it's not distorted. And then Dr. Russell, if you could just talk about it. And before we do that, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Russell, we can go to the depiction up above just to get the overall picture up above there of the dog. All right. Is that, that's an overall picture, correct? Do you want to point out anything generally on that picture?
I don't have a pointer, but generally it's a side view, and it shows and it's a skeletal view, so there's no skin, and it shows that there are some prominent teeth. They're called the canine teeth, and then there are some smaller teeth in front of that.
Excuse me if I couldn't interrupt. Pardon my interruption. Yes. I'm just going to try to locate in the courtroom a pointer, Your Honor. If
there's nothing on that.
I've got one where I approach. If there's one on this.
No.
Yeah, I didn't see. May I approach or not? Sure. Thank you. Here, Dr. Russell. Hopefully that will work for you. Thank you. Excuse me.
Okay, so this is a side view, and it shows many teeth, and and it's a skeletal view, obviously, and it shows these prominent teeth, which are called the canine teeth. Humans also have canine teeth, and ours are not quite as prominent. And then there are some teeth in front of that, which are called incisors. So that's the overview.
Right. And just to put this in context, we are looking at this and talking about dogs. Have you had the opportunity to review any photos of the right arm of the decedent in this case?
Yes.
And is one of the topics you're going to address whether those wounds are from a dog?
Yes.
And so this background in terms of dog dentition part of what you're going to cover for the jury later on?
Yes, and I want to make one more comment, if I may.
Please.
Just when a dog bites, they usually don't bite with all of the teeth. They usually don't get all the teeth impacted on the individual. So that's important to know. Oftentimes it's the anterior or the front teeth.
Why, doctor, is it the case that a dog doesn't always have a complete bite, get all of the teeth? Why is that the case?
Well, there's oftentimes movement. Oftentimes the dogs aren't really trained on biting techniques. And so, there's oftentimes the person who's being bitten is pulling away and trying to avoid the bite. So oftentimes there's only impact with a few of the teeth in the front.
Great. Please continue, doctor, with your...
Dr. Russell, could I ask you to use this screen?
Oh, yes.
The other one, please. I think it's easier for counsel.
Oh, okay. So overview, these large canine teeth, these are the anterior teeth. And as I said, it's very rare for all the teeth to be involved in the bite. It's usually just the front teeth and canine teeth.
Are there certain teeth that are on this depiction that cause certain types of injuries, abrasions, tears, punctures? Is there any relation to the teeth in any of those categories, or can it be just general?
Well, oftentimes, because the canine teeth are so long compared to the others, they are the ones that seem to cause the the puncture wounds. And those are the ones that appear to get the grip on the person's skin.
Is there a medical term for a puncture wound from a canine? Or is it just it's a punctate wound from canines?
I'm not sure there's a medical term.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. That's about it on this side view.
And is there any other view on the exhibit that you would like to discuss with the jury?
Well, I was going to show that it's triangular. Again, the upper and lower jaws. Yeah, they tend to be somewhat triangular.
Is that also sometimes the shape referred to as an hourglass, or is it triangular, or you prefer triangular?
I've heard it referred to as hourglass. I don't see an hourglass, but yeah, maybe in some dog breeds, because all the different dog breeds have different shapes of their mouths. But this is just a generalization.
Okay, please continue.
I don't know that there's anything else.
Alrighty, and so you.
Actually, yes. So here you can see. Go back, please. So here you can see again the canines, and it's oftentimes this is the upper jaw. the maxilla jaw. It's oftentimes these teeth that do the impacting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it's often these teeth that what?
That do the impact. The upper jaw is oftentimes the part that actually makes contact with the skin. That's all.
Thank you. We can take that down. Mr. Wolf, thank you, Your Honor. Now let's go to dog-inflicted injuries on humans generally. What type of injuries to humans can be caused by dog-inflicted bites?
Well, there are lots of different types of injuries. So they could be extremely minor, from a minor scratch to puncture wounds by individual teeth, to actual puncture and punctures by several teeth. There could be several abrasions because there are multiple teeth involved, and if they don't puncture, they at least scratch. They can scratch the skin. That's what I call abrasion, is a scratch. So they scratch the skin, but in parallel, because the teeth are lined up. So they oftentimes have parallel lines. And then, of course, there are bruises that could occur because of the crushing injury, and there can be what we call avulsions, which are where an actual flap of the skin is removed. And I can go further, but there's a wide extent of injuries.
So there's a wide extent, a wide range, and can you just give one or two factors that are going to determine whether you're on the more minor side of the range to the more major part as regard to the type of bite that the dog is able to get?
Well, I think that when there is penetration of the skin and pulling away of some of the tissue, I would consider that a more significant bite because of what's needed for treatment.
Just bear a moment, please. Thank you. So in terms of the nails and claws of a dog, what type of injury, if any, can those cause?
So the nails they're also somewhat pointy or triangular in configuration or shape. And so they can cause scratches, and actually they can cause even deeper wounds if the nail catches the victim's skin a certain way. But most of the time, just scratches.
From your experience, what type of medical experience, peer-reviewed article experience, your whole professional experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans, do you have experience with just a part of the range or the whole range of injuries that a dog can inflict?
Well, I think I have a very wide range of experiences because those very serious ones we talked about in the very beginning, where there were crushing and ripping injuries, or those were the trained canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. They're so uncommon. But because I was assigned to jail ward, that's how I got seen. But in the majority, in the main ER, most ERs in our main ER, we saw the more minor type of injuries.
So in terms of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Well,
Sustained. Ask it.
Doctor, are you aware of the medical facility from your experience where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
Well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor, or most likely the emergency department, because the emergency department is where the resources are, the people that with the experience. They go to the emergency department in general.
From your experience for people in your literature review and authoring of documents, do people with dog-inflicted wounds go to a veterinarian for treatment?
I'll let you answer it.
Not from my experience.
All righty, now let's move to another category and to keep this moving along. How did you initially become involved in this case?
Well, very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, and I saw something in the Boston Globe about this case, but I really didn't pay much attention to it. And then eventually I saw or heard something, because I'm not from this part of the Massachusetts, I'm from a different part of Massachusetts. So anyways, eventually I heard or saw something about there being an issue with some possible dog-inflicted injuries versus maybe car-inflicted injuries. So that got my attention. I thought, that's interesting. And so that's how I initially became aware of the case.
Let's talk about the Boston Globe. How is a person from Los Angeles reading the Boston Globe? And
Well,
why?
That's
Is it like a one-time thing, or why is it you're reading the Boston Globe?
I had a subscription. I would, not always read it. I lived in Massachusetts. I went to school in Massachusetts. I worked in Massachusetts as a police officer. So I have some interest in Massachusetts, but none of that was in this geographic area. It was all north of Boston. So that was the area I mostly paid attention to.
Did you reach out to anyone after reading that article? And what do you recall from the article in the Boston Globe, if anything?
I'm going to sustain that.
Did you reach out to anyone after having read something in the Boston Globe?
Yes. I thought the question was interesting.
Objection. I'll let that stand, but just answer Mr. Leslie's
Yes,
question, please.
yes, I did.
Go ahead. Answer.
Okay. Yes, I reached out to one of the DAs in Los Angeles County.
And at that point, what, if anything, did you know about this case?
I didn't know much. I just knew what I mentioned. And I knew that the decedent was a police officer, had been a police officer, and that interested me also because I was a police officer.
Please keep your voice up, Dr. Russell.
I said that interested me also because I had been a police officer at the time.
Go ahead.
So that's about all I knew, really.
Right. So did you know anything about what the prosecution was claiming or the defense was claiming at all? Did you know anything?
Sustain.
What did you know, if anything, about the case?
I'm going to see its eyeball really quickly on this.
Moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dr. Have, in terms of, Mr. Wolk, if we could please.
Hey guys.
And Your Honor, may we
Can't
publish what
see
is
me.
already in
Hold
evidence,
on.
which is
Hey,
Exhibit
Lucas, my son wants to
167?
show you his Bigfoot truck. I'm gonna put us up quick. Go ahead, show him. Here it is.
Dr.
This
Russell,
is
do you
Bigfoot.
recognize Exhibit 167?
See it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that? Then how do you recognize it?
It is a picture of the decedent's right arm and forearm.
Now, without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that are depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the next area, can you describe for the jury what method you used in forming your opinion without yet stating what your opinion is?
Well, I used pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
So let's start with wound pattern recognition. Is that the wound pattern recognition you've been discussing up to this point in your testimony?
Yes.
And did I hear you use the phrase differential diagnosis?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what you mean by the term differential diagnosis as a physician, emergency medicine physician and forensic pathologist.
So when a when a physician sees a patient and, or, an image in this case, and is attempting to make a diagnosis, it's very important that not only do they consider what they believe is the obvious, but also in their mind go through other possible diagnoses and determine if they can rule them out, so to speak. If they can rule them in, rule them out, so that they are not just focused on one thing, but they've actually given consideration to other conditions that may be causing whatever it is that they see.
So, Mr. Wolk, if you could take that, we're going to come back to this back and forth, but I'd like to have it taken down until we do have the need to, and if we could have the lights go back on, Your Honor. Thank you. So, does applying a differential diagnosis, well, let me start out. Do you understand what confirmation bias is?
I believe so.
Yes. And does differential diagnosis assist or not assist in avoiding confirmation bias?
I believe it assists in avoiding confirmation bias.
So in terms of differential diagnosis, did you apply that concept in the beginning of your analysis of this case?
Yes.
How did you apply differential diagnosis to, among other things, avoid confirmation bias in this case?
Well, in my mind, I went through other possible things or causes of wounds on an arm, and what they would look like, and the configuration, the patterns, etc. And then I figured out why these other potential causes of wounds in the arm, did not fit this case.
So is a phraseology a synonym for differential diagnosis, what doctors call ruling out something? Is that another way to say it as well?
Yes.
So we're going to come back to the differential diagnosis. I just wanted to have that question first. Now let's switch to the materials that you considered in forming your opinion about the nature and source of the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe. Describe what you looked at in terms of coming to your opinion, conducting a differential diagnosis, and avoiding confirmation bias. What did you look at?
Well, I looked at pictures similar to this. So there were pictures taken at the hospital. There were pictures taken at the medical examiner's office. I looked at the medical records. I looked at the autopsy report. And I looked at other reports from the Massachusetts State Police. And then, that's what, those are some of the things I looked at.
Did you look at any photographs, including of clothing?
Of what?
Clothing?
Oh, yeah, clothing, of course.
What clothing did you look at?
So there was a shirt, like a hoodie shirt that I looked at that had many defects in it.
And when you say defects, what do you mean by defects? Is there a more layperson's term?
Holes?
Thank you. Did you look at any history of any dogs with regard to any municipalities and dog incidents?
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Leslie.
Did you look at any municipal records with regard to your review in this case?
So that's sustained.
With regard to other documents, if any, could you describe any other documents that you looked at?
Well, I also,
I'm going to see you at Tyrone. 1 o'clock, and then today we'll give you an hour for lunch, okay?
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Dr. Russell. We had broke off where you had described the materials that you had reviewed. Based on your, and Mr. Woke, if we could please put the exhibit that we just had, and with Your Honor's permission, republish it. Thank you. Based on your review of all the materials that you had described and your experience that you had described, without stating it, were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as a result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
They were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
And how did you form that opinion? Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple groupings of wounds.
Do you have the pointer?
I
there?
do.
And if you could use the screen that Her Honor has requested.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the what I'll consider the upper arm, which is a and there's another grouping down here on the forearm. These multiple groupings are patterns, and they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the teeth and claws of a dog.
We've discussed previously pattern recognition skills and methodology, and you just mentioned the word pattern here. Can you elaborate on what you mean by pattern with regard to this exhibit?
So there are groupings, and one can see that these wounds are going essentially in the same direction. They are oriented in the same way on the almost from the inner, close to the inner surface of the arm or the anterior surface towards the posterior surface.
What is the
arm.
significance, if any, of that orientation you just described?
So what that gives me direction, and that tells me that the dog's teeth were over here. Over here. The dog is over on this side of the arm, and the teeth started their punctures or their injuries over here, and through either the action of the dog or a combination of the action of the dog and the action of the decedent pulling away, or the victim pulling away, the teeth made these abrasions in this direction, from here down to here. And then here, it's very complex because of the bending of the elbow. We don't know the exact configuration of what this elbow was in the arm. Was it fully extended, meaning it's fully stretched out, or was it partially bent? Was it fully bent? We don't know. But in addition to the pulling away movement, there's also the bending movement. So that one is even a little bit more complex. And of course, there are some additional marks down here and some possible bruising down here, punctate marks down here, which may represent the lower teeth.
If we could just stop at that area, have you observed in your experience what you call that complex area pattern. Have you seen that before?
Not that exact pattern, no.
But have you seen any that is similar to it?
I've seen some characteristics of these patterns before.
Right.
Yes.
And it is the appropriate methodology to zero in on one section, or is the appropriate pattern methodology to look at all the wounds and then reach a conclusion?
The second, to look at all the wounds.
And
Okay,
could you
so-
please describe?
Why don't we take our recess?
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Court, all right, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
Hello?
Mm.
Jeez, grunt.
Yeah.
That's how Lucas talks today. He's grunting.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm a bit disillusioned with all this fucking court business today.
With what business?
With the court business
Huh.
today. It's getting messy. We started off with Disogra. Then we went on to what's his name? Dan Grantuno, whatever he's called.
Mr. Italian boy, tractor friend, you mean?
And then Kelly Dever. And it's just not going, I really thought be a bit more plain sailing than this, but at least
Dr. Russell seems to be good.
at least Dr. Russell's getting onto the nitty gritty now. She's getting onto the injuries to John's arm.
So when I look at on Twitter on any of what people think about what happened with, I do feel like the text went flat. They need to get Proctor in to get those in, because otherwise they're not going to be useful like they want them to be. But I feel like with Miss Deaver, a lot of people on X have the same opinion that if she was so combative, how does she have a memory that she doesn't actually have a memory of? How things changed. Like, it's a lot of not just. I mean, it's everywhere. Like, one person, like lawyer, might say that he thinks that it wasn't a very good testimony, but then you got Bettero who says that he thinks it was good because she was so combative with answering questions. So it's a toss up, I guess, to me. I don't know what I feel like with her yet.
Well, it's all for the jury. Nothing else matters except what the jury thinks. And, you've got to put yourself in the position of a juror, which isn't easy, because you don't know what they know. And if you did know exactly what they knew, you might come to a different conclusion anyway. So, there is that. But
I guess for me, like, a lot of things don't make sense of what she said. Things.
Yeah,
like,
but I'm staying away from X and everywhere. I'm just listening to the court. If I need to know anything, I'd usually Google it. If I need to know any legal terms or whatever, I'll Google it. But I save reading social media usually for breaks like this. So
yeah. Well, I had Connor come over and stuff like that, so I was listening to
Deva's got a lot going on. She's got connections to Sarah Levison, who was at 34 Fairview when this night in question. She's got connections to Canton PD.
Mm-hmm.
She's got connections to Boston PD, and fuck knows what else she's got going on. Plus, she's got a job. I've had a boss come up to me before and say, "Do this," and I've said no, and he said, "How much do you like working here? Because if you don't do this, I can't afford to keep you on." I'm going to have to let you go. I'm going to have to find a reason to get rid of you if you don't do exactly what I tell you. I've had a boss
I mean,
say
I
that
think
to me before.
I think that that's why a lot of none of the Boston police that he worked with has shown up to court or been supportive because they're afraid of getting their jobs taken away.
Right. Exactly.
And a lot of them don't talk about it. Yeah, they don't want it doesn't matter what they think, because at the end of the day they want to keep their job and their pensions. And I understand why. And with her, like, she was combative because she's like, I have nothing to do with this, even though she was the girl who was seen in the Sallyport while they were all fiddle-dicking around with Lexus.
It might have been her. It might have been her. It was that fucking poor quality. We don't know.
Well, Helena was not there that day, so we know that.
But we do know that the person supposedly who walked through, and that person ended up leaving Canton PD and went to Boston, and she is the officer who went from Canton PD to Boston Police Department.
Correct.
So there's
And-
like little details that make it fit that it was her, and for her to be like, but the worst part I think was when she said that the defense threatened her, and then brought up the FBI. Why are you calling the FBI if the FBI isn't already involved?
Well, and that's what he said too. She's like, "Oh, you said on perjury, you'll get me for perjury," and
Right.
he's like, "No, like this is." And then he's like, and then she brought up the FBI.
Right, and she brought up the FBI. She put a complaint, but this
Hey
is the
Kelly,
thing. She
you know how
didn't
you like to
have-
use the mute button? Use the mute button on yourself for a second. Go ahead, Amy.
Shut your face. I wasn't.
I have to jump off in a second, and you guys can have all
No,
the
Amy, go
talking
ahead.
all you want.
Finish what you were saying.
I forget now. Fuck.
She wasn't. You said about her being there on duty.
Oh,
With the
she
FBI.
didn't want to be there, the FBI, and then what she told the FBI is different than what she was going to say on the stand, and they got that out. However, her moving from Canton to Boston, that was strategic for her to not be involved. But she knew what happened that night. She knew, listen, I don't know if she knew, but she knew something. She knew that all 5 of them were down in the Sallyport at a random fucking hour when she walked through, right?
Right. Yeah.
But
it's
she
a
wants
statement.
to keep her
Go
right,
ahead.
but she wants to keep her job. And so she's like, I hear nothing, see nothing. Like,
Right, but unfortunately, you can't do that now when she's already talked.
No.
She, you know, I
Right.
mean, you can't put the fucking toothpaste back in the tube. It is what it
Right.
is. She
And
called it
now
for what it
everybody-
was at the time, and now she's trying to reback saying it, but she can't do that. You said it to the
like
feds.
she already said it to the feds. And then she's
Exactly.
changed it and saying, at least they got that out. Kevin, what do you think?
Sherry D, I agree.
Yeah, pretty much what you just said. That girl's a fucking liar.
Fucking liar.
That girl, fuck her. No, I mean everything's going exactly the way it should go. The only thing that I think was fucked up is when she basically told when she basically said everything about Alan Jackson to the jury that, yo, you're the one who told me to perjure myself. What the fuck did you just say?
Right? What was
Get
that?
the fuck out of here with that nonsense. You told me to perjure myself. I didn't tell you to do shit. I don't give a fuck if you suck. I don't give a fuck if you suck half the guy's dick in Canton. Don't matter to me. Don't fucking tell me that I told you to perjure yourself.
Kev,
She did too.
if somebody asked you to perjure yourself, wouldn't you fucking record it and bang them to rights? Wouldn't you do that?
Absolutely.
No.
Absolutely.
Singing like a canary.
I'm also the type that I would have put that email. I would have said, here's the email that I sent, and this is their response. I would have brought it.
Well,
as,
this is the thing. She had no evidence that she did anything of the such. There was no record of anything, of any of it. She's a fucking liar.
Well, hearsay.
At least they got out. Right. And can I just say, we'll move on to Dr. Russell. I'm a little concerned and maybe a little unimpressed. I feel like they didn't get to the points that they needed with her. Like, I feel like they're wrapping up with her already and just going over the arm marks, and then it's going to be Hank after lunch. I feel like they should have went more into it. Don't you?
I think that the redirect That's what Jackson did the last time. He waited
True.
for the redirect to smack him.
I
with
just
the
felt
thing.
like we went over her education, and then all of a sudden he was showing a quick video of what do you think this is? It's like, well, why did we get there? Like, can we have more of a narrative?
Well, I think they want to get all the stuff out like that Hank would try to use against her, and then like with being that she found the case, things like that. And then Hank coming on, just let Hank do the damage Hank's gonna do, and then fix that damage by doing the rest of it.
All right, guys, I gotta bounce. You guys can fight this out.
All right, bye.
Bye. That's personally what I think it is when it comes to with Dr. Russell.
Well, let's go back to that one chick for 1 second, the cop, because what she said on the stand can be taken one of two different ways, right? So when she says my entire job revolves on what I say on the stand today, so that can.
You there, Kev?
Nah, you're gonna be fucking sitting there. You're gonna be sitting there, filling.
Start over. We didn't hear you. You went out.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Hang on a second. I'm in a shit spot. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. So when she said today on the stand, my entire job revolves on what I say on the stand. That could be taken one of two ways. Either A, she got pulled up to the commissioner's office and said, "Hey, shut the fuck up," and back to blue, or B, he actually said, "Don't worry about it. Don't purge yourself. Just go in there and tell the truth." I think it was the first one.
Yeah.
I think he basically said, "You know what happened. We all know you know what happened because you fucking saw it full well. So you better shut the fuck up, or you're gonna be fucking spit shining bullets for the rest of your freaking career here in Boston, PE." So,
Well, I think that's why Jackson was pushing that too. He's like,
Yeah.
and what was his statement? What did he say to you? And she's
I
like, what
just-
do you mean? And he's like, what was his words? I think that's why Jackson was pulling it to the forefront because when she said he said to do the right thing because that right
she
there
needs to
me,
now.
what that said.
She now needs to have a #1 seed in Ratchet Madness for Turtle Boy.
Yep, 100%.
Not only
After
that,
today,
Jackson did get out the blue wall. He did get it out there. It just wasn't. It was stained, but he at least
Yeah.
got. Have you heard of the blue wall? So that's gonna
Yeah.
make you think about it.
Yeah.
well, I mean, anybody who's anybody can figure out that back to blue, the blue wall. Don't snitch on your fellow brothers and sisters in blue. Like
On your
it's
comrade, yeah.
everybody
Blue
else
wall
against
of silence.
us. Blah blah blah. Black Lives Matter. It's us. Blah blah. This is like Karen Reed matters. That these fucking people are against us. Shut the fuck up, dude. Really? Come on. Shut up.
Blue wall of silence. We have that in the
Yeah.
UK.
Because he couldn't say, look, your ass is on the line here.
As soon
You
as
know
he
what I mean?
mentioned it,
He had to-
mentioned it, Beth stopped him.
Oh, right.
Cut it off straight away.
Right. But
For
he had to say, okay, so listen, that's him saying back the blue without saying it because he can be fucking, you know what I mean? He can be penalized for pushing a witness to lie. So saying do the right thing, it's kind of like a wink, wink. You get what I'm saying? You know what
Wink,
I mean?
wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, I get it.
Well,
I love the fact that she dropped the FBI today, so they all know that these agents that they speak about now. Anytime they speak about agents, they know that it's the feds.
Oh yeah, she fucked up. I love it.
Yeah.
How many people think that we've had a taste of what's to come from Brennan? If this is how Brennan's gonna deal with witnesses that are really prosecution witnesses that were called by defense, then if they do call Proctor, this is what you can expect. Who else thinks that? I seriously
But
think.
what do you think what do you think he can do to Proctor? Like, besides making him feel bad and making them be like he messed up and he admits it, making it better. I don't think they can do anything to him.
You and your social media circus got me fired.
I got you fired.
Mm-hmm.
What did I get you fired on?
You and your media circus and that turtle boy bastard got me fired.
That's what he's
Nah,
saying.
fuck you. Fuck you. You got yourself fired, motherfucker. You got yourself fired for fucking running your little fucking dick cleaner. Fuck off.
The
In a text.
paper say why he got fired. He got fired for the text, he got fired for bias, and he got fired for drinking on the job.
No, and he also got fired because of the fact that he was telling people about an investigation that hadn't even gone fucking public yet.
Right.
That was
Correct.
Kelly. When Brennan said, well, no, he didn't actually say. He didn't. Hang on, that's a double negative. He said that Proctor got fired for the text.
Right.
When he got fired for fucking loads of shit as well as the text.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
but
why he called Proctor.
he didn't get fired for misconduct. He didn't get fired for botching investigations. He didn't get fired for basically being a fucking shitbag and pinning it on somebody else. He didn't get fired for that, did he? No. And that's basically what he wanted to get out there. But he just basically sunk friggin' Proctor right there. So I mean, Proctor was just a sacrificial lamb at that point in time.
Well,
With
and not
those-
for nothing, but now that they've been very behind the scenes trying not to fucking drop the Fed name, just saying agents, instead of saying, oh, well, it wasn't the camp police and it wasn't the state police. So this next agency, and they've been very clear about not being able to name the feds. She dropped the feds, so that's why Jackson said, okay, great. So when you talk to the federal agents, and now I think mentally all these puzzle pieces are going to start to stick around in people's heads like, wow, okay, so the feds are pretty much, a lot of these people are fired. Like Proctor's fired. They know that, basically, right? He lost his job. He stepped down. So I think that, like, especially with Jen McCabe, her testimony right there, now they know that her scooting around the truth, you know what I mean, was the
Well, it's kind
feds.
of it was kind of funny too, because I think that the girl, the police officer that was on the stand, number one, she came off as a real fucking douche, because when she says, "Well, just like you don't know how to pronounce my name, I blah blah blah." I mean, first of all, I don't think there's not one person in that courtroom that didn't think that she was already a giant cunt, but that just fucking cemented it and put the last nail in the coffin. But
jury gasped.
it was crazy that when she had when Alan Jackson had asked her, well, you would say it would be police officers? She's like, no, not police officers. So he goes, oh, okay, fine, agents and police officers.
Right.
And she was like, yes. So I mean, she was basically kind of trying to throw that out there too. Like, I don't know. I just think that girl was just fucked.
Yeah, she looked guilty to me.
Yeah.
But we
Did
all
you
know
guys-
how I feel about that.
Did you guys see Peggy O'Keefe walk in this morning with Yannetti and Jackson?
No.
Yeah, Aiden went live on Facebook, and he was literally right across the street from where he was like on the street corner, right by where Karen's entourage comes in, and where like Lally parks, and where Peggy O'Keefe parks, and where Brennan parks. And literally, as soon as Jackson and Yannetti and Little got out of the SUV, who was walking right behind them, so it literally looks like they came in together, was Peggy O'Keefe. It was pretty funny. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
I think
I
that
don't know though.
I think it's because we're not in the jury's heads, we have to, and like Lucas said, we have to think of it ourselves. Personally, I think she came off as a bitch, and she didn't want to be there, and she was fighting, so she was going to say whatever she could say to get off that stand. But she was going to make sure she was going to try to take him down too. Like, you threatened me. That's what I would see. That's what I saw.
Kelly, she's playing the victim, okay? People that play victim, listen, they're called out, okay? We've had experience with this. So they don't like to be backed into a corner, so then they try to make themselves look like they have been attacked.
Exactly.
And that's what it is. She was basically saying, like, you threatened me, and this is why I have, that was it. It was the victim mentality right there when she dropped that.
And if I would have been her, my ass would have had that email that I sent to the FBI with their response to it.
Yeah,
Do I have it? Here it is.
There's no way you're gonna, if you even once the discussion starts getting heated up, and I say something that you're not going to agree with, and it's fucking illegal, you're going to make a recording of it and use it against me.
Right.
That's what's
Yeah, but the
not.
only problem is though, Lucas. The only problem is in the state of Massachusetts. That's illegal. It's against the law
Right,
because
to
Massachusetts
record.
is a two-party state. You have
You
to
have
let
to
somebody know
know.
you're recording them.
What? Even though you're committing a crime, you know, if I was organising a bank robbery with you, and you recorded me doing that, and you gave that to the feds,
Wouldn't matter.
Wouldn't you be excused?
No.
No, not in
It's
Massachusetts. You wouldn't. Not in Massachusetts. It's inadmissible because you got it via a means that you weren't supposed to get it. That was illegal, and they will not admit it into evidence in Massachusetts or any two-party state for that matter.
Wow.
It's
Yeah, it has to
inadmissible.
be approved by both. That's the new thing on
However,
iPhone. That's how Mary was able to use her phone call as evidence, because when she clicked record on an iPhone, they have the new voice recorder when you're on the phone.
Yeah,
And
it
she
says that you're being recorded.
says you're being
Right.
recorded to both sides.
Yeah,
And
unless you're yelling like a fucking idiot.
Well, even when she said she told her twice. She told her she was going to record it before she hit it, and then it said it's recording. That's why she was able to have it admitted for her case, because it told her
That
and she was like, I don't care, kept going.
Right. So let's say, Kelly, let's say that you and me were on the phone, right? And obviously, I live in Massachusetts, but let's say, for instance, that I drove over the border to Rhode Island. And then at that point in time, that's when I hit record. Because of the fact that it's not two party, I don't get in trouble.
You're reporting
And I can
it in
use
Rhode
it.
Island because you're in Rhode Island, and
Just because you're in Mass, it goes by the person who starts the recording.
right. Well, it's like even when it's like me doing a restraining order against my stalker from a few years ago.
Not even in the show.
I had to put a restraining order in here in my county, even though she lives in Jacksonville, which
Did
is
anybody
2
hear
hours.
me?
Hello, I can hear you.
Well,
Kevin.
yeah, I mean that's
what's up?
here or there, but yeah, it's wherever the court case is
Hang
and
on.
people live. Like,
right.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can hear you,
I can
Kev.
hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. I heard a bunch of stuff in the background and it was silent. So, but yeah. So, I mean, that's the only good thing. Even though I live in Massachusetts, I could start a conversation in Massachusetts, drive over the border into Rhode Island, and I can start recording you, and I don't even have to let you know, even if you're in Massachusetts, because I'm the one who started recording it, and
I
I
don't
was
think
in.
that. I don't think that's.
I
True.
don't think it works that way. I think you have,
No.
because your address is in Massachusetts, you have to
Yeah.
go to your police officers.
No, because look at what Aiden did. Aiden did the same thing. He went into Rhode Island, and he was able to do it.
When was this?
Oh, this is a long time ago.
Okay, yeah, I think that it's Okay, well, the law might have. We'll have to figure out when the law was in effect.
And
But
it also has to determine on who's going to attack, who's going to report it, and who's going to keep pushing it.
Right. Well, I mean, at that point in time, all you got to do is just make sure that you hit a tower in Rhode Island.
yeah, either way, I wouldn't fucking risk it. But yeah, I mean, it just is what it is. Like
That's why they're trying to get Chris Albert with that recording outside of his outside of his
wiretapping
or wiretapping. So I mean, I don't even know where that's gone, but I mean, honestly, he should be. That's why Aiden got wiretapping, because of he recorded Big Victim and he had it in his pocket because she was acting crazy.
But didn't they also let that go because of the fact that he told her it was on the recording that he said that he was recording her, and she's like, I know.
I don't think so. I think it was still on there. I'd have to check.
Yeah, I think it's gone.
Yeah, I don't even know what charges he still has. I mean, I know what he had. I think only the Buchanan and the Proctor ones were dropped. So, I mean, I don't know. I think Dr. Russell is doing good. I do think that they're going a little fast, like Amy said. But if they don't go fast, Bub's going to push him to go fast. And then he'll get tripped up. And he needs to ask all the questions he needs to ask. And I think that he's going to let Alessi or Hank make a fool of himself. And then once Hank's done, he can come back in and finish it up. That's what I think. So.
Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think they should be going step by step, and they should methodically just go about with Dr. Russell, because you know what's going to happen. Hank Brennan's going to get up there, and he's going to be. You thought he was bad during the fucking voir dire? He is going to absolutely fucking crawl inside of her like a fucking tauntaun carcass.
And the jury is gonna
Let
look
him.
at like
Let him, because he's gonna look like a prick.
because why are you gonna attack a older woman who's doing nothing
Yeah.
but telling you what she believes happened, and she's got all that medical behind her.
Right. Yeah, her own opinion. Now, I get it, but I mean, still, I mean, he's going to absolutely fucking, he's just going to hammer the shit out of her.
I
Which is
think
going to suck. But,
that's the worst thing he could do for his case.
oh yeah, but you know, he don't give a shit. I mean, he doesn't care.
Dude, he's
getting paid either way.
Lawyer. They deal with fucking lawyers deal with straight up fucking liars all the fucking time.
Yep, sure do.
He's used to it. He knows how to get around it, fucking in like a fucking snake in the grass, because he already knows that his client's a fucking liar, and he's got to figure out how to work around it.
Yep.
Listen, I could do this fucking truth fact talk all day fucking long.
I saw you put the telepathic one.
Huh?
You put the telepathic one.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh.
I had to change it just for Lucas.
Hi, Kendra.
Wait. What did you change just for me?
Underneath her name, it did say the mean one. Now it says the telepathic one.
Instead of saying the mean one, it says
Right.
the
Yeah,
telepathic one.
Your sixth sense, your fucking superhuman ability that's not admissible
Listen,
as
my
evidence
sixth
in
sense
court.
has never fucking, it's
Yeah,
never
yeah,
steered me wrong, baby.
Yeah. Right. Whatever you want to say, Nikki. Go on.
No, I stand on what I say. It hasn't.
I mean, especially with Deaver, for me, as a rookie cop coming into a Boston police station, being called into the actual police commissioner's office by yourself to discuss a testimony, that doesn't make sense to me unless they're telling you to do something different.
Well, they're telling you to lie. I mean, come on now. Like,
Well, that's what I'm saying. That way there's no witnesses to him saying it.
Yeah.
But he's saying, she said, my entire job depends on what I give testimony.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like Kevin says, you there's a fair guess that she means if I don't say what they've told me to say, I'm going to lose my job. But you don't know.
No, you don't know for sure, but you do. I mean, it being that what we've seen, at least for us on the outside of what we've seen with this court case, and knowing how corrupt they are there, like people are realizing it, especially because Enrique has been how many days? They just did a secret grand jury thing, and they put no information about Enrique Delgado out there.
Well, what are they going to do about Nick Barros from Dighton? You know, he last trial he testified that it was cracked, not smashed.
I don't know, honestly, because
And Nicholas Barrows going to say the exact same thing again. There's no way that guy's like, I don't give a fuck about these Canton idiots. Fuck them.
Yeah, but what if they've said the same to him? You know, you've got 20 years in the police force. You lose it all. You lose your fucking pension. They might say the same to him. You don't know, do you?
Was he ever questioned by the federal grand jury?
Listen, but what I will say right here is, unfortunately, there's people that are not fucking not fucking followers. There's people that just lead and don't give a fuck what, they have to follow. Like somebody's not going to tell me how I feel, because I'm not a follower. I fucking just say what's on my mind. And Barrows seems like he's a leader as well. He's not gonna fucking, they can threaten him with his fucking job, but your morals are your morals. You either fucking follow or you don't. And a young girl, like, they were able to get to her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that she has ties to Canton and she has ties to Sarah Levinson.
Yeah, whenever they said that, who's one of your good friends, and she said Sarah Levinson. I've known her since middle school. I was like, oh, there's the fucking connection. There's the 7 degrees of fucking Kevin Bacon here. Here we go.
Yeah.
But I do agree with Patrick. They are that was her planting an Easter egg in case she gets fired.
Of course, because you know what's going to happen. Well, so all right, so here's the thing, right? So she got back here and she says, "Yeah, you know what? I didn't see it, and so on and so forth." And she fucking lied. Do you think now if she goes to the feds and says, "Hey, look, I lost my job and I really want to tell you what happened," they're gonna be like, "What are you? What are you fucking crazy? You change your fucking story again for the third time. Get the fuck out of here."
Well,
Like, her
that's
story is
the
just
thing right there is people who are telling the truth don't change their
Right.
story, and they don't have to think about unless like you're Jen McCabe and you fucking practice, and then but they even there all their stories have changed. The
her
truth
story
is
was
the truth, and it's never fucking it is what it is. If you have the truth, you have the truth. Period. You don't have to be like, oh, well, I forgot. Oh, you forgot when your fucking memory was the fucking best? Or, oh, well, I must have said that wrong or I looked at it wrong. So you looked at it wrong when your memory was the best right after the fucking incident? Like, stop.
Well, her story was way too detailed. It's so much detail in it for her to turn around and say,
Amy,
oh,
facts.
it's distorted.
Yeah.
Well,
Straight
Melanie, of course she was the Megamind behind it. You see Jen McCabe's fucking forehead? She looks like fucking Megamind.
Jim
Yeah.
McCabe's got everybody's puppet strings right now.
Ugh.
She's even working Morrissey. Morrissey works for her.
Yeah. Norfolk County's gonna get turned upside down on its head when there's a new DA in town.
I mean,
Definitely need a new sheriff over there.
they need that. It's
Yeah.
it's
Look at it.
mind-blowing to me to see every day we see something else come out that shows how corrupt they are there.
Well, the crazy thing is you have people who are very outspoken about it on one side. You have people who are very outspoken about it on the opposition. But the funny thing is you never hear from the people who want to stay fucking quiet, who don't want to say anything about the case. But what you're going to see when it's voting time, you're going to see an overwhelming majority come out and say, you know what, fuck this, because Michael Morrissey has run unopposed and nobody has ever ran against him. And now that somebody's running against him, and if he loses in a fucking landslide, that's going to tell you everything you need to know about every single person in Norfolk County and what they really think about if Karen Reed was framed or not.
100%.
So
And
just
that
wait,
guy
just wait
running
for it.
against him was down there at boots on the ground a couple times.
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah. You kidding me? I'd vote for fucking SpongeBob SquarePants before I fucking voted for Michael Morrissey again.
SpongeBob for DA.
Yep, fuck that.
Yeah, yeah. You're exactly right, Kevin. The people that are quiet just want to keep their head low until their time is ready to shine, and that's when it will be.
And else, and they're going to be like a silent assassin. They're going to move like that fucking G in lasagna. Watch.
Yep. Well, and I mean that's okay. So, proven fact right there. I mean, look at Tom Beatty. Like he is not like unaffected by the threats.
Right.
What the fuck was that?
That was my cat.
Jesus Christ.
So I have hairless cats, so they don't actually meow.
Yes, you do.
I do. I have 3 hairless kitties. They're Sphinx, but they don't meow. They actually coo. It's like a coo sounding.
Oh, fucking great.
So per government salaries, Kelly Bieber in 2023 made $85,000. In 2024, she made $143,000.
Yeah, I know, Melanie. She didn't get my joke, so fucking.
I got it. I ignored it.
Okay. All right.
I just ignored it, pretend it didn't happen. This is the thing that Hank does with his case. Just ignores it, pretends it doesn't happen.
Well, I mean, fucking Hank Bennett looks like fucking SpongeBob with his jellyfishing glasses on, so.
I mean, you're right, Polly. That is quite the jump from 23 to 24.
Yeah.
I mean, a police officer, a rookie police officer at that making $150,000 a year.
Yeah.
Like,
So she got basically almost $60,000 more in 1 year than she
Nikki, I don't
did.
see you.
Which year was that?
2023, she made $85,000. 2024, she made $143,000.
Nice.
Fucking crazy.
That's what happens when you play ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
When the
That's what
commissioner,
happens when you're a do bitch. That's what happens when you're a do bitch.
it's
So,
crazy.
excuse me, when people say why has she done this, there's a fucking great incentive right there.
Yeah. I mean, because honestly, think about it. How often do you see somebody, hey, Natalie, how often do you see somebody that being a brand new police officer on the force? Like, she looks super young, not going to their chief. Instead, they're being called to the commissioner. Like, that's huge. And it's of the whole, that's of the whole count, like of the whole area. That's just, to me, it's like says so much.
Yeah, she's green. She's able.
Well,
she's able to be corrupted.
The
That's
commissioner
what-
and the chief are the same thing. It's just
Yeah,
the reason why I think the difference between a chief and a commissioner is because of the fact that there's a commissioner in Boston, because of the fact that Boston also has a lot of sub areas to it, like Cambridge. And
Right, but she would have a sergeant or somebody above her that she would have to report to. Not
yeah, but
just
right. But do you
but
actually think? Do you actually
Commissioner is
think?
like the chief's chief.
Right, but do you actually think that Chief Berkowitz or Helena Rafferty is going to go to her sergeant? No, she's going to call the fucking commissioner and be like, "Yo, tell this bitch to shut the fuck up." They're not going to get the sergeant involved. They're going to go all the way to the top.
Right.
She's a chief. She's not going to be like, "Oh, hey, let me talk to a sergeant or let me talk to a lieutenant or let me talk to a captain." No, she's going to go. She's going to go basically the same level that she is. She's like, "I don't need to talk to these fucking sergeants and shit like that." She's like, "Who the fuck? What do they think they're talking to?" So that's the reason why she did it.
Listen, everybody's fucking doing shit for favors in this fucking county, so you know.
What's that?
So Kent and her were for 2023 before she moved. Her salary was $38,000, so she made 85 plus 38,000,
Yeah, fuck.
and then jumped to 143.
But yet you got who was the guy who made like fucking $200,000 and some odd $100,000 a year?
Making
detective.
Yeah. What about the fat guy? No, that was Saraf, not him. But yeah, Gallagher was making like 300 or something. And,
Yeah.
like,
And he was thick as shit. He was not worth 300 grand. Fucking hell.
None of them are. I mean, look what they do. All I hear about is the stories of people seeing them drinking in their cars or, sleeping in their cars half the time. Heck, Kevin Albert loses his gun because he's drinking. Just.
But you can't. You can't. You don't have any influence over what they're getting paid. So some fuckhead who turns up with a leaf blower, who gets paid 300 grand a year, you've got absolutely no say in how much he gets paid.
But Lucas, those red Solo cups, they worked terrifically holding that.
Mm-hmm.
Terrifically.
Yeah. Yeah, and you see the fucking, there was a murder and they used caution tape this weekend. That was fantastic. So they do know how to secure a crime scene.
The other thing is that Jackson read in word for word what her statement was to the FBI. So that's
exactly.
in there. And you being as detailed as that is.
Yeah, he used her words against her. Like, this is what you fucking said. I am not making it up. I'm not putting words in your mouth. This is what you said. This is what you claimed happened to the feds.
And a wildly long time. Like, what? Who thinks that to themselves? If you weren't there, a wildly long time.
What's a wildly long time to you, Kelly?
A really, really long time.
To me, it's a wicked fucking long time. That's what that means.
It depends what you're doing. If you said, I'm going for a dump, and you took an hour and a half, that would be a wildly long time.
Well, it depends on what, yeah, exactly. Well,
if you're going out to the car to break the tail light.
In her words, that meant it was there was suspect as shit. That's what that means to me.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed fucking sus.
And then to accuse the defense of trying to make her to force her to lie and threatening her with perjury when you're a police officer, you know that the police can't or the defense can't charge you with perjury. I think all that needs to happen is if the jurors, as detailed as they are, I think you're right, Amy. The jurors that as detailed as they are and how much they've been writing, because I know that like from reading X, like Aiden said that today when Dr. Russell started talking about the dog bites, the whole box.
Polly. I love Polly. You're the best.
You suck and I can get money. True. But she was resting bitch face that kept talking. But yeah, I mean, with the jury started writing and as detailed as they are, they're a lot younger jury. They're paying a lot more attention to things, even the obnoxious, boring things. And I think that they can, hopefully, pray God, that they can see what she's doing.
Such as?
I mean, maybe them, Jesus Christ. Maybe they ain't telepathic like I am, so it's
True,
possible
they might not. They might not know like he does.
Are you, excuse me, do you intend on taking the piss out of me forever because of that?
Yeah, I love you. That's the only reason I do it. You know that.
Well, I think you should go one further and actually become excuse me.
God bless you.
That was nice.
Yeah.
That was a good push, Lucas.
That was kind of deep.
Listen, I'm a fan.
I'm eating quickly. I think you should go one step further and actually become telepathic.
Who's to say I'm not?
She has it in her name. Of course she's telepathic.
Right.
Yeah.
All you have to do is write it.
Listen, when I say something without a fucking doubt, I will never not stand on what I say, or else I don't say it.
Mm-hmm.
If I think that I'm wrong, I won't say it. You know, or
No,
I say like I fucked up. I that's my bad. Like that's
If
usually.
you're working an overtime shift, wouldn't you work till the shift ended? And if your shifts end at 7 or 6:45 to 6:45, because they're always 12-hour shifts, why would you leave at 3:45?
Well,
for a pay rise or to get laid. That's why I'd fucking leave at 3:45.
Yeah, you'd do that for sure. I know you would.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it all depends. Like, cause I mean, my son's dad, he's medic firefighter, and there's times that like he just gets caught up in work and he'll have to stay a little bit later. He doesn't just leave like just because the clock turns for his time to be out. I mean, he could still be wrapped up in, you know what I mean, another call. So he has to finish up the call and the paperwork and shit.
Right. So Microdot's response was, it's a lose-lose for Kelly Devers. If Kelly Devers is telling the truth, it raises serious concerns about having an officer on BPD who can hallucinate entire false memories vivid enough to report them confidently to the FBI. How can any of her future memories or testimony be trusted? Whether she lied or told the truth today, her credibility is gone.
Facts. See? Exactly what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
She's telepathic. I told you.
Thank you, Microdot.
What about, excuse me, what about not knowing what a sequestration order is? What do you make of that one?
She's a fucking officer. She knows what a sequestration order is.
But why would she say she doesn't?
You would get that on your...
That's something that you can play dumb on. You can say, "Oh, I have no idea," and that's easily you can be like, "Oh, you can," but like that's a known thing. That's like, you know what I mean?
She was subpoenaed to come in. She was forced to come in, not on her own will. She was subpoenaed to be there. It is on the subpoena that says there was a sequestration order. She knows not to do that.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a known, like it's just a known thing. Especially when you're a cop, you know what's right and what's wrong when it comes to the law.
Mm-hmm.
You're fucking taught that. Like that's the whole point. You were taught that.
But she has been. She's been investigating and reading up on the case. So where does that leave her?
Well, it's all over the news. I mean, it's hard to get away from it.
But I did hear on one of the jury descriptions from Aiden. He said that when they said that she said it was all over the news, you can't avoid it when you get online. 2 of the jurors looked straight at Hank. So, I mean, that's the thing. Like, those jurors cannot be online at all, or even watch TV. They're going to hear about it,
Right.
especially in that area.
I mean, you're in Norfolk County. People are hearing about this where fucking you are, Lucas. So,
Diane, I don't think she thought that. I think she was just making that shit up.
What
She
did
knows
Diane say?
that a defense attorney, she thought a defense attorney charged her in court crimes. She knows that's not true.
No,
You
I don't think that's what she meant. I think that she meant like.
All right,
like,
Amy, I'll grab it.
He's going to go after her for perjury within the courts. That's probably what she meant.
You would only say you didn't know what a sequestration order is if you'd already fucking broken it, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
There's no other reason. Especially if you're a cop and you deal with this shit all the time.
Right. It's as if you've testified before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
trying to
that's why
find-
it's easy to see that she was. But again, it's my telepathicness. I can just see bullshit coming straight out of her.
And Karen filed, I guess Karen filed a bunch of things in court today.
Yeah.
They did proposed jury instructions, motion to impound defendant's motion to present a missing witness argument and request a subsequent instruction. An affidavit of Liz Little in support of the defendant's motion to impound. The defendant's motion to present a missing witness argument and request the unredacted version. The first one was redacted. So there's missing testimony apparently.
From where?
Wait, what happened?
The defense put in a motion to impound defendant's motion to present a missing witness argument and request the subsequent instruction.
I don't understand. Dumb it down a little bit.
Well, here, I'll pull it up so that I can. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you straight because I can usually find it on the justice page. Because
Amy says to read Justice tweets.
I will.
We
I'm going to
already
do
did
it. Not the newest one. Okay.
Yeah, make sure you like the video and subscribe if you have not already subscribed, please. And we're allowing members of the channel. So if you would like to be a member, please do so. If you have an Apple, though, unfortunately, I don't know how to do that.
You have an Apple, go on the computer and do it.
Apple sucks.
So I'm trying to find Dee Dee. She'll have, usually she has.
Please like, share, and subscribe.
I don't see. Nobody seems to have it up. I looked on the justice page and I looked at motion.
Amy, it's part of my telepathicness.
I'm trying to find.
Lucas, you know I love you.
Yeah.
Listen, I would tell you if I didn't, Lucas, and you already fucking know that, so. Let's just be honest. Let's call it fucking for what it is.
Well, it all boils down to who your nearest foot buddy is.
What?
It all boils down to who your nearest foot buddy is.
Who's my nearest fuck buddy?
I don't
Amy?
know.
Amy's
I don't know.
Well, she's not my nearest at the moment, but I would totally do her.
She's your dearest.
Oh, dearest.
I would actually bang the fuck out of Amy.
I mean, who wouldn't?
To like her eyeballs rattled inside her skull, that kind of banging, you know what I
Oh,
mean?
well, shit. All right.
Yeah.
So I
Don't talk
entered
my language, Lucas.
I entered the screenshot in to Chat GPT, and it says the defense submitted its own suggested language for the instructions for the jury, and then it says the defense is asking the court to impound, seal a motion about a missing witness issue, likely arguing that someone crucial is not called to testify and that facts should be influenced to the jury. So probably Proctor.
Yeah. Either that or Higgins. Or
Not
Scanlon.
And
It
that
could be Scanlon too.
Jury, the sworn statement supporting by Elizabeth Little, and they did the full version because they did the redacted version. Oh, and then the defendant's motion for reconsideration of excluding Michael Easter. They put in today. So they're trying to get Michael Easter back.
Yeah, she's gonna deny that right out of the gate because that will make everybody look like fucking tool bags. Every cop.
You want me to get Jess Machado's? Is that what she said?
I don't know how half of this can be
Hey, Mark.
thrown
Mark,
out or not
do me a
allowed.
favor. Go fuck yourself.
Oh.
Cunningham's in chat.
He must have arrived just now.
He did. He
I mean,
said
why-
fucking Nick. LOL. Go ahead, Lucas.
Why would it be unfair to somebody who's not tasked with coming up with the proof that they're innocent? Why would it be unfair for them to defend themselves by any means?
Correct. Exactly. Unless you get shit. Exactly. It's because that means that they're hiding shit.
I don't get it.
But what's the harm in what's the harm in her proving a legit case for herself? Why are you hiding the fact that Arco was hidden by the FBI? I mean, why are you hiding the fact that Arco was hired by the FBI? Hidden. Fuck my life. You know, like that's the thing. Like, she's the fucking gatekeeper, and she has proven over and over again that she is not giving Karen a free fucking fair trial.
But why ARCA, for example, right? You get them to do accident investigation reconstruction. They come up with the results. John wasn't killed by a motor vehicle. And then the people that want to prove you guilty successfully have them dismissed. I mean, what make that make sense?
Right. Exactly. I mean, listen, we've seen this for years now in this case. I truly think that the jury has seen Bev for what she is, which doesn't help the prosecution's case. Because, I mean, that proves right there that they can easily see her bullshit. And maybe they're telepathic. Let's hope, right?
So Jess Machado says Dr. Reslow is telling us civilian dog bites are minor as opposed to canine dog bites. She stated that she's seen approximately 500 dog bites in her career. She has seen approximately 3,000 motor vehicle injuries in her career. So one of the fatigued jurors has taken off her sweatshirt and looks warm and uncomfortable. I was looking up my laptop and literally almost every juror was touching their face in a different way. There's a lot of fidgeting going around the jurors right now. One is flipping her hair to the other side. One is drinking water. One has their hands.
Can you not mumble? Speak concise and clear, please.
Talk to me too. I'm trying not to be too loud because I get told I'm too loud.
Well, you are too loud. Especially when you come back, you're like, "Hey guys, can you hear me?" You just jump back like, "What the fuck, man?"
Shut your face. Shut your face right now. No. So it says there's a lot of fidgeting going on with the jurors. One is flipping her hair to the other side. One is drinking water. One has their hand to the side of their neck. One's leaning forward. Fatigued juror has put her sweatshirt back on. Apparently, she thinks one of them are sick. It's very dry in here, and I had to step out because I was about to start coughing. Back in, not sick, but it's very dry in here. Someone from Karen's friends and family also came out to do some coughing. A photo of John O'Keefe's arm has been published on the screen. What does it say? It says one of the jurors in the trial, who I very on gave the nickname Note Taker, has filled what looks to be like 3 notebooks with notes, from what I can tell, and is on his 4th. Sidebar is over. We were just getting details from Dr. Russell about the dog bite, but Canoni has asked for us to
Hold
bring
on, Kelly. Hold that thought. Do you want to bet that that fucking guy is going to be an alternate? Mark my words.
Oh, yeah.
Keep
As
going.
As many. He'll be an alternate or not even like chosen. Yeah, he'll not be.
You'll have
Yeah.
done all the work.
You
You'll
can
have
go
put in
home.
all the
Thanks
time
for all
and
the
effort. Yeah, see you later, mate. Thank you, but no thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're too invested. We don't like it.
To somebody else.
And the 2 dickheads that didn't pay attention, that haven't got a fucking clue whether she's guilty or not, they'll say they'll give them the nudge and they'll say, "Oh yeah, she's guilty. See you later."
Yeah. Like apparently they're all writing in their notebooks with Dr. Russell's stuff.
Yeah.
So they're paying attention.
It's like
And that's the
when
thing, they seem like they're very attentive. So I feel like that thing with Kelly Beavers is going to strike a nerve for them.
maybe not. Do you remember when Alan Jackson said to Bev, Fanning was in the orbit of the jury, and Bev's like, "No, we're moving on from this. Next question."
Exactly. Yeah, she wanted no part of it.
Yeah.
She already fucking knew. Yep.
Yeah, let's fucking sweep it under the rug before we get found out. I bet nobody will talk about that. I bet that never comes out. Unless the feds have been wiretapping and they already know. That would be funny as
One
well.
can only hope.
Yeah.
Well, did you guys hear Brenda's speech this weekend? Brenda
Yeah.
Sweeney, what she said at the select board meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Here, I'll play it for you real quick. It's not long, but I was actually like super impressed.
Don't look back here.
There we go.
Let me guess. It's got nothing to do with the FBI wiretapping anybody.
No.
No, it has to do with the whole case. It has to do with the whole case.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Stop. Back up.
I'll smash and share you, hate. That'd be fun.
Oh.
She said, smash the like and share, and I thought, yeah, I'd smash her and share her.
Oh.
Okay, Nurse Kim.
I talk to Nurse Kim every night, so it's just habit now.
All right. Here we go.
Brenda Sweeney, Canton. My humble opinion. Mr. Loughran announced at a select board meeting the U.S. Attorney's Office closed the investigation into the death of Officer John O'Keefe, and it's no longer active. Mr. Loughran, you, Helena, and Mr. Albert has systematically destroyed our trust. Thanks to Olivia Lambo, we have confidence in the abstention doctrine, a legal principle that stops the feds from intruding in ongoing state matters. They have to wait until there's a resolution to the state matter, like a verdict, before they can act. Plus, they don't have jurisdiction in a state-level murder case, so they have to find a federal jurisdictional hook, like a conspiracy, in order to take any action. Our money's on the feds. The investigation's not active because the evidence is collected, the case is built, and they're waiting for the trial to end so they can act. Let's review some pieces of that conspiracy puzzle. A mysterious Ford Edge, butt dials galore, 4 a.m. radio transmission, pedestrian struck by a plow. A few drops of blood in 6 red Solo cups, 3 liters missing. The white Jeep, to be or not to be, that is the question. A 5 to 6 foot black blob near the flagpole. The exact 2 minutes of library video missing. A Scrivener's error. No taillight photos before the tow. Amazing hair and glass hanging on for dear life, 60 miles round trip in a blizzard. An unsecured taillight garden watered by the melting snow. A female cop flees the Sallyport. The bumper glass doesn't match the cup. Specialized drive-through SIM card dumpsters at a military base. Man down 5 to 6 hours in a blizzard, but no frostbite.
The hand there keeps on hanging on.
Familiar? Multiple unknown male contributors of DNA. Chloe. Witness protection explains no paperwork proving she's Cora, a better outcome than those rumors about the pool. The real question, what did Chloe's loyalty to her master cost her? Helena. Am I smelling a jurisdictional hook in there somewhere? Reminds me of Sir Walter Scott's poem, "Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive." Good old Short and Shiny took his secrets to the grave with him, but not before he visited that fire pit in Summer Heights. Have no fear, Helena. He left you behind to testify. Remember, a clear conscience is a gift. If you decide to look that gift horse in the mouth, Uncle Joe's house is located at 1 Courthouse Way, Boston. We're so glad the witnesses are swearing to tell the truth. The truth is important, isn't it? It's all we really want, no matter what. They're blinded by power. Their arrogance will come back to bite them, and they still can't fathom we ain't got no quit. Didn't mean to step on your toes, Mr. Loughran. Just wanted to make sure the citizens were fully informed. We'll be back, and rest assured, Mr. Loughran, I'll make sure I call you when the ice cream truck shows up. Thank you.
Yeah, let's not forget the hair that keeps on hanging on for dear life too.
But that's why I played it, because she was talking about the FBI waiting for the verdict before they can do anything because they don't have jurisdiction.
Listen, the FBI, like, they don't just come in and start fucking making moves. Like, they wait. They can wait years before they jump on anything. Because this is why they have such a high conviction rate, because they don't fuck around. They're not trigger happy. You know, they, like fucking Michael Morrissey was. They investigate. They get their facts right. They interview. They watch. They are methodical about when and who they go after when they go after them. They do not fuck around.
I'm gonna save them.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Brenda has with words to put all that together, like it was perfect. The whole thing about waiting for the FBI to come in, the whole "don't worry, rest assured, I'll call you when the ice cream truck shows up," like that, amazing. And you know, the other thing that's frustrating, or not frustrating to me, but I wonder what is happening.
Hold on. It looks like I'm being fought over in the chat. I do gotta say that I am Amy's and I'm not available, ladies. I'm sorry. I love you all, though.
She just wants you as a sugar mama, she said.
Yeah.
Loughran's not
Listen, don't be Kel. Jealousy is not a good color on you, bitch. Okay, so
On
just
me?
settle down.
On me?
Who said? Did Amy?
Steve Murray said that. I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought you said Amy said that. I was like, don't act jealous.
He says, I don't even want a relationship, just my sugar mama.
Don't be jealous. Oh, that's fine.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm married to Amy. You're sleeping with her. That's how it works.
No, honey. Listen, you can think what you want, but at the end of the day, I know where I stand with Amy. Okay.
Okay.
Just saying.
Bunch of fucking sluts.
Yeah. Amy knows that I would kill for her. So she knows that no matter what, right or wrong, I have her back. Period. Preach. Yeah. So anyways, yeah. Amy knows. She already fucking knows. Yeah. So I mean, I just think, honest to God, this case is fucking wild. I think that Dr. Russell is probably going to get attacked by Hank, and he's going to try to make her look like a liar, but he's going to look like the fucking fool that he is. So
yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, I think that he cannot hold back. I think that he is slime, and he thinks he's right, which is the worst kind, because he doesn't see past like what he's there for. You know what I mean? He's very power hungry in this case.
They should be back in a minute.
They said 2:00.
It's it's fuck. I just said it's 1:00. It's 1:00 here.
2:00 all of a sudden.
Yeah, it does need to end. Amy, that's a fact. Yeah. I'm so over this trial.
I'm sure I can't even imagine how Karen.
I don't
Reed
watch
is.
it on the weekends anymore. I watch whatever else. The only thing I watch is Lawyer, you know. But
Yeah,
I watched him because Papa Tragos is on there, and I like to hear his version.
Yeah, I don't even barely watch him anymore. I just watch. I do listen to even Bettero, but sometimes I can't. Don't
Just
even listen to
quickly,
that.
if Hank, hi, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Hi.
If Hank comes in hot, hold on, I gotta put my other earbuds in. I'm sure to check. If Hank comes in hot with Dr. Russell, they are gonna fucking hate him.
100%.
She looks like everybody's grandmother that
Mhm.
like makes cookies and wants you to have sleepovers. Like
Yeah, just that Nana, that lovable Nana.
just that Nana. Yeah.
That Nana
Bro,
with
she
war
was a
stories.
police
Oh,
officer.
the
She
other
was a
thing that
police
came out.
officer at the ME.
Hold on, Kelly.
I am. I just
Go ahead.
think
I'm just saying, like, if Hank comes hot at her, like, the jury's probably going to be horrified. And I
Oh,
love that
100%.
because you know he's coming in. He's
Mhm.
coming in and going to make her look like she's a crazy old lady.
He can't fucking help himself.
He can't. There's no way. All right, I just came in to say that. Bye, guys.
Hank told
Preach, girl.
everybody that O'Keefe's brother-in-law died of an overdose on her grave today.
Wait, what?
Yeah, run that one by me again, Kelly.
John O'Keefe's sister's husband, the kid's father, he died of an overdose, not a heart attack. He was found on her gravesite from an overdose. And Hank
Yeah,
put that out today.
Yeah, apparently he died from like either a meth or a cocaine overdose. His heart stopped.
I thought he died of the same thing that his wife died of.
No, she
No,
had a
not
brain
cancer.
tumor.
Yeah.
I thought he died of a brain tumor.
No.
They said he had a heart attack.
Yeah, a drug-induced heart attack, which is
I
typically
don't
cocaine.
think Les was finished yet. I think he was still in the middle or still talking.
Yeah, he's
but
still indirect.
The fact that Hank put that out there, that's shitty. Like,
Emotional engineering.
Well, he's a
That's
shitty.
what that
He's
is.
a shitty person.
it shows you how sleazy he is.
Yeah, shitty people are shitty people. You know, I mean, you fucking put lipstick on a pig, it's still a fucking pig, Kelly.
I know.
Only people that are gonna hire fucking Hank Brennan in future are those that are guilty and want to get away with it.
The lipstick doesn't help me. I know, Mickey. I'm sorry.
Hey, you
That's
said
the
it,
only
not
fucking
me.
work he's gonna get.
I'll admit it. Oink oink.
Right. Anyway, I'm going to drop from here and wait for the court to come back in session. So I'll catch you later.
Yeah, I gotta get ready. But yeah, we'll talk later. Right, bye.
Biatch. Love you.
Love you too, bitch. Bye.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Lessie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon and welcome back, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, if we could please publish Exhibit 1 in evidence.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk. Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 1 from your review of the documents in this case?
Yes.
And what is it that Exhibit 1 represents?
It's a picture of the forearm of the decedent.
And we left off at lunch, and I'm not going to cover too much old grind, just to reorient ourselves back to where we were. You were discussing the basis of your opinion and conclusion that you said that these wounds were caused by, why don't you restate? Well, let's continue on in the basis of your opinion. Let's just continue on. Can you go through what is in Exhibit 1 and describe how it is that you came to your opinion?
Well, I observed multiple patterns of striations or linear abrasions.
I'm sorry to interrupt you so soon. Do you have the pointer in case you want to use that available?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's multiple groupings of linear abrasions, and linear means like a line, linear. So there's multiple of those, and here's one. Here's another one closer to the elbow. Here's another one closer to the wrist, and here's another array of linear abrasions near the elbow.
In terms of these wounds, in assessing their source, do you look at them individually, collectively, or both?
Both. I look at them individually, and then I put them in context of how they relate to one another.
And how they relate to one another, is there a name of that methodology that you use in terms of how they relate to each other?
Well, I think it's a pattern methodology, pattern recognition.
And what pattern is it that you see here with regard to all of these wounds on the right arm?
Well, I see multiple linear groupings together in a area from the mid arm to the mid forearm.
Is there any analysis of direction that is involved in your analysis?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe that these wounds were initiated closer to the anterior surface or the front of the forearm.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell, to interrupt you, but there's a fan back here which I can hear, but if you could just keep your voice up, that would be great for me.
Yes, I believe they all started closer to the anterior or front portion of the arm. Like they started up here, up here, and the direction is towards the posterior portion of the arm.
Now, if we could just go back briefly, I want you to do a comparison. If we could go back, Your Honor, please, back to Exhibit 157 that we had up earlier.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 167. As between 167 and 1, which one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
The previous one.
All right, so let's go back to the previous one. So that one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located on January 29 of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And So January 29, 2022, if we can go back to Exhibit 157, or 67, excuse me, 167. Can you tell when this picture was taken from the depiction?
Well, it says January 31st.
Okay, so is that the basis for you saying that the Exhibit 1 was closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
Yes.
All right, so I want to do another comparison, have you do another comparison of the two. If you can look at what is depicted in Exhibit 167, and now go back to 1 and see if you see any differences at all as to what's depicted. Do you see any differences with regard to the wounds on the arm, or the arm just in general? Let's go back to see that now. Let's go back to 167.
Well, the coloration of the photograph is slightly different.
And what do you mean the coloration?
Well, the skin tones here are more yellow than they are in the previous photograph.
And I'm sorry, do you have a conclusion as to why there is a difference in skin tone in this exhibit compared to Exhibit 1?
Well, it could just be technique, lighting technique. I do see some lividity on the chest, postmortem lividity, and that's what that means is pooling of the blood, which happens after death.
Can you explain to the jury what lividity is?
Yes. So blood follows the laws of gravity, and the blood will settle to the dependent parts of the body. In this case, the body, the body of Mr. O'Keefe is horizontal, and so the blood is going to settle from the top of the chest, which would probably be up here somewhere, down towards the back, which would be the inferior portion of the chest in that position. And likewise, it would happen on the extremities too.
So you just mentioned the extremities. Do you see any lividity on the extremity here, the right arm?
You know, actually, there is discoloration over here in the elbow area. I do see some lividity. Okay, so there's several areas of lividity on the arm. I'm sorry. There's some right here. This redness right here in the near the wrist. I believe that that's postmortem lividity. I believe that this redness in here near the elbow is also postmortem lividity. And yeah, that's what I believe.
Okay.
That's postmortem lividity.
And again, lividity is that you said something that sets in after time, after death?
Yes, it's the pooling of blood.
Is there, with regard to this depiction, do you see any bruising with regard to that elbow?
You know, I think that initially, earlier this morning, with the lighting, I may have said that this was bruising, but now as I think about it, and I see all this other lividity here, lividity over here, I believe that's postmortem lividity.
And if we could go back to Exhibit 1, and you said this is the one that's closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located, do you see any lividity or bruising with regard to that photo?
I don't see any definite bruising. I do see some discoloration up here near the shoulder. I'm not sure if that's postmortem lividity or not. It could be early postmortem lividity.
Okay. So if we could, thank you, Mr. Wool, can we take that depiction down for the moment? What I'd like to do is and we'll come back to that. If we could have the lights back on, please. Thank you. have you had experience prior to this case in performing your pattern recognition methodology skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans? In other words, have you seen dog-inflicted wounds that have a pattern on humans?
I've seen dog wounds that have had a pattern. I didn't need to do it, utilize that skill, because I also had other information about the case. You know, for instance, police officer or the victim himself said, you know, I was attacked by a dog.
Right. And for those that can you give an example, like in ER, just as to how you would come to have that knowledge, or otherwise? How would you generally come to have the knowledge as to a potential source of the wound?
Oftentimes it's the victim that tells me, or in the case of the law enforcement dog bites, I had both victim and police officers tell me that the police dog, inflicted these wounds.
And so and how many times generally in your career, we discussed it this morning, how many times generally did someone present with dog-inflicted wounds and you were told that these wounds were from a dog? Roughly how many in your career?
Well, all of the law enforcement dog bites, so that would be 40 to 60 or so of those, plus most of the non-law enforcement dog bites, the patients or the mother have said this, a dog bit me, or a dog bit my son.
And for those that where someone said something, the dog bit my son, were the wounds that you saw similar to or different from the wounds that are depicted in Exhibit 1 that we've had up on the screen?
On the civilian dog bites, there's some similarities, but not as many striations on the civilian dog bites.
And are the more striations on what's depicted in Exhibit 1, does that lead you to more easily conclude it's from a dog bite, or is it harder for you to conclude it's from a dog bite?
Neither.
Right. So is your prior experience as an emergency room physician, as a physician in Cochrane, does that experience allow you to exercise pattern recognition skills with regard to Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 157?
Sustained.
Do you use your pattern recognition? Did you use your pattern recognition skills in evaluating Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 157?
Yes.
In terms of characteristics of dog bites, if we can go back to Exhibit 1, please. Is Exhibit 1 highly characteristic of a dog bite or lowly characteristic of a dog bite?
Sustained.
How would you describe the characteristics of what appears on Exhibit 1?
What I see on Exhibit 1 is multiple strikes from a dog.
I'm going to allow it.
Can you please repeat your answer?
Yes.
What you see?
Multiple strikes from a dog.
And with regard to, do you see any characteristics in terms of a medical observation with regard to those strikes?
I don't understand the question.
Are you familiar with the medical term pathognomonic?
Oh, yes.
What is the definition of pathognomonic?
Pathognomonic in medicine means that the characteristics of a condition are so highly specific and unique that they basically say that it can only be from a certain condition and no other condition. So to the exclusion of all other conditions. That's what is meant by pathognomonic. At least that's my understanding.
Do you consider these wounds pathognomonic?
Sustain.
How do you evaluate these wounds in terms of what you call their characteristics?
I characterize them as highly specific for a dog attack.
I'm going to strike the last word, Mr. Wilson.
In terms of the characteristics that you have talked about, are there any other aspects of dog dentition that you can discern from Exhibit 1?
I don't understand the question.
You mentioned earlier when we had the dog dentition exhibit up, you mentioned an arch. Is there any aspect of Exhibit 1 that concerns an arch?
Yes, there is, in my opinion, an arch-like structure right here towards the lower part of the forearm, towards the wrist, suggesting that this here is made from the very front teeth of the dog. Now, when one looks at these injuries or wounds, one has to remember that, number one, this is not a mannequin. This is a person whose skin is somewhat elastic, whose skin will slide over the underlying bones, and so therefore some of the wounds may have been created by the exact same teeth, for instance, but look differently, depending on the part of the anatomy, the elasticity of the skin, also depending on things like if there was clothing or something in between the teeth and the skin. So one has to consider and also there may be motion motion effects. The living victim could have been pulling away from the dog. The dog could have been, pulling or jumping and only catching a glimpse, a little slight bit of the skin with his teeth. So there's a lot of movement and things that one has to consider when an injury is inflicted on a body.
I'm going to strike that.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Mayor, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could put the Exhibit 1 back up on the screen, please, Mr. Wolt. Dr. Russell, is what's depicted on the screen one dog bite or more than one dog bite?
Ask it differently, Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Russell, can you determine from this depiction, how do you evaluate this depiction with regard to dog bites?
Well, I see several groupings of wounds. Here's one grouping up near the shoulder. Here's another distinct grouping near the elbow, but above the elbow. Here is a third grouping around the back of the elbow and the upper forearm. Here's some additional marks. I think they're separate, but I don't know exactly if they are separate dog bites or scratches. And then there's another grouping around the posterior forearm near the wrist. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 4 different types of either bites or combination bite and claw marks.
You mentioned claw marks. Is there any evidence of claw marks in this exhibit?
It's hard to say exactly what what these marks are. This one here, and even to a certain extent, this one here has some characteristics of both claw marks and bites. So
Even though you may not be able to determine whether it's a claw mark, can you determine, or the specific type of mark, can you determine that those are from a dog?
I believe they are, yes.
So now let's go. You mentioned, we'll switch. We can leave that up for just a moment because we're going to come right back to it. And Dr. Russell, earlier on, you used the phrase incomplete dental impression. Do you recall that?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. What phrase would you like to use? Because you were describing whether a dog or not had a complete bite. What phrase would you like to use?
But that's okay. Incomplete bite, I
Okay.
might
Do you
consider.
see any evidence of an incomplete bite on Exhibit 1?
I believe all of the bites here are incomplete.
Why do you come to that conclusion?
Because in my opinion, they don't penetrate the skin, which I would consider more of a bite or more of a complete bite. So they're just scratches on the surface of the skin.
When you say they don't penetrate the skin, we see the marks that are on there. What do you mean that they don't penetrate the skin?
They don't penetrate the full thickness of the skin and extend into the soft tissue underneath.
And what, in terms of incompleteness that you just described, have you observed incomplete dog bites in your career?
Many.
Roughly how many incomplete dog bites have you observed and treated in your career?
Over 100.
In our incomplete bites, the majority of bites from civilian dogs, or are they a minority of the bites from civilian dogs?
I believe they're the majority of the bites of civilian dogs.
Did you determine whether these wounds occurred at the same time?
I believe they did.
Why do you come to the conclusion that they occurred at the same time?
Because of the wound characteristics, the coloration of the wounds, the tissue reaction to the wounds. So they all timing are at the same time, around the same time.
Did you determine whether these wounds were sustained by Mr. O'Keefe before or after he died?
Before he died.
How do you reach the conclusion that these wounds were suffered by Mr. O'Keefe before he died?
Because they have what we call a vital reaction. So there is an ever so slight vital reaction or inflammation around the edges of the wounds. And so that determines that, that supports the fact that they were inflicted during life.
Dr. Russell, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's right arm personally?
No.
Is it generally accepted in the practice of medicine, particularly emergency or pathology, to observe and determine the source of a wound from a photograph after death?
It is generally accepted.
And have you, in your career, used photographs to determine wounds and patterns of wounds?
Yes.
And is that an accepted practice?
Yes.
And it is a generally accepted practice?
Yes.
Now, in conducting your, we're going to switch a little bit now to what you call the differential diagnosis. In conducting your differential diagnosis with regard to motor vehicle accidents, describe for the jury how you performed that differential diagnosis with regard to the decedent. And we can leave that up for just a moment. Go ahead, Dr. Russell.
Objection. So I'm going to need to see you. Sorry, folks.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
With Your Honor's permission to republish Exhibit 1. Thank you for your patience, Dr. Russell. Is what the wounds you see on Exhibit 1 consistent or inconsistent with what you have seen from your experience with regard to motor vehicle accident victims?
Inconsistent.
If I could have published Exhibit 206, which is in evidence, Your Honor. Do you recognize Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Did you review that as part of any report in this case?
Yes.
And can you describe how you reviewed this document as part of your evaluation of this case?
Well, I reviewed the injuries, which are, so this is a decedent, a picture of a decedent, a different case, not the decedent in this case, totally separate case.
And
So
is this from Dr. Welcher's report that you reviewed?
Yes.
All right, so continue, please.
And so this is a person deceased, looks like in the street, and he's got multiple injuries. And this is allegedly from an auto versus pedestrian accident.
So if we could, are you able to discern any injuries to any limbs from this? If you could zoom in on the limbs, Mr. Wolf, thank you.
So there is a very extensive degloving, partially degloving, avulsion injury to the forearm of this individual, the extensive skin loss, damage to the subcutaneous tissue, possibly damage to other tissues beneath that.
And Mr. Wolk, if you could zoom back out and go to the list that is highlighted in the original of this. And Dr. Russell, can you tell me whether you evaluated the list, and if so, how did you evaluate that list in connection with the photo?
Well, the photo is limited only really to the upper chest and the right arm. And so I can't comment on any of the CAT scan findings here on this list, but this was a list of numerous traumatic injuries to this person. And regarding the arm, it says right upper extremity wound with vascular injury, clinical.
What does that mean, if anything, to you?
Well, that suggests that it's a soft tissue wound. However, what they're saying is clinical, so they're not commenting on if there were any x-ray findings, for instance. On an x-ray, but I mean, would be a post-mortem x-ray. And this is just a clinical diagnosis or a visual hands-on diagnosis.
Do you know whether that line that you just read relates to any part of the photograph? Any part of the photograph?
Well, I believe it relates to that injury that we pointed out in the previous photograph.
Can you switch back to that, please, Mr. Wolf? If you could just zoom in and just what does...
So this is the wound that they are talking about. It's a large gaping wound, soft tissue wound.
If we could go back to the list, please. Zoom in, thank you.
But
please continue.
No, what I was going to say is that there are multiple other injuries in this person, multiple serious, significant injuries, subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, intraventricular hemorrhage, liver laceration, pneumothorax, that's blood and air in the chest cavity outside of the lungs. So it's in an area where it shouldn't be. This person had numerous injuries.
Are you able to compare these injuries in that photo in this Exhibit 206? And did you compare them to your review of the autopsy report and other medical records of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sustained.
Answer the question? Oh. Okay.
You can take that down. From your review, did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any liver laceration?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any gaping, as you called it, lacerations to the right forearm?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any pneumothorax injuries that you were describing with regard to 206?
No pneumothorax.
Let's switch to another topic. Let's talk about clothing of the decedent. In forming your opinion, did you consider Mr. O'Keefe's clothing in relation to his wounds?
Yes.
If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 150 in evidence published.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 150?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a picture of part of the hoodie, sweatshirt or shirt that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing at the time.
And wearing when?
At the time of his death.
And did you evaluate this photo as part of your review of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to this. If we could please switch to, Your Honor, 147C in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. And what is 147C?
So this is a close-up of the sleeve of that shirt that we just saw on the previous image. And there's a hole or defect here in the sleeve, which I'm circling with the pointer. And there's a label that labels it number 1. And so I see this hole that is rather round and appears to have some fabric coming out of the hole towards the exterior of the jacket or the shirt.
Did you attribute any significance to the shape of the wound? And if so, what significance?
The shape of the hole, yes. So it's rounded. I actually attributed a lot of significance to that.
Describe a lot of significance that you attributed to this hole.
Well, I believe that this hole was made by a canine tooth. And with the tooth going into the shirt, reaching the skin, and then coming out of the shirt, pulling out some fabric with it.
And we'll come back to this. If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to 147D as in David that's in evidence. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is it?
A round hole in the shirt, again with some fabric fibers pointing towards the outside of the shirt.
Is this the same hole that we just saw on 147C or a different hole?
Could we go back? I don't know.
Okay, so let's now go back to Exhibit 150. What significance, if any, do you give to the various triangles that are on the hoodie? Could you describe to the jury what those are and what's their purpose?
So the triangles are labels that were placed by either the police or the crime lab or someone, and the point of the triangle generally is pointing towards a hole in the shirt. As you can see, there are multiple ones here, and I want to make sure that you don't confuse it with this rather large defect, which is caused by something else.
So let's start with each one, and we'll go through these quickly. Let's start and zoom in on number 1. What did you conclude about the source of that hole in the hoodie?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate what is depicted as number 1 in that slide as part of your review?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation?
Sustained.
Let's go back and zoom out. Have you in your career examined clothing either as part of your forensic pathology practice or your emergency medicine practice to determine the source of defects in clothing?
Yes.
How many times have you done that approximately in your career?
Several hundred.
And have you, in those several hundred times, have you ever had to reach a conclusion as to whether there was any connection between defects in clothing and wounds to humans?
Many times.
Can you give some examples of the many times you've had to look at clothing and defects in clothing to assist you in determining wound recognition in a human?
Yes. So let me clarify. It's mostly used in forensic pathology, not so much in emergency medicine. The clothing and the cause of the wound is as important as in emergency medicine as the treatment of the wound. But in forensic pathology, it's a key component, any examination where you think that it was an unnatural death. So, so I've done it in gunshot wounds, in stab wounds, multiple times, looking at the defects, looking at the direction of the, of what I think the bullet, bullet track was, determining entry and exit wounds. In stab wounds, I've utilized them to help determine offensive and defensive wounds or injuries. So yes, many times.
Have you ever performed that analysis? You mentioned, testified earlier, 500 to 1,000 evaluations of dog-inflicted wounds on humans. Have you ever performed the analysis of defects in clothing and compared them to wounds on humans in the context of dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
I don't think so. Perhaps.
Well, yes. So in terms of, have there been any instances of doing that in your career? Have you done that at all in your career?
Maybe that one child.
All right. So let's go now to you were discussing the defects in the arm as well as the wounds in the arm and then the defects in the clothing. In terms of back to Exhibit 1. In terms of that pattern that is in the arm, and in terms, let's go back to the hoodie. I'll strike that. Have you in your career, in the terms of evaluating motor vehicle accidents, have you evaluated the clothing of victims of motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
How many times roughly have you evaluated what clothing looks like in terms of motor vehicle accidents?
Well, in many cases, I had to cut off the clothing in the emergency department, so I observed the clothing then. And then in the post-mortem cases, I evaluated the clothing, but oftentimes sometimes it wasn't helpful.
Have you ever evaluated clothing in determining whether or not the defects in the clothing are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident? Have you ever evaluated that as a forensic pathologist?
Not specifically.
Right. And in terms of your observations in either emergency medicine or forensic pathology, have you ever observed defects from motor vehicle accidents in clothing?
Yes.
Is what is depicted in this exhibit consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident?
Sustained.
In determining, let's go back to Exhibit 1, please. In determining and reaching your opinion with regard to the source of these wounds, is it necessary for you to reach that opinion to see a specific dog to determine whether the wounds are from a dog in general?
No.
And in your experience that you talked about earlier today, the 500 to 1,000, was it ever necessary in that experience to go locate the dog, to see the dog, to treat or evaluate the patient?
No.
Why is it, well, in terms of, we're going to move to another category, studies. Did you review any studies informing your opinions in this case?
Can we put the lights on and take this?
Yeah,
down
yes,
so
thank
that I
you, Your
see?
Honor. Yes.
Yes, many.
And did those studies that you review support or not support your conclusions in this case?
Sustained.
Which studies did you rely upon?
Well, I reviewed quite a few, 10 to 20 in depth, and I relied a lot on 2 of the articles.
Do you recall the names of the lead authors in the studies that you said, that you just referenced?
Yes, one of them was Demuniak.
Could you spell that, please?
I wish. DEMUNNYCK, I believe.
And was there?
And then there was another one, Pollack, Pollack.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, my recollection is correct. We've already pre-marked as exhibits for identification these studies, 2 studies. I may be incorrect in that. If so, I have studies. I'm going to show them to Mr. Yes, thank you. So we can just make sure I have all pages. Do you have these handed out in court reporter?
Oh, I have none.
Okay, so if I can just have them, Your Honor. Okay, I've got them. You should have. If I could have marked for identification as one document, please.
Exhibit PPP for ID.
One more, Madam Court Reporter, thank you.
And exhibit QQQ for ID. Mr. Unless you would, when the court reporters down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Which is what?
Exhibit PPP is the Demunic, and exhibit QQQ is Pollock, and those are the lead author names. You're welcome. Yeah, I leave them with the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Russell, I have provided you with those two exhibits. I would ask you to just briefly take a look at them and let me know whether you recognize those as the articles that you were referencing before.
Yes.
Now let's start out with the Demunic study. Is that exhibit PPP?
PP.
Right. So is this the study that you referenced earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe for the jury how that study related to the opinions in this case?
Sustained.
Are these the studies that you cite to as a basis for support for your opinions in this case?
Yes.
And is QQQ a study that also supports your opinion in this case?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your conclusions with regard to, if we can go back once more to exhibit number 1. With regard to your opinion on the cause of these injuries, can you once again state your opinion as to the cause of these injuries?
I believe these injuries were caused by a dog attack.
So I'm going to strike that word.
Yeah, so Dr. Russell, if you could, with regard to bite parlance, can you state what your opinion is with regard to bite? So do you have an opinion as to what caused these injuries?
Yes. I believe that these injuries are the result of dog bites and or claw marks.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
That is all the questions I have for this witness at this time.
All right.
You want these? Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Dr. Russell, we've met before.
Yes.
I've asked you questions before.
Yes.
And you've testified before where I've had a chance to ask you about some of your statements and opinions, haven't I?
Yes.
Before this case, had you ever testified as an expert in dog bites in any federal court in the United States?
No.
Before this case, had you ever testified in any state court in anywhere in the country as an expert in dog bites?
No.
Other than this case, have you ever testified in a courtroom as an expert about dog bites?
No.
Last year, you learned that there was litigation regarding this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You learned a little bit of information about it, and it piqued your interest, didn't it?
Yes.
Did you know that the case was receiving a lot of attention?
No.
Did you know that it was on television?
I had no idea until I got here.
You spoke to a colleague in Los Angeles, correct?
I'm sorry, I spoke to who?
A colleague.
I spoke to a district attorney in Los Angeles.
And did you just bring up the subject, or did that person bring it up to you?
I brought it up.
When you brought that up, is it because you knew of the relationship between that district attorney and somebody on the defense team?
Yes.
You wanted to get involved in this high-profile case, didn't you?
No.
Well, you weren't called by anybody on the defense and retained as an expert in the traditional sense, were you?
That's correct.
It was after you reached out yourself and interjected yourself into this case, true?
I did so for a reason. And the reason being that I knew I was one of the only people in the United States board certified and residency trained in emergency medicine and also residency trained in forensic pathology. And therefore I had a unique skill or knowledge set. And I was one of the very few people that had the knowledge of dog bites, as well as those other trainings.
And because of the fact that you held this opinion about yourself, you wanted to get involved in this very high-profile case, didn't you?
I thought I could help clarify the issues as to whether or not this could be a dog bite, and maybe they could move on to something else if it wasn't.
Did you want to get involved?
No, not really.
Inevitably, you got hired by the defense, didn't you?
Yes, I reluctantly agreed.
And they paid for your time?
They are paying for the time.
Yes. Did you know that there was a relationship between the district attorney you spoke to in California and somebody on this defense table?
I know, yes.
So when you spoke to the district attorney, did you have the hope that they would reach out on your behalf to get you involved in this case?
As I said, I hope that they could reach out to the team and I could help clarify issues so that they could move on. If it wasn't, if these weren't dog bites, then no sense spending a whole bunch of time on it.
After you testified in this case last year, you then began to advertise yourself as a dog bite expert, didn't you?
I had advertised myself many years ago as a dog bite expert, I think. I'm not sure, but yes, I did advertise myself as a emergency medicine and forensic pathology expert.
Did you take
with other, sub interests?
Sure. Did you take a photograph of you testifying at trial and put it on a website to promote your accomplishments?
It's a listing service for physicians. And yes, there is a photograph.
So you took a photograph from your participation in this event?
Yes, that's there.
And you used that photograph in your participation in this event to try to procure future work, didn't you?
I wouldn't say that that was the reason, no.
When you listed a number of things that you have experience in after this case, you then added that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
I believe I am an expert in dog bites, yes.
But after this case, and after you took the photograph in this case, and after you created this advertising, You then added the fact that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
It was all at the same time. And it was submitted at the same time.
Right. After this case, after you participated or
Well-
volunteered to involve yourself in this case, you then used it as a marketing opportunity, didn't you?
Well, I had retired from my full-time job and I had time and I wanted to get more involved in some forensic legal cases and not specifically dog bite cases. I have much more experience with other cases.
Undoubtedly, I respect that. But simply, after you testified in this case, you did use your participation as a way to try to garner future interest in cases and income, didn't you?
I did, but I did not mention this case.
Have you testified in any other court since this case as a dog bite expert?
No.
You had written a few articles that were peer reviewed on dog bites back in, is it the 1990s?
Yes.
And they involved law enforcement canines?
Yes.
And you describe in those articles how a law enforcement canine grabs and holds. Is that the technique they call it?
Yes.
Where they lock their jaw and then they pull and hold on to the subject that they're attacking or holding?
Yes, that's what they were trained to do back then.
And you would agree that there's a difference between generally the way a domestic dog bites and a law enforcement dog bites?
Generally, yes.
Since those two articles in 1990, have you authored anything else regarding dog bites?
No.
You had mentioned that you had gone to seminars regarding identification. Now, I had a chance to ask you a number of months ago about some details about training and education you have on pattern recognition analysis as it specifically relates to dog bites. Remember, I asked you those questions a number of months ago?
I believe you did.
And I'd asked you if you could give us any specific listed trainings that you had regarding pattern recognition analysis of dog bites. And at that time, you did not have any names of any classes or seminars or certificates that you have. You mentioned again today that you have attended seminars regarding dog identification analysis. Do you now know some of those trainings and seminars? And are any of those listed on your CV?
The trainings that I went to on bite marks in general, they were bite marks in general and included things like how to determine what was a human bite, how to differentiate a human bite from a dog bite. But no, I did not specifically attend seminars limited to dog bites only. However, actually, there was one this past February that I did attend at the American Academy of Forensic Science.
Over your many, many decades, you did not attend any seminars on pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
Of specifically dog bites? No.
I only want to talk about dog bites. I know you're well trained and educated. I respect that, but I want to talk about dog bites. You didn't attain any certificates in pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
I don't think there are any that exist, any training programs like that.
In fact, forensically, have you ever been presented with a wound and been asked to determine whether or not the source of it was a dog bite, other than right here in this very case? Have you ever been asked to do that in your entire history?
In my clinical career, perhaps once or twice, but not, not that I can give you a specific name.
Well, the couple times, tell us what stands out. When were you asked ever over your entire career to do a forensic evaluation of a wound and identify whether it was a dog bite? When did that happen?
A forensic evaluation? No, never.
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 Okay.
It just doesn't come up.
Okay. And so this is the first shot, the first crack you've had at looking at a photograph and trying to make a determination based just on a photograph whether or not the wound is generated from a particular mechanism, and in this case, your opinion, a dog bite.
No, actually, I disagree. I've been taking photographs of dog bites since the 1990s.
And when you took the photographs, you knew they were dog bites.
I did know that there were dog bites,
Have you
yes. I have a collection.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
That was it.
Okay. So not when you knew it was a dog bite and you took a photo. I know you have an interest. I'm asking, other than this case, there was never, ever a time in your career where you were presented with a photo and asked to give an opinion whether the mechanism of injury was a dog bite, other than this case?
That's correct.
So this is not a pattern recognition analysis engagement that you have any experience in before this effort?
I've recognized that pattern many times.
I appreciate your opinion, but I want to ask my question. You do not have experience over your long, accomplished career in the effort of pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
Okay.
You mentioned before, and you just mentioned again, so I want to ask you some more questions. You believe that you are uniquely qualified to look at a photograph and give an opinion about the source of the injury.
I'm not uniquely qualified. That's done all the time in forensic pathology. Many forensic pathologists do that.
Did you just say you're one of the very few physicians in the United States who has both the forensic and the clinical experience to look at a photograph and make a determination, the mechanism of injury?
No, I said, if I said that, then that was incorrect. I meant dog bites. But your question just now was not specific to dog bites.
Right.
Postmortem photographs are used all the time in forensic pathology for second opinions.
You're right. My apologies. Did you say today and before, have you said that you believe you're one of only few physicians in the United States who could authoritatively distinguish between causes of wounds when it relates to dog bites?
I did say that, and that's because of my unique training. I don't know of another doctor in the whole United States that did 2 residencies, one in emergency medicine and one in forensic pathology, and has a lifelong interest in dog bites.
So Dr. Russell, from your perspective, as far as you know, you were the only person in the entire United States of America who was qualified to look at a photograph and make a determination whether the wound was derived from a dog bite.
No, I am I'm the only physician that I know of that can do that. There may be, a few others out there. There may be, but I don't know of any other physicians that can do that.
Do you recognize anybody other than yourself who has this very particular expertise to be able to do this kind of work?
I'm not aware of anyone.
You were a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And you know there's about, or would you agree there's probably about 900 to 1,000 medical examiners around the country at the same time over a period of time?
I believe that there might be, there's probably, I think there's around 500 or 600 practicing forensic pathologists.
And do you think because they are forensic pathologists, those 500 or 600 people have the unique qualifications as you do to be able to give an opinion about the genesis of a wound?
Wounds in general, perhaps. Dog bite wounds, I doubt that very many of them have a specific interest in dog bite wounds.
And so you think that of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites?
Well, if a forensic pathologist has autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds, versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not so sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of a case.
Have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. La Posada?
I've heard of Dr. La Posada.
Have you ever read any reports by Dr. La Posada?
No.
Has anybody ever shared with you any information or opinions of Dr. La Posada?
I believe she has a very good reputation.
Have you ever, well, how do you believe that? Who told you
Because I've heard of her name at national organizations. I believe she's given presentations nationally. I've seen her name, over a dozen years or so.
Do you know whether or not she has any participation in this case?
I believe she does.
Well, so you know when you're providing accolades that she has maybe some involvement in this case? You know that?
I would provide those same accolades if she didn't have involvement in this case.
Do you know that she has involvement in this case?
I believe she does. The attorneys have not shared everything with me in terms of who the witnesses are.
Somebody must have shared her name. Who shared her name with you?
I'm very familiar with her name outside this case.
Who shared her name that she may be a participant in this case?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Well, somebody might.
I think I got a file or something, but yeah.
So when you were reviewing this case, did you get materials from any of the attorneys authored by Dr. La Posada?
I don't think I read a report. I was very interested in reading a report by Dr. La Posada. I was very interested, but I didn't see one.
So when you received materials in this case, you didn't read all the materials the defense gave you?
I don't believe they gave me the report.
What report?
Any report that Dr. La Posada might have written.
Do you know whether or not you've received the report or not?
I received something that had her name on it. I don't remember what it was, but I was looking for a medical examiner's or a report, an actual report, and I did not see one.
Dr. Russell, you are meticulous when you look and examine things.
Right.
So you would know what you've received and what you've read and what you haven't. So the fact that you're telling us that you saw something with her name on it, can you give us a little more information and share with us what it is you actually received about this Dr. La Posada? What did you get from the defense?
I saw something. I think it was the name of a file folder, but I looked for a report and there was no report in it.
Did you ever ask for one?
I didn't ask because I didn't ask. I really wanted to read it, but I didn't. It wasn't given to me, so I didn't ask.
Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs?
I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites.
Did you ever receive any reports from the defense about what other person's opinions would be in this trial about dog bites?
Oh, yes, I received a report authored by a non-physician. Yes.
So when you say non-physician, you're trying to make the point because you think that person might be your opponent in this case?
I don't have any opponents.
Okay, so why did you qualify him as a non-physician?
Because I believe that in order to really understand wounds on a human being, one needs to have treated wounds, seen lots of wounds, and I think that the person that is best qualified for that is a physician.
So a medical examiner wouldn't cut it, in your opinion?
Medical examiner is a physician.
So you think a medical examiner has enough experience to come in and give an opinion on dog bites?
Some, but in their case, I would hope that they have had actual clinical experience with autopsying some cases where there were dog bite wounds, because I don't think they worked in the emergency room or any other clinical setting where they treated people. So I'd want to see if they had experience with dog bites.
I'm a doctor as a disqualification. How about a dog trainer? Would a dog trainer who's not a doctor have the experience in your mind to come in and give an opinion about photographs and the genesis of the wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow it.
How about a non-doctor, as you said, you've made a distinction.
Uh-huh.
They're simply a dog trainer, maybe even an uncertified dog trainer. Would that
Suggesting that these are consistent with dog bites, but I don't think that they could definitively. I'm
sorry,
not.
hit again.
I think that someone could, who dealt with many dog bites in the past on humans, could possibly say that they were consistent with.
Even if they didn't have the clinical experience?
Well, I'd prefer that to hear that information from a physician, but I wouldn't rule out that only doctors, only a physician, MD, could say that something was a dog bite.
It seems like the standard is now kind of changing a little bit. Because when I asked you, you mentioned the other person, you disqualified the person because they weren't a doctor. It seems now in some instances, you're willing to accept a non-doctor into your very select group of experts.
If someone, well, I can explain. If someone had looked at perhaps hundreds and hundreds of wounds inflicted by a dog that they know was inflicted by a dog, and they saw the resulting photographs on a person, I think that particular person may be able to make some comment as to whether or not some wounds are consistent. However, if in terms of a medical examiner, if they've autopsied one case or two cases of dog bites and they're trying to testify based on some pictures, I would be a little concerned about that.
Does qualification for this type of business, in your mind, depend on who hires you?
Absolutely not.
Suffice to say, you've never taken a class in the forensic analysis of dog bites.
I don't think any class exists.
But I'm asking about your experience.
Well, that's correct.
You haven't, have you?
That's correct. I can't take a course that doesn't exist.
You've never engaged in any type of opinion looking at photographs and then had that opinion peer reviewed by other dog bite experts, have you?
No.
Do you have any experience in veterinarian medicine?
I'm aware of it. That's my experience.
Do you have any accomplishments like degrees?
No.
Now, you've testified a number of times in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And when you testify, you know there's a court reporter and there are transcripts, correct?
Yes.
You originally testified when you first came out and volunteered to testify last year, and there was a hearing before trial, wasn't there?
Excuse me? Say again, please.
When you volunteered to come out last year, there was a hearing before you testified at trial, wasn't there?
Yes.
Do you remember that was on June 18, 2022?
Sounds right.
And then you testified at trial on June 21st, 2022.
Yes.
I didn't have the privilege of meeting you on either of those events, did I?
No.
But since then, we have met.
Yes.
And we had a chance to speak at a subsequent hearing on December 12, 2024.
Yes.
And then after that, we again had an opportunity to discuss this on January 7, 2025.
Yes.
When you reviewed the case, when you first reviewed it before you testified last year, you had very limited information, didn't you?
Yes.
You had just an autopsy report, photographs from the coroner, photographs from the hospital, an emergency room report. Yes?
Yes, I had more than that.
The medical examiner file had a toxicology report?
Yes, and there was more.
Okay.
I believe there was a dog bite, a town of Canton report.
Okay, so when you had an opportunity to look at the medical examiner's report, you yourself had been a medical examiner, correct?
Yes.
And there was a unique advantage of actually conducting an autopsy as opposed to just looking at photographs, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And if you are actually conducting the autopsy, you firsthand can make observations about injuries, make measurements, and see things that don't always appear in photographs.
That's correct.
And when you would do medical exams, you had a distinct advantage over people who would later see your work, a written report, or photographs, because you were there actually conducting the investigation.
Yes.
And it's for that reason that when you testified before, you have acknowledged that you relied on Dr. Scordi-Bello's report for information
Yes,
because you didn't have the benefit of doing measurements or looking at depths or anything else firsthand.
yes, correct.
And when you looked at that photograph that you discussed with the jury, you also had a chance to see Dr. Scordi-Bello's report regarding the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Yes,
She described those abrasions as superficial, didn't she?
yes,
She actually gave measurements, 3 centimeter superficial abrasion on the right medial upper arm. Right?
yes,
You not only read that, you deferred to her ability to have a firsthand observation, and you accepted that as true, didn't you?
yes, but there's no interpretation of that abrasion.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Yes,
Did you read that from
I
Dr.
did.
Scordi-Bello?
Yes,
Did you accept her finding and observation? And
yes,
you would agree she was in a far superior position than you when she made these observations and notes, correct?
they are not inconsistent with what I said.
That's not what I asked, though.
Okay,
Sorry, I didn't mean to be sharp. I
okay.
apologize. Did you rely on her ability and firsthand observation of those wounds?
Yes,
And did you appreciate or accept the fact she had a superior opportunity to evaluate those wounds firsthand that you did not have the benefit of?
she made no interpretation of those ones.
Well, did you know that Dr. Scordi-Bello had described them as superficial?
They are.
Did you know that she said there was no depth and no puncture?
Not inconsistent with what I said.
I understand, doctor, but I'm asking you, do you
I-
know that her position is that there was no puncture and no depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have the witness see the report that he keeps referring to?
Can you answer that question without seeing it, or do you need to see it?
Well, I remember it, but there's no inconsistency here. I agree with that.
Would you accept that Dr. Scordi-Bello's opinion is that there was no depth and no puncture to those wounds?
May I see the report?
It might not be in the report. I'm asking about any testimony, anything that she's ever said. Would you agree or accept her position that there is no puncture or depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Like all the questions that were about an autopsy. Yeah. Sidebar.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, please.
Dr. Russell, I read to you the measurements that were in Dr. Scordi-Bello's report. Are you aware that she testified that these superficial abrasions did not have any depth or any puncture?
I don't recall that.
Well, would you agree if Dr. Scordi-Bello testified in this court that those superficial abrasions did not have any puncture or depth? Would you agree with that assessment?
Objection, Your Honor.
In that form, it's sustained.
Would you agree that the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no punctures?
I agree.
Would you agree that the abrasions, the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no depth?
No measurable depth, yes.
Between the last time you testified and then you testified here today, have you spoken to the attorneys at all regarding the issue of punctures?
No.
Because you are agreeing today that those superficial abrasions did not have any punctures, right?
They don't appear to have any punctures.
But you, in the past, have testified very, very differently than that, haven't you?
No.
Now, we've spoken many times. I'm going to go through many of those examples later, but we'll do that a little bit later, Dr. Russell. Over the course of your many testimonies under oath, would it be fair to say that you have changed your opinions about the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm many times?
I don't believe that's fair to say.
In the past, when you were describing Mr. O'Keefe's superficial abrasions on his arm, did you give varying and different opinions about the cause of each individual wound, area of wound?
I don't believe so.
When you first gave opinions, that was before the last proceeding. You came in and you were questioned before you testified in that initial proceeding, right? I'm trying to be as specific as I can. You testified last year?
Yes.
And please.
There was a hearing and then there was a proceeding.
Okay. That prior hearing, can we call the first event the prior hearing and the next one the prior proceeding?
I'm confused.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm just trying to follow the rules. You testified twice last year, didn't you?
3 times.
3 times. Okay. The first time you testified was just before the judge?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified before the judge, do you remember that you had uncertainty about how each and every one of those wounds was caused?
I don't remember that.
And do you remember when you then testified a couple days later at the proceeding that some of your opinions changed from the first time you testified?
I don't believe that.
And then when you later met me and we've had a chance to talk over the last 2 events, December and January, would it be fair to say that your opinions regarding the individual areas of wound changed?
I don't believe so.
Okay. At some point before or during our conversations in December and January, you wrote a report, didn't you?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you hadn't written a report before the first time you came in and testified, had you?
That's correct.
And it was between those hearings in December and in January where you wrote your first report.
Sounds correct.
You dated that report December 9th, 2024. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you did not write that report alone, did you?
I did.
You had some help, didn't you?
Not in the content of the report.
Well, you sent the report back a number of times for review and revisions, didn't you?
In terms of organization.
And some of the language in this report is really not your language. It's the language of somebody who helped you write some of this, isn't it?
You know, if somebody helped me write it, it would have been much better written than that.
Didn't you agree that you had some assistance with the report? Haven't you testified to that before?
And no, and in terms of organization, there was some comments, though, this sentence belongs, you know, with this paragraph or the, you know, whatever. But in terms of content, that was my work.
Well, it was your report, correct?
It's my report.
And when you write a report, it's your words, not somebody else's. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
But nevertheless, you had somebody assisting you. True.
In terms of organization, yes.
Who was helping you with the report?
It was somebody from the law office.
Well, it was this gentleman right here, Attorney Alisi, who just asked you questions. He helped you,
No,
didn't he?
actually, it wasn't.
Was it from his law firm that somebody helped you?
I believe so, but it was in terms of organization.
Do you remember who was helping you with your report?
I don't remember her name.
Would you agree that after that report was written, many of your opinions changed?
No.
In your report, you provide your background. Yes?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine since 1988
Yes.
as a physician?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine as a surgeon?
It's called, in California, it's called physician and surgeon license.
Do you have a physician and surgeon's license?
I do.
Okay. Have you ever practiced as a surgeon?
Well, in the emergency department, we do surgery. We have to do some surgery sometimes. We have to open up people's chests and, you know, and compress the heart sometimes when they have gunshot wounds to the chest. I've had to put chest tubes in. I've had to debride dog bite wounds and other wounds. So yes, there is a component of surgery.
If you do stitches, that's considered surgery, isn't it?
Maybe.
Well, medically speaking, stitches is surgery.
I don't know, maybe.
Okay. Do you have a surgeon's license?
I have a physician and surgeon's license in California.
Now, when you first looked at this case and testified, do you remember when you were looking at Mr. O'Keefe's superficial wounds, you said that you thought they appeared to be consistent with an animal attack?
I do remember that.
And when you were describing animal attack, you were a lot less specific than you were today, weren't you?
Yes.
You were less sure about your opinion when you first testified about this case than you provided to this jury today.
I was certain that it was a dog attack. However, as I mentioned before to you, in medicine, we're taught never, you know, nothing is 100%, and therefore never say, you know, anything's 100%. So that's why I gave that that generalization. However, I have reviewed the case. I personally was certain that that was a dog, that those were dog marks. Now, I have reviewed this case over and over and over again. Plus, I've read additional articles more than once, and which substantiate again my findings. So, so my degree of certainty perhaps increased.
So when you first testified in this case, back in June of 2022, are you agreeing that your testimony was less certain than today?
I believed that it was a dog attack at that time.
When you testified, you didn't say dog attack, you said animal attack at the beginning, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the cause, you said that it could be bite or scratch wounds.
Correct.
So back in June, when you were looking at individual wounds, you, at that time anyways, were unable to differentiate between bite and scratch wounds.
They are very similar.
I understand, but today you seem pretty unequivocal. So I want to go back to the beginning and see the evolution. I'm asking a question.
All right. So the argumentative part is out. Ask the question, Mr. Brown.
I want to go back to identify the evolution of your opinions. So let's start at the beginning.
So, question, please.
At the beginning, before your opinion evolved, you started with an opinion that this could have been either bite or scratch wounds, right?
Yes.
And if there was actually a methodology where you could identify superficial abrasions and make a determination whether it was from an animal or a dog, there would be something definitive, specific, where you could identify a scratch from a bite wound, wouldn't there be?
Not unless there was a piece of tooth in the wound or a piece of nail. There would otherwise not be any specificity.
You talked about patterns when you first testified back in June of last year.
Mhm.
And when you talked about the patterns, again, you had some uncertainty whether those patterns were caused by nails, claws, or could have been caused by teeth. Isn't that fair to say originally that was your position?
Yes, there is some overlap in terms of the appearances. They can appear very similar, and they can be arranged very similar in terms of parallel lines.
In fact, when you first testified, you weren't consistently even saying that it was a dog, or as you say today, dog attack. You were saying, in your opinion, they were the result of animal bites or scratches. That was what you originally opined, isn't it?
We just went through that, yes.
And at some point, you said that it might most likely be a large dog. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach with regard to this line of questioning?
So why don't we break for today? All right, so jurors, we're not going to finish this today in the next 5 minutes, so it seems like it's a good place to break. I do have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. Tomorrow is also a full day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Dr. Russell, you can again just follow.
Thank you.
Please. Close it open, follow me.
Okay, thank you.
Can I see counsel while the jury's filing out, please?
I don't know if you guys can hear me. You go do mama stuff, baby. We're gonna see. I have some people who are asking to come up, so I'll bring them up for a little bit, but I'm not gonna stay on long. How does it sound? Does it sound better? Or is it still like super loud? Because it's a new microphone. Am I super loud? Hi, Dee Marie. It's fine for you? Okay. Sounds good. Yay! Sounds better. I think it's the other one is my dog ate the wire. You can hear me foot stamp and everything. That makes me feel better because I wanted this foot stamp for you. I like do the Irish jig when you're not around, and it makes me think of you. So as soon as whether she says we're coming back or not, hi, Polly. What does that say? Oh, it's the free care. It's the it says free care and read. FKR. Thanks, Polly. It actually has like a pop guard that goes on front of it, but I gotta figure out how to put it on. I just plugged it in. I just wanted to see if it worked. What does what say, D. Murray? It says free Karen Reed, FKR. I'll give you the link, but I'm not pulling anybody up yet until we find out if it's over.
Have you seen this guy between? Why? Where's kids' cry? The bed one.
So you're gonna move?
Yeah. Cheap. But I have to figure out. Oh my goodness, they're still at sidebar. You guys, my microphone's all fancy and smancy. Yeah, you guys can join the link. I'm just not going to pull anybody on stage until we find out what's happening. Because if they come in to talk again, oh my God, Jen, I have no idea. Too many. My husband showed me a picture of Kelly Deaver, and it was they added like Blue's Clues to it. It was funny. You know that it's a big deal when my husband's feed gets pulled on because he doesn't pay attention to the trial. Deaver, Stacy, Deaver. Stacy, you need to come up and talk with us too. If you can't remember my name, then I can't remember what I told you. How about that? Cash me outside. How about that? Hello, hello. Huh? Yeah. Teamwork. So I'm not going anywhere. Oh, what? Are we gonna actually see Kevin's face too? I might just add you to the stage for that. You want to come up, huh? Yeah. All right, you can come up for a second. But I'll mute you as soon as they come back on if it's not over. Unmute your mic. Unmute.
You won't have to mute me. I'll voluntarily shut the fuck up if they come back. You know what they're gonna come back and say? I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Yeah,
like the fucking Asian lady at the nail place. So when you go to a Chinese food restaurant, okay, see you tomorrow.
It's because she knows you'll be back.
That's what Bev's gonna say.
Does the mic sound okay?
Yeah, Mike sounds great.
All right, good. Because it was.
You gotta do a rap for us though.
I'm not gonna show my face because I am.
Oh, shut up. You know what? Look at this fucking. That thing takes up the whole goddamn screen. Come on now, stop that nonsense.
It's a fancy one.
It's a fancy one.
It's a fancy one. It makes all colors and all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
So, so what do you think about Hank?
Listen, I am not a fan of Hank Brennan, but I have to give it to this dude today. This guy stayed composed, and he only made one fucking asshole comment to her.
And he apologized.
And he apologized. This dude has had composure. I don't know whether he got laid last night. I don't know whether he went to some brothel. I don't know what happened to him, but Hank has been.
I think they're leaving, but before we get into it. Here we go. I wonder if they're gonna even go over those motions that they put in today.
Hate corruption. Yeah, I'm in my car. I had to get in my car because I'm still at work. I had to run to my car real quick to get on panel. Kidding me?
Okay, goodbye. We'll see you then. Goodbye.
Of course. See you tomorrow.
All right, if anybody wants to come up, I'll put the link back in there, and I'll let you up. Kevin only got to come up because he actually put his face on the camera.
But I like Dr. Russell, though. She's holding her own. Although I can tell you, compared to when Alessi did the voir dire with Dr. Russell compared to today, I was very disappointed in Alessi's work today, because when he did work on her voir dire, he literally just spelled it out, and there was no stone left unturned. Today,
Zach said we should all objectify you, Kevin.
Can you guys hear me?
Zach said we need to all objectify Kevin.
No. Please don't.
Who wants to make Kevin's face blush?
No, please don't. Please
Hey,
don't.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
can hear you.
Wait, I don't see my face on there.
That's because you got a silhouette. So
you gotta
if
you click the three buttons to the right.
Oh, I can't do this.
And it'll say add a picture.
I meant my profile picture.
No, it won't. No, you have to add a picture into StreamYard. It'll show your profile picture on the thing, but you have to.
But I don't see my profile picture. Oh, it doesn't matter. I can't.
No, you have to add an actual avatar to StreamYard.
Yeah.
I don't know
what
what
on
that
YouTube doesn't transfer over.
On the
No
box,
idea what-
on your little box.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm good. All right. Anyway, I just blacked
your
out.
piece.
I don't.
Speak your piece, girl. Get it.
Speak your piece.
I am.
Oh, look. Kevin's got some fans in the chat, man.
I can't see the chat while I'm talking to you guys. Guys, this StreamYard is just not for me.
Are you on your phone? Are you on your phone?
Yeah.
There's a middle button that says comments, but you won't be able to comment in it.
It's fine.
No,
All right. So anyway, I am up. I love that woman.
She's America's Meemaw.
She is, and I think like she handled herself so well with both, you know, with
Mhm.
Brennan as well. I'm saying so. I feel like I don't know. It just pisses me off that like it ended with Brennan, of course. You know what I'm saying? And then
you just want to be at the bottom. Kevin.
Yeah, because I'm a power bottom. No, I don't know what happened. It kicked me out of the stream for some odd reason. I don't know why.
I'm like, why is
I'll be
Kevin?
quiet. I have stuff to say, but I got to gather my thoughts.
You can talk. We're not gonna tell you you can't talk.
Listen, girl, you've had 4 hours to gather your thoughts. Let's go. Just hammer them out.
All right. So first of all, like, how can they look at that arm and seriously even consider that it is from a fucking taillight? How?
So I sent them
get
to
it.
my niece. I sent them to my niece because she's trying to get she's like 14. She's trying to get involved in the case. They live in New Jersey. And I said, what do these look like? She actually said they look like someone who's a cutter. And the reason she said that is because she has done it. But that's what it reminds her of. And so I sent her another picture of a different person's arm that had like bites too.
Okay.
And I sent those to her and I said, well, what does that look like? She's like, the same thing. And I was like, the second picture is dog bites, confirmed dog bites. And she was like, oh, they do compare. So even my 14-year-old niece is starting to get it, that they look
like and my whole thing is take out like the dog for a second, okay? Even if I were to look at that arm, I would never think that a tail. We've been through this, you know, like with the blue paint and shit. Like there's the tail light. There's no way that even a tail light would do that.
It would have blood on the taillight. There's no blood on the taillight.
Yeah, and did they collect? That's what I'm saying, because they didn't. Oh, it's just so fucking corrupt, and I'm just enraged.
She's outraged. Go, Kevin, go.
I don't think that. I mean, to me anyway, I've seen pictures of people who've cut themselves and
wait a second. Did you really put "I'm fatter" in person underneath your name?
Yeah, I did. Any case, a cutter's wounds versus a dog bite wounds. I'm sorry, my own opinion, they're completely different, because if you're cutting you're cutting something, right? You're cutting something with a blade, and it's not as, I'm going to use this word, and some people get triggered with this word, like they get triggered with the word moist, but there's more girth in the wounds to John
I like
O'Keefe's
that
arm.
I like that word.
As long as he's his love, you're good.
There's more girth in the wounds to John O'Keefe's arm than there would be if it was just a plastic polycarbonate tail light.
Right. But you're also thinking a 14-year-old girl who said to her as a cutter, like that's where her brain goes.
No,
so,
right, and I get that.
But once I said to her, you know, these are bite marks from a dog, and then I said compare them to the other ones, because that one's John O'Keefe, and she was like, oh. But she's also trying to get into her head that corruption is actually possible. She's like, why would the police do this? Like, because they're royalty. So it's trying to teach her all kinds of stuff about it.
Yeah. And why isn't my boy Lucas Knight up here right now? Come on, Lucas, I need you, buddy. I'm losing 2-1.
I'm just enraged. I really think that the jury, honestly, like looking at that without knowing anything, I would be like, that's not from a tail light. Like, no.
Of course it's not.
Forget about your accent.
What's that?
You need Lucas's accent. Come on.
Of course you do.
He needs to say battery for me.
Battery.
He says,
and I wanted to say one more thing, and I don't remember, but it's all good. Yeah, I'll have to wait. I gotta calm down.
Well, I mean, you were on a whole other areas.
Man.
We couldn't do it without you, boy.
My second favorite N-word right there. What's up, buddy?
Battery.
He likes to grunt when he comes on. He's like,
All right, guys, I love you. I'm
It's
chat. I'm gonna be
usually
quiet.
because I'm still
Alright, bye,
fucking
Cooper.
eating. But never mind. I'm trying to suck rice from between my teeth and swallow at the same time. It's a bit like
Listen, don't talk dirty to
giving
me,
a
bro. Don't talk dirty to me. Tell me you want to suck my rice through your teeth. Come on, give it to me, buddy.
I like a man who knows what a cocksucker is.
Yeah, you know it.
Hmm.
That's his favorite word from you.
It
He
is.
loves Kevin says it.
Cocksucker.
Cocksucker.
Yeah, cocksucker. What was the question, Kelly? I've forgotten now.
Oh, we just say battery.
Battery.
Thank you.
Battery.
What we needed. We needed the
Battery.
bat.
It's a battery.
We needed your accent up here. All the girls were like, "Where's the accent?"
So Lucas, can we do this? Can I talk in an English accent and you talk in a New England accent the next show? How's that sound?
No, because you'll sound shit and I'll sound worse.
I like when Lucas tries to speak like American English. It's so funny. Add in the Boston accent, it's even funnier.
No. It's also getting quite late here, and
Daddy.
Daddy Lucas. Daddy
Yeah.
Lucas.
Okay.
Daddy Lucas. That's Daddy Lucas. Daddy. That's what I'm
Lucas.
gonna call you from now on, Daddy.
Lucas, you're being objectified in the chat.
You are.
Yeah.
But you like it.
So it's now sort of 20 minutes past 9 p.m. and I've been awake since about 4 a.m. this morning, so I am getting a little tired, and so if I'm sounding a bit lethargic, that'll be why.
If we hear you snoring, I'll just kick you off.
Yeah. Well, don't let that stop you, Kelly. You kick me off at the best of times anyway.
Shut your mouth.
No, you do. Sometimes I just get disconnected. I'm like, oh, okay then.
Well, I only do it when the court comes back on. If I can hear court, I'm like, bye, guys.
Yeah.
I tried to let Nikki finish her sentence today, and I was like, sorry, I got to cut her off.
Yeah, Nikki doesn't get a chance to finish her sentences. Because her sentences are sentence graphs. They're not sentences.
Centigraphs.
Sentence graphs.
But, yeah, I mean, what a wanker Brennan is, trying to use everything he possibly can against Dr. Russell, even though she's fucking testified, stuck to her guns. And you know, he's like, but you didn't say that last time we asked you, but I did.
He's making shit up too out of the report, right? Like,
and he's trying to create enemies. He's trying to create opponents. He's trying to give us something to fucking fall for, but she's not falling for any of it. I think she's doing a good job. He can go fuck himself, can Brennan.
I will give him this, like Kevin said. I expected him to come up like guns a blazing, and he did not. He came up very nice and polite, and he only got snarky the one time, and when he did, he said, I apologize, I did not mean to snap. And that's because he knows if he messes with her, he's gonna lose the jury.
Well, it's totally for the jury. I mean, look how he was in the Vardia. He was a complete bastard.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, he knows
a fucking cunt.
Yeah. So he's reserving himself in front of the jury because he doesn't want to show the jury what an absolute asshole he is.
Mm-hmm.
But we've seen that side of him.
I think he's done that already.
With the Sorga.
Do you think so?
Yeah, he was pretty not as assholey as he could be. I think he's saving that for Arca. He doesn't like Dr. Wolf.
Oh, he is going to absolutely try and just fucking dismantle Dr. Wolf. And I cannot wait for fucking Dr. Wolf to pants him.
Dr. Wolf sat there for 2 hours where he just screamed at him and he smiled.
Yeah. I mean, this is a guy who knows his shit is so much in order, it's beyond question. And so when somebody throws shit at you, you just smile at them because you know it's irreproachable.
Dr. Wolf sat there and said, "Eat my ass," and he fucking was like mowing on that shit.
When he said, "Oh, you built a potato cannon, right?" Dr. Wolf was like, "Yeah, something like that."
Yeah, it was pretty cool too.
Yeah,
it was fucking great.
He didn't build no potato cannon. He built an actual freaking cannon that had force behind it. And how hard? What was it? 36 miles an hour that they had to break the polycarbonate taillight. He said something like that.
Yeah.
But
not sure.
Where did Welcher get 8 miles an hour to break the polycarbonate?
Pulled it out of a hat. I don't fucking know.
No, he fucking got out of a fucking cereal box.
Yeah,
fortune
cookie.
Yeah, fucking Fruit Loops. His favorite cereal, Fruit Loops.
I thought it was me because I was like, did he just like did he show a report or something that said that? But I can't remember him doing it.
So listen, do me a favor, all right? How does it take 8 pounds of pressure to break a polycarbonate taillight, but it takes 9 pounds of pressure to break a fucking nose? How's that work out? Explain that one to me.
I don't know.
No, because
I do know what I know about Dr. Russell. The first thing she did was talk about his arm and how the placement was. And that right there explains a lot, and it kind of debunks Welcher's theory.
Yeah,
Hank has already discredited his own ME on the stand, right? So he used that to discredit. He used her to discredit her through Disorga. Now he's trying to treat like Dr. Russell like his ME is the end all be all.
Yeah, what's this? What's he going on about this fucking report for? You know, this report that was supposedly written by somebody else whose name.
That is Lapacito, which that is the ME that Karen is calling.
But why is that report so significant? Why does he have to go on about it? He asks the same fucking questions differently 20 times over. What is the significance of this fucking report? Hasn't she answered the question enough already?
Yeah, but I think what he's trying to do is because of the fact that she has all the ums and ahs and ums and shit, that if he fucking keeps hammering her down, he feels that she's gonna probably change her testimony or what she's saying, which is bullshit.
The
well, that's what the fucking cops do, isn't it? They ask you the same question over and over again, and when you give them a different answer, they say, you didn't say that last time.
Well, what I'd like to see happen is I'd like to see the defense tomorrow morning file a motion for fucking elder abuse.
Well, I will tell you this. I had more expectation for the defense coming out of the gate. I feel like for me personally, it has not. Who's echoing? Is that the ejectifier echoing?
Might be Zach, yeah.
Maybe for me personally, I feel like it's been kind of just mediocre than what I've seen that with what they've done on Cross. You know what I mean? Is that just me, or does anybody feel that way?
Right, but you also have to look at it both ways too, though, Kelly. You have to look at it as when the process. So we have been talking about this for a while now, that Hank Brennan came out really soft and shit when he was doing his direct questioning, and the defense came out fucking guns blazing, fucking with loaded fucking boxing gloves, and they just absolutely decimated every single prosecution witness. That's what Hank is in the process of doing now. You always, doesn't matter whether you're in the boxing ring or whether you're in the courtroom, the counter puncher has the upper hand in every single thing that comes to fruition when it comes to whether in the boxing ring or whether it's in the court of law, because of the fact that he can literally write down every single thing that that the defense has asked, and he can then counterpunch and say, okay, well, you said this. So if you said this, why did you say this the first time? Or why did you say this when we voir dired you? Or why did you say this in the first trial? Are you sure you didn't say this? Are you sure you didn't say that? Because all Hank Brennan has to try to do is just try to create reasonable doubt with the jury. And if he does that, and if he's proficient enough in it, and he gets, one or two people from the jury to say, yeah, you know what, the shit isn't added up, he did his job. Doesn't matter. Even if he gets one person to not believe Dr. Russell, he's done his job, and that's all he needs to do at this point in time, which is kind of fucked up, but
yeah, I mean, he's got
my own
the
opinion.
whole. No, I agree with you. I just feel like I don't know. I feel like last year they came out swinging a lot harder, and maybe because they only had 6 witnesses, but this year, like I really feel that those text messages today fell flat, and they need to call Proctor and they need to have him read them, because if he reads them, it's going to be a whole different story.
It's just going to be tough calling Proctor, though. Just remember, this is a marathon. This isn't a sprint. So I get what you're saying. Like, you want them to kind of like open and shut it, but they got probably like at least 15 to 20 more people they're going to call. So let them do it. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And I think they're going to, at the end, you're going to be very surprised as to what you see.
Well, they did make that motion to file for missing testimony, which I looked like up through ChatGPT and like asking the questions to it. And they believe, of course, it could be Brian Albert, it could be Proctor, but I believe it's Proctor. I possibly think it could be both, but I think that most likely it's Proctor that they needed to call him, because they're not having a key witness testify. But it has to be approved for them to use it in closing. That's what the motion is for them to be able to tell the jury in closing that they did not call their lead witness or their lead prosecutor. So
what do you think, Lucas?
I was going to say something and then I've completely forgotten what it was. Yeah, it was the guy. He didn't want to read the text out. He wasn't comfortable reading the text out.
What a pussy, right?
I don't know.
I felt bad for him.
I don't know whether that was genuine, whether he felt that, or whether it was feigned, because it seemed a bit weird.
He was like, I don't feel
fucking McDonough. What is that? Sean McDonough.
Yeah.
Fuck Sean McDonough.
No, that's what Aiden says. That's what Aiden said, because one day he said to Aiden, he's like, you know that they told you in jail, just give us McDonough and we'll let you go. So now ever since then, everyone says, give us fucking McDonough.
I've actually heard Turtle Boy say that, and it doesn't compute. No, fuck him.
It's even actually funnier when John Como has it, because he has a whole like little video he plays with it, and he plays it when Sean's on his show.
Yeah, you're done. You're done.
It's funny.
I guarantee it. Listen to me. I absolutely guarantee you this will happen. Trust me on this. Yeah, fuck off, Sean. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. I bet you anything this will happen. I guarantee it. Yeah, trust me.
Oh yeah. When Auntie Deb's cat, he has it play with his cat in Sean McDonough's voice when he's going through the rant. That one is funny. But
well, I listened to Auntie Deb this morning, and Zach must have been giving him some shit. Because
where'd Zach go?
I don't know. He mentioned Zach, and I thought, where's Zach? But Zach was on one of his other accounts, and just the way Auntie Deb was talking, it was like worse than Turtle Boy on a bad day. And I'm like,
really?
No. Yeah, and I'm thinking, this fucking guy deserves to be trolled. What a wanker.
What? Maybe he just had a bad morning. I mean, I've seen him a couple times go off on people in chat. But normally he's pretty good at just coming back and having fun and playing, funny things. But yeah, Sherry, I agree with you. Proctor's friends condone what Proctor said because he's still friends with it. He says he doesn't condone it, but he's still friends with it.
Of course, they're still all friends. They've been friends since middle school and sometimes elementary school. You think he's gonna give up a 35+ year relationship just because he's got more fucking wrinkles on his forehead than an 80-year-old vagina? Come on, buddy.
That group text had 38,000 text messages in it.
That is amazing.
I didn't know guys text that much.
Yeah,
Because my
why not?
Depends if they're talking about the size of the dick or if they've got a girlfriend that's especially hot.
You got a girlfriend that's hot?
I would not be talking about the size of nobody's penis in a text message thread with my friends. I'll just let you know that right now.
Lucas said you guys only text a lot if you have a girlfriend that's hot or the size of your thing.
Eggplant.
Oh, he said it's just the size. That's all. They only talk about the size. Never the girl. He can't deal with another one. He already has me.
Listen, I'm hung like a seahorse.
He's got a.
I'm hung like a
he's got enough
seahorse, so it's
crazy.
okay.
He's like, how am I supposed to deal with the second one? I already have you. Like, well, I mean, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
I always tease him. Actually, I had Declan believe it. One day I was like, when we pull in that driveway, if your dad has a girl in that car, I'm gonna rip her by her hair. And Declan was like, "What?" And I was like, the whole time I'd call my husband because he was in front of us, and I'm like, "I see her. What are you doing?" And Declan's like, "He has a girl in the car." I'm like, I'm gonna beat her ass.
Absolutely,
got home.
J-Ho.
So we got home and he realized I was just teasing, but it was funny. So I think that, yeah, I'm uncomfortable reading the text. And then she didn't even make him say, when Hank read it, he read it very flat and he didn't even say it, the word.
Yeah, it wasn't like last time.
You guys hang on without me. I just gotta run into the store real quick and grab something for dinner.
Hurry up.
It wasn't like last time where Proctor was asked to read out everything. You know, the C words, the F words.
Yeah.
They all came out. So.
But that one about him talking about that, I feel like that one text bubble, Hank should have just agreed not to say that. About John's brother-in-law.
I don't know. I mean, I want them to get Proctor in. I want him to call Proctor, read the fucking text out like he did last time, or even better, get Proctor in, admit that he's the author of the text, and then get Buchanan to read them out. Because he was good at reading. He put a lot of emotion into it, didn't he? He was like telling a story.
Oh, he was like an exclamation point, and cross emoji.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that I would
Mr. emphatic punctuation.
Yeah, C word. He said he could have at least said see you next Tuesday on it or something.
Yeah.
He just said C word. And it's just like I just feel like with the Sorga, I actually thought the Sorga's testimony was really good. Like honestly, I think that there was some stumbling or whatever, but Hank was trying to say to him, well, you just checked the data, and then he is asking what he said to the Sorga was, well, what if the data is wrong? So you're saying your expert's data is wrong?
Well, that was the crux of it, because all Sorga did was
verify
investigate and analyze and go through the data that Welcher and Burgess produced, and then Brennan is throwing that into question. And so what does it look like when Brennan's questioning his own expert witnesses' reports?
Yeah, for him to be like, well, what if he was wrong with that data? What if it's iPhone to iPhone? And I'm like, that's all I learned is that possibly his data is wrong.
I mean, it didn't look good for him doing that.
I feel like he discredits a witness and then he tries to make the same witness like the hero, like today with the ME. He's already discredited his ME. with Welcher, trying to talk about the injuries. And now he's using Dr. Russell and trying to act like Dr. Scordi-Bello is so much better than she is. You know what I mean? You can't keep, it's like a roller coaster of I like them, I don't like them. I like them, I don't like them.
Well, he's playing everybody off against each other to see what feedback he gets, to see how he can use it to his benefit.
Yeah.
You've probably got friends like this in real life, but that's what they do. And they just use people to their advantage, and that's what Brennan's doing. But he's doing it in front of the jury, which is, well, it's a bit ballsy, but it's not going to work, especially with people like the ARCA guys and Dr. Russell. They just won't fall for shit like that.
Yeah. Kristen, he did kind of die from a broken heart, but it was because he OD'd and supposedly was found on her grave. But that should have never been released, because if those kids hear that and that's what they find out, it's going to be their world has already been shattered. It's going to be even worse if the kids hear it. And that's why I feel like that one text message should have absolutely been said no. And he had no problem just making the guy read it.
Oh yeah, he's got no scruples whatsoever. There's nothing beyond limit to help Hank Brennan win this case.
Well, and the antis were like, well, the defense are the ones that put it in. Like, the defense didn't make him read it.
Well,
Hank made him read it.
Isn't it that's information from the FBI, isn't it? That's from the FBI data dump.
Because it's his private cell phone. So it's, and they've got so much more on Proctor. Like, Proctor not only talking about Nettie, they have him talking to Lally at the end of before the court case was over about Jackson. Like, they have a lot of stuff that they could bring out that's gonna make it look worse, and then go over all the reasons why he wasn't just fired for his text messages.
Oh yeah, there was Proctor's opinion about Yanete. Yeah, I hate that guy. I really fucking hate that guy.
And he said it again about Jackson at the end of the trial.
How can you fucking hate Yanete? It's
You can't hate Dimples, okay? He's the cutest little thing. He just smiles.
Did you see him the other day when somebody outside court said, "I love you, Yanete," and he blew her a kiss?
Yes, I was like, look how cute.
Awesome.
I was like, he's so cute.
Yeah, that was cool. Cool as fuck.
But the other thing is, I don't like what he's doing to her, to say, oh, you only want to be part of this case because it's a high profile case, and now you put your qualifications. Yeah, she put her stuff on a website because she's now retired from emergency medicine. So why can't she help by?
He's trying to make it look like something it's not. To use
well,
it
you put
against
your picture from this website or from this trial. So what? I mean, have you seen the crowd, Hank? We want to see what you've said.
He didn't exactly come on board for free, did he?
Nope.
He's getting fucking paid more than anybody.
He's going to get paid more than what he's got paid already, because he's got like $250,000 plus the $75,000 that they said that they were going to pay him. That was it, and then they moved it to $250,000. A new contract, $250,000. You know that's not going to be over.
Yeah, but you just know Bob Alessi and Alan Jackson and David Yannetti and Eliza Little, they're just going to be inundated with fucking clients now. They're not going to have enough hours in the day to do all the work.
But they are doing it for free. That's the big deal for me.
Carl Steinberg and Mark Bedro, they're going to get more work out of this as well, because they're absolutely outstanding and fucking awesome people.
Yeah. I mean, most attorneys would say, especially like some attorneys that I've known, would say, sorry, you ain't got the money. I can't do it anymore. And these people said, no, we know you were framed. We're not leaving your side. that's huge for a high profile case for attorneys to that make as much money as they do and to put all of their stuff aside to come live in Boston from California for months. Like when we had the 5-day weekend, Jackson flew home. I know he flew home to California to see his family, like right after court, and because someone had saw him at the airport and took a picture with him. But I was like, good. I'm glad he gets to go and see his family. Like, that's gotta suck. I mean, it's a lot. I mean, I lived at St. Jude by myself with the kids, and that was stressful. But this has got to be. I mean, it's a murder trial, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I have the utmost respect for her lawyers. I want to hire each one if I need a lawyer ever. I think they're going to go far after this myself. Carl Steinbeck said, what did he say? He said something the other day that I sometimes screenshot his stuff. Hold on. You guys, we're at 960 subscribers. We need 40 more subscribers to hit 1,000. If you could share out the page, like the page. You guys interacting with it helps too. But I just wanted to tell you that real quick. Let me find my photos because I try to screenshot some of this because he has like the best quotes. Let me see. Where is it? That's Ted Daniel.
I have a little glowy thing.
Here it is.
Oh, shit.
This is not a normal court of law. This is a targeted persecution of Karen Reed where normal rules don't apply. There's a couple other ones he had. I have some cute videos of them. You want to see some cute videos of Mr. Unetti?
I thought you were going to say Carl Steinbeck.
Mr. Lover. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, did you see that one that Brandy Churchwell posted that was just like a random post where you said it, where Judd Welcher did photography, is that what it is? Photometry. Okay. So when he did that and he states that it is more
accurate
than being at the scene. Yeah. But then they tried to say like, oh, well, why did you come to the scene? Because they're going to try to, because that's what Dr. Wolf does.
Well, it's whatever favors the situation. You know, Judson Welcher, if it favors him to say photometry is the best thing to do, he'll say it. If it doesn't, he'll say the opposite.
Yeah, Welcher's is a hired gun.
Yeah.
Just a hired gun to just do what they want him to do. Ooh. Your boyfriend's back. You guys can
hey, motherfucker. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
You guys can talk sweet nothings to each other.
Hey,
Ooh,
Kevin,
yeah.
did you buy
What's
your
up?
Twinkie? Did you get a Twinkie?
No, I didn't get. Well, if you think a Twinkie is a Sam Adams, then yes, I did.
So you got a Twinkie?
I did. I got a Twinkie. I love eating them the long way with one hand behind my head. Same way I eat a hot dog.
You're making my husband crack up over the corner. He's gonna get on the couch.
Doesn't it?
This is Kevin is always like this. Kevin and Lucas, both of them are always like this.
But doesn't it annoy you when Brennan asks a question, like when somebody helped Dr. Russell organise the content of a report, and Brennan said, "Who helped you?" She said, "I don't know." And he said, "So was it Mr. Alessi? Did he help you?" No, it was somebody in Mr. Alessi's office. So who helped you? I don't know who it was.
A paralegal helped me put stuff in the right positions of where it would sound better.
He asked the same question again and again and again, and what's he expecting? A different fucking answer? It honestly drives me nuts. It really does.
I hate his voice. When I listen to him, I'm like, ugh.
Those are the typical questions that a guy who dry humps a girl asks over and over and over again. He's the same guy who says, after sex, was it good? Did I do good? What was the best thing about it? What did you like the best? Huh? You want me to play my fucking harmonica the next time I'm having an orgasm?
You want me to play my harmonica?
Like, that's the type of guy Hank Brennan is. Like,
that's how he's seducing women.
Wait a minute,
Yeah.
Kev.
Yeah.
So you're not supposed to ask those questions, because I always do.
No.
What?
No, listen, as long as you make the girl wiggle across the bed like an earthworm, you've done your job.
Like an earthworm?
You've done your job. That's it.
No, I want to stood at the base of the bed with fucking Olympic scorecards, like the judges do in the Olympics.
Yes.
That's what I want.
You got the rubber sheets?
For
Rubber sheets.
rubber sheets.
Rubber sheets.
What if you use a waterbed? You don't need rubber sheets.
True. Because you could just put it all, just make it all gooey and just slide all over.
But listen, banging a girl in the waterbed is the same thing as fucking a fat chick.
No, don't go there, Kevin. You know what fucking Fanning said about that? Sick bastard. You know what Fanning said about that, don't you?
No, I don't. School me real quick.
Fanning was joking about fucking dead people, and he said, if you fuck them on a waterbed, it feels like they're participating.
Yes. That is amazing. That is amazing. You kidding me?
Man.
Absolutely.
That's sick as fuck.
It's like Weekend at Bernie's. Oh, shit. That's great. That is fantastic. Fantastic. Does anybody else want to come up on panel? Like, why do you always want to just listen to me and my little Aussie friend and Kelly talk? Like, come on. Somebody else come up on panel. Somebody who's never been here
My
before.
husband wants you to just stay on panel and just tell jokes because he's fucking dying. He thinks you're the funniest thing since sliced bread right now.
I think it's great that there's other people.
He said, I think it's great that people are like me and talk like that.
So I'll tell you a quick Julie Nagel joke. You ready?
All right.
So Julie Nagel should play football, right? Not only because she's built like an offensive lineman, but every time a guy bends her over, they take a hike.
He's over there dying.
The wider the tire, the smoother the ride.
All right, ready? What about Brian Tully? You ready? So Brian Tully looks like the patient from the game Operation because every time kids touch him, he lights up.
Oh.
Yeah, Steve used to say,
all right.
it was delivered. It's their shirts.
Shirts? Where would they be, in the mailbox?
Maybe. Steve used to, he said, it'd be a small bag. Steve would say stuff about sitting on your hands and then pretending it was somebody else.
Yeah.
Pretend they're somebody else's?
Yeah.
Oh, that's exactly what you do, right? You sit on your hand until it falls asleep, and then you take a handful of Tylenol PMs and then jerk off with your hand asleep, and it feels like somebody else is doing it.
Right. And then you're not cheating.
Right. No, that's definitely not cheating. Or you can actually do it three different ways, right? So if you're left hand dominant or right hand dominant, you do it the regular way, right? and then you turn your hand around and it feels a certain way, and then you turn your other hand around that's your non-dominant hand, you do a different way. And it's like three different blowjobs all at the same time. You fucking kidding me?
Julie and Baby Brian are dating because
why do people say that Julie and Brian? No, baby Brian likes to suck dick.
Yeah, but I think Julie is his beard is hers.
Baby Brian has that fucking dick broom underneath his fucking nose. He ain't fucking eating pussy. That guy sucks dick in the Olympics. If sucking dick was an Olympic sport, he would win gold every fucking year.
Jesus Christ.
Every year.
Oh my god.
Maybe he just likes to have a mustache like that. Come on.
Ugh, are you kidding me? That thing looks like a fucking an overgrown ferret.
Well, some guys like that, don't they? Guys who have mustaches like that, they don't all suck dick. Come on.
Well, no, I know. I mean, yeah, right. But they also have a different name, and they also have a different title that they do for a job. It's called a firefighter.
That's no. My dad was a firefighter. Don't do that.
He didn't have a fucking a bushwhacker fucking mustache. He had to have.
My dad, and back in the 70s, he did.
Okay, right. Well, no. If your dad had a bushwhacker mustache back in the 70s, your father was a fucking porn star, not a fucking firefighter. Your mother might have told you he was a firefighter. He was a fucking porn star.
He was a firefighter. I grew up in the fire station.
That's what they filmed all the fucking scenes, Kelly. Come on.
Oh, okay. So I just got Liam a shirt. It came in today. It says risen with the tism.
That is fucking dope.
And then I got Declan one. Declan's turning 10 this year or this month. So I got him one that says, "Listen up, Rizzlers. This Sigma is turning 10, no cap." And then he got another one that says Riz shirt. It's like a dictionary entry, and it says noun, a normal shirt but with me in it.
That's fucking awesome. My nephew, who's also my godson, has autism, and he's the funniest kid in the entire world. I love that kid. He is so fucking funny.
You guys, you've heard Liam laughing in the background, right, Kevin?
Yes, yeah, I've heard him.
His laugh is the best. He loves sensory, so he has. Remember the old sit and spins?
Oh, so does he stim a lot?
Yeah, he does stim a lot.
Yeah. So
not like with his hands or anything. His stimming is more like spinning. He likes to spin.
That's fucking dope.
So we have this thing, Sherry, Liam, and Declan. The second person to know kids with those names. Oh, Tika. Well, I have three more. I actually have Caleb. No, I don't want to unlock my iPhone. Don't talk to me. I have Caleb, who's 26. Connor is 23. Olivia is 19, and then Liam is 11, and Declan will turn 10 this month. So,
Jesus Christ, you got to start at 5. Holy shit!
I said, look, I took my job seriously when God told me to populate the earth. Okay.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
Actually, it kind of just. I only
bet you in your house you have more fucking toys than a fucking Asian kid.
Oh yeah, we still do. We need to get rid of them. My
Hold up a second. Hold up. You have a kid who's 26. How fucking old are you?
85.
Oh well, I mean, fucking now stop it.
48.
40 what?
48.
Okay.
I think I look good for my age. For having a child, I have a child that is closer to 30 than he is 20. And I feel like I look damn good for my age.
Sounds like you just killed Kevin's dreams, Kelly.
Huh?
Sounds like you've just killed one of Kevin's dreams.
I know.
Now mine's a big crushed, stomped on, but grinder putting in stuff like that. You know, my dream is right now go live on a houseboat.
Hey, get the dog. Sherry said a 26-year-old.
And
Holy
then,
shit.
Yeah.
and then go for a weekend and find different loofahs.
Thank you guys. I do look great. Look at that. Mm-hmm. Now, I will say we spread them out, so that was pretty good. Well, my first two, my 26 and 23-year-old, are with my first marriage, and his name was Kevin. So you know it's very hard for me to say Kevin on the stream all the time. And that's who I had Caleb and Connor with. And then we got divorced, and Steve had a little girl who was 4 years old when we got together and got married. And so I'd say I just didn't give birth to her. She's mine. Like, I love that girl more than anything. That's Olivia. And then we had Liam together and Declan together, and Lucas needs to drop. Lucas said bye. So
I'm in a shitty spot right now, so if I drop, I will come back on. But I'm just in a bad area right now because I'm driving back home. So
yeah, just don't leave me by myself. You guys, everyone was like, we need to come up and we need to say stuff. And I'm like,
listen,
okay.
Your homegirls left you by yourself all day long. So this is your homegirl's fault.
No, Amy she had to go do mom stuff.
No. Listen, no. I get it, but mom stuff. Okay. You know what? She gets a free pass, I guess, because mom stuff is mom stuff. So
Yeah,
I'm not a mom. I don't have a vagina. So
because we did our show Friday with you guys, and we usually only do 2 hours. That's why I had to get off. But you guys stayed on for 4 hours.
Yeah, we were on there for 4 hours. You kidding me? I went through 4 beers. I was almost white girl wasted.
Yeah, and white girl wasted. And so she did that, and then Saturday we recorded like a premiere one, just where it wasn't live, it was just a recorded episode, and we put that in there, and that was about Harmony Montgomery. So
that poor fucking girl, man. That poor fucking thing.
We were talking about her mama, how she's all in it for the money.
Yeah, of course. Now she can go. Listen, I guarantee you, in 6 months she's gonna be dead of a fucking heroin overdose. I guarantee you, with all that money she just got.
Well, she entered a contest, Kevin, for $20,000, and she used Harmony's picture and Jameson's picture, and Jameson's not even hers anymore. He was adopted out.
Yeah. Yep.
And she cut the dad out of the picture, and that's what she's in there.
I saw that.
And now that his dads are having to send in all like court paperwork to prove that he's their child.
Yeah. And they took it down. They finally took it down.
And they took it down until they can figure out what's true and what's not, they said. But like the whole premise of that contest was super mom. Bitch, what kind of super mom you think you are? You didn't even look for your kid for 2 years.
She's a super mom. She's super addicted to heroin.
Something about that. I was like, She made me so angry. So angry. I couldn't handle her.
Kevin, you have kids? Yeah, I have 2 kids, but one of them's dead. So there's that.
What?
Somebody just said in the comments, Kevin, you have kids? Yeah, I got 2 kids. One of them died back in 2003.
What happened?
So he had a terminal illness that they never found out about till after he was born. So he was born, and then 6 months later, he passed away on New Year's Eve of 2003.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Kevin.
So I got an angel baby.
I lost a little girl. I was 20 weeks pregnant. I had to deliver her.
Yeah.
She was born sleeping. So I get it. It's not easy.
No,
and I commend you on that, because it doesn't go away. It stays with you.
No, you just learn how to live with it at that point in time.
I tell people you don't move on, you just move forward with them with you.
Yeah. And now I have also have a 20-year-old. So he'll be 21 in February. He'll be 21 on Valentine's Day. So
Look at that.
I got a Valentine's Day baby. That was the best thing about that fake ass holiday, because I told my ex-wife, I said, don't ever expect a better present than this. What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck?
When is your baby that passed away? When's his birthday?
Oh God, Jesus Christ. Let me see. It was May 31st. No, May 30th. May 30th. I'm sorry, May 30th.
It was just the other day. That's my sister's birthday.
Yeah. Back in 2003, and then he passed away December 31st, 2003.
What was his name?
Ethan.
I'm gonna make a baby basket and take it to my hospital in Ethan's name to give to a baby boy that's born.
You're the best.
I'll send you pictures. I'll do it this week. What I do is that's what I do for Sutton. I make a basket with baby girl clothes, and like I get the monthly stickers so that they can put them next to them. I'll get like something to hang in their room, and I do it anonymously. And I just say I have it given to the first baby born on August 6th, after 7:30 in the morning, and I've done it every year.
Yeah,
so
awesome.
I'm gonna do that in honor of Ethan.
That's awesome. I appreciate you. So so the last, I just dub it as the last nice thing that I did for my ex-wife. So after our son passed away, not too long after that, we kind of split up because obviously she was in a different spot than I was in, and so on and so forth. So I mean, ever since then, like me and my ex-wife are really, really, really good friends. Like, you know, we talk to each other all the time. We call each other and so on and so forth. But I took all of our son's clothes, and I sent them out to this woman in North Carolina, and she took pieces of all of our son's clothes, and she made a blanket for my ex-wife, and I gave my ex-wife the blanket of all of our son's clothes as a like a little memorial for her. So
when my mom died a year and a half ago, and it was sudden. Hospice asked for 2 shirts. They wanted 2 different shirts of hers, and that they were going to make them into teddy bears. And they made one for Declan and then one for my niece, so that they each have a teddy bear made out of her shirt. And I was like, that's the sweetest thing ever. So, because Declan was super close to my mom. So, oh, stop it. He kills me sometimes. It's like, Mom, look, it's Grandma's song. Because on her slideshow for her funeral, I did Supermarket Flowers by Ed Sheeran.
Yeah.
And he'll be like, Mom, Grandma's song is on. And I'm like, I can't listen to that song right now.
Yeah.
I will be mad. So, but yeah, this week I will go get some stuff and I'll take it to the hospital and honor Ethan.
You're the best. You're the shit. You're the best. All right, enough of the sad shit. Anybody else got any fucking questions? Like, let's talk about this whole Karen Reed case, because it's only gonna get better from here.
I hope
Who do you guys think is gonna be the next person on the stand?
Garrett Wing.
You think it's gonna be Richard Green, or you think it's gonna be Lucky? I think it's gonna be Lucky.
I think it's gonna be Garrett Wing.
You think so? I don't know. I still think Garrett Wing's gonna be towards the end with Arca. I'm still thinking that.
Yeah, but if they have a dog bite expert now, wouldn't they have another one come right behind her to say yes?
Nah, I mean, how can you have 2 people back to back? You don't want to have them back to back in order to have them kind of, not that they would contradict each other, but they might have differences of opinion on some things that might kind of skew the jury. Be like, all right, well, she just said this thing and he just said this thing. And it's a little bit different. I don't know. That's my own opinion.
Scott agreed with you. He said that he thinks they'll be at the end.
They
also they did put in a motion today to reconsider Michael Easter.
I would love Michael Easter to get up there. Michael Easter is like, I think he's like the slam dunk in all this, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, if he came in, I would have no problem. I just feel like I guess I had so much more expectation of them coming out swinging because the way they are across, like I felt that they were going to be the same way, and I'm like, ugh, it's killing me that it's just like it's not like as explosive as I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Now the Kelly Deaver thing today was.
Ugh.
That was pretty good, and actually, from what I read all over like X, everyone thinks that she killed her own credibility. So, I mean, I just wish I could have like a thing into like the brains of.
She absolutely 100% did. She came off as the biggest fucking douche.
Are you there?
I don't know how to say my name correctly. I was like,
that was a bitchy move.
Boy, like every single person must have been like, yeah, fuck you, bitch. You just killed yourself right there. Don't even talk no more.
Aiden actually said a couple people in the jury gasped.
So stupid.
That some people in the jury were like, that she did that. All she did was make herself look stupid.
Yeah, I mean, because you could tell Alan Jackson was getting underneath her skin. You know what I mean?
And then when she was like, my job depends on it, and he's like, so you just said your testimony is that your job depends on what you say on this stand. Why would that be? Look.
Yeah, she fucked herself at that point in time because you can't come back from that. There's certain things that you say inside of a trial, and the fact that she said that, yeah, my job depends upon whether I open up my mouth and tell the truth or whether I sit here and lie.
Right.
And number one, she had way more conversations with the commissioner than just that one conversation.
You think you think she hurt the defense? I don't think so.
I mean, I think she hurt the see, the thing is I'm 50-50 on that because when she said, yeah, you told me to perjure myself and you told me to lie and say that it was this and it was this and it was this. And Alan Jackson never came back around and was like, yeah, no, I never told you to say that, ever. So, but then she also said that Alan Jackson said that he was going to bring her up on perjury charges. Alan Jackson's an attorney. He can't fucking bring her up on perjury charges. So if you're a person with half a brain.
He's not a prosecutor.
Yeah, if you're a person with half a brain, you should have known she was lying there because an attorney can't do that. No attorney can do it. The only person who can do that is a judge.
Well, she didn't want to be there. That's why she was argumentative. But I think that the fact that she was so fucking detailed, every detail, and to call it wildly long time, like that's not just a random thing that you say if you were not there and did not see it. To me, that is what kills her credibility because she said they were in there for a wildly long time and then came back and said, oh, sorry, I didn't mean that. I didn't actually see that.
Yeah. It's so shitty. It's just such a, like, she was good for the defense in certain parts, and then she was good for the Commonwealth in other parts. And it was just like, it was kind of a 50-50. Like, I agree. I do agree with that. Yeah, I can't say whether she was good for one side or the other. I think that at the end of the day, when all things considered, I think that she was just right down the middle, and it was just 50-50. It wasn't, you couldn't say whether it was for one side or the other. So,
well, I think that, I mean, a lot of people said the same thing, but when I put it in the chat GPT, because I like to put like that stuff in the chat GPT to see what it has to say. Because if you ask chat GPT who killed John O'Keefe, it'll give you all like the news articles and the fancy like right answers. And if you say no, I want to know what you think, and it will tell you that they think that Carrie's innocent. So when I put it in there and I was like, what, how do you feel Kelly Deaver did for the defense? And they said that it was her credibility was shot, and it looks like she's covering something up. And I saw that by a couple people on X that said she just sealed the deal for them. They totally believe in the cover up now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Cotton, get out of there. Hold on.
Okay, so
Trying to get in the cat litter.
am I not bringing this kid to baseball or what? What's going on here? Come on.
But, all right, I'm going to get going. I got to figure out something for dinner.
Yeah, I gotta get going too. I gotta go to my my cousin's son's baseball game.
I
promised him I would make a couple of games this year, and I've only made one, and he's got like 3 games left. So
I think that my husband loves you guys. Like when he listens to you, he's like, you guys are respectful to me. Like you don't say stuff crazy to me. You say it, because you guys know I'm married, and you're.
Well, that's because you're like Ariel, and you're part of our world, girl.
I am. I said I just laugh at what they say to everybody else, but and then him listening to you guys talk, he thinks you are the funniest people ever. He's like, he was literally over on the other couch cracking up.
We got the best people here. We might be small, but it's okay.
I like small. I do. I like our
me
small
too.
little happy people. But you know what? We were 40 people from 1,000. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
And you know what?
We'll get there.
Is all the same people are here in a minute. All the same people. Your feet stink, dude. All the sorry.
He's a boy. It's okay. It's okay.
He's such a boy.
Hi, Mike.
It's not Mike. That's Kevin.
Oh, hi, Kevin.
What's up, my man?
What's up?
Hey, wash your feet though. You can't have sticky feet at the dinner table. It's not working. It doesn't work out that way.
I can smell your feet from here. Go wash your feet.
I can smell your feet from here, and I'm in Massachusetts right now.
In Massachusetts, and he can smell them. Go wash your feet in the bathtub. Nasty. The other day, we were driving from Gainesville back because I drive those 6 hours.
Ugh.
I'm telling you, Kevin, I thought Liam pooped his pants.
Oof.
I turned around and was like, what is that smell? Did Liam go potty in his pants and not tell me? No, it was Declan's feet.
Declan, your feet smell like depression and farts. Go wash them.
He made me want to vomit. Like it was so bad. What?
That's great shit. All right, Mama, go find out what's going on for dinner. Listen, go make macaroni and cheese and hot dogs. Easy
We
dinner
actually
tonight.
have macaroni and cheese and hot dogs, so that sounds like a good plan.
All right, there you go. I'm glad I can help make dinner tonight.
Thanks, Kev.
All right, guys, I'll see you later. And as what they say,
Did you not love the what I sent you yesterday?
oh my God, I still crack up to that. I still crack
I'm
up
like,
to that.
that's me, honestly. Like
Yeah.
I'm like, and then I find this and I find this and I'll find all kinds of shit. So
That's what I always
yeah.
said. Listen, like you're that girl that would find out what my guinea pig's name was in the 3rd grade. I had him in the 3rd grade, so.
Yeah, but you were like, Amy told her, Nikki told her, and they're like, no, they didn't tell me crap. It was just me. But I thought it was funny because I was like, here's the FBI. I got to send this to Kevin. He's going to die.
Oh my God, it was so funny. It was
But, all right.
so.
Are you going to be around tomorrow?
I will be. Listen, I'm in here every single day, and my boss looks at me like, dude, what are you doing? I'm like, listen, we're losing our job on June 26th, so don't fucking bother me no more. Like, stop it. Like, stop being a
I'm
boss.
watching this damn place. I'm paying attention to the court. Hanging with my family.
I'm still fucking painting shit and making sure. I'm just putting lipstick on a pig at this point in time. So
that's the second time we've heard that today.
All right. Well.
All right. You go have
that's actually the Jeopardy answer to Jennifer. Who is Jennifer McCabe? You know that, right? All right. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
All right. Bye.
All right, everybody,
bye,
have a good night.
guys.
Later.
Fun. See you tomorrow bright and early. Love you.